how can the researchers all across the world could be able to make a real impact in terms of changes in the community, in changes in the country, changes in the region, and of course changes in the whole world. As we are basically trying to tackle and go through a very turbulent time, which is the pandemic time, which has given us a lot of hiccups, a lot of problems. But on the other side, the positive side of the pandemic has been that it has given us a thought to again rethink. And rethinking is basically nothing but research. So we have to search again to be able to come to the conclusion that whatever methodologies we have been following, whatever concepts we have been pursuing, whatever theories that we have actually propagated, it is time to revisit them and think in a more out of the box situation. I think that is what is the challenge that all of us are having. Today we need information, we need research to be able to elevate, to be able to mitigate the prepositions and the problems which have been thrown by the pandemic. This is something which is of great importance for all of us to understand. At Dhofar University, we have been supporting and we will continue to support research in the best of the manner possible. As the Deputy Vice Chancellor and in charge for research, I'd like to assure you that there will be a continuous, support for the research that we will continue to do so. New ideas are welcome. People with credible research, if they wish to continue and doing the research, the Department of Research and the URC will basically continue to give them the kind of motivation and the kind of support which is required. In totality, once again, I'd like to thank all of you for the great work that you've already done. And the one thing that is very important for me to mention here is the great work being done by the University Research Committee, which is basically the body of faculty headed by one of the senior professors from here, Professor Asif Gondal, who has been doing an incredible job in the last 2 years heading the URC. Most of the ideas which are coming and being implemented across is coming from the URC, and the URC has guided us and given us a real mission that we need to accomplish. And this online symposium was also started by the same URC. I'm sure that this is another feather in our cap once we keep on giving opportunities, sharing our researches with as many people all across the globe to be able to showcase that what we have. I'd also like to mention that based on a proposal from the URC itself, we have formulated the research group. The research groups or the research labs or the research units, whatever you wish to call them, are also being taken up by the Department of Research in a big way. We are going to now advertise, almost it is finalized, and therefore the advertisement for such groups will be done. The basic idea is that we as researchers should be able to reach out to n number of people, to people who have got a problem, and we might be helpful in getting them a solution. So this is where the whole impact of the research is actually going to come. Without taking much time from you, I think that the online symposium, you are more looking forward to hearing from your colleagues for the research that you have already done than listening to me. So I'd like to once again thank all of you for coming online, and to the URC for organizing such a wonderful online symposium. All the team, all the members of the URC for the last 2 years doing an incredible job. The Department of Research, where we have two wonderful ladies in the form of Sara Iqbal and Amal Murfidi, doing an incredible job in trying to support the research process which is actually happening, and the research center which is also coming out with many new patents. All of these aspects will make the university go up and up and up. So thank you once again, and I wish you the good luck for the today's symposium, which is a long one. I'm sure that the ideas being shared by the researchers from all the 4 colleges would basically help us to understand the other disciplines very much, and therefore it will be a good chance to listen to Dr. Abdul Qadir or Dr. Luna or Professor Nasir or Dr. Zaid, all of them, Dr. Gohar, all of them, Dr. Mazhar. So many people are there around. It's very difficult to take the names, but some fantastic research has been done by all of you. So thank you once again, coming there, and I'm sure that this online symposium will be a great success. Thank you, Professor Asif, for giving an opportunity to be able to speak on this, very, very good, forum where we have very illustrious colleagues, coming in. So thank you once again, and best of luck to all of you. You have to unmute, Professor Asif.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your continuous support and encouragement. This actually means a lot for us. Just before we get started, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who helped us make this event come together smoothly, especially all URC members, Dr. Najmul Hassan, Madam Sari Iqbal. We couldn't have done it without you. I ensure the symposium will be profitable and the next few hours will be enjoyable and fruitful for every one of you. Friends, this is all from me. Thank you all for being a patient listener. I will see you in our coming symposiums. Till then, enjoy the day. We can start our first session. For that, I invite moderator for first session, Dr. Sameen Ahmed Khan, to start the first session. Thank you. Dr. Sameen.
Yes, good afternoon. Salam alaikum. It gives me a great pleasure to host this session and introduce the 6 speakers one after the other. Our first speaker is Dr. Ziad. He is from the Department of Computer Science and he is an accomplished researcher, and he recently won the national award which our honorable DVC mentioned. Yes, as per the regulations, we have 20 minutes each for each speaker, including the question and answer. Now I request Dr. Ziad to start his presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sameen. I just need to share my screen. Yeah, I am allowed to share. Okay. All right, is it visible on the screen?
Yes.
Very good. All right, I thank you everyone for joining. Today I'm gonna present my recent research work titled Filtering in Gaussian Linear Systems with Fuzzy Switches. This work has been published in IEEE Transactions on Fuzzy Systems, a Web of Science journal with an impact factor of 9.5. This research paper depicts the results of a collaboration with the École Centrale de Lyon in France and Télécom Sud Paris in France, a work that has been co-authored with Professor Stefan de Rode and Professor Wojciech Pizinski. So for this presentation, I'm gonna, first of all, describe the outline of this presentation. In the beginning, I'm gonna try to present to introduce the problem, introduce the work and the problem statement. And for this, I'm gonna compare the contribution, the main contribution of this work, which is the conditionally Gaussian observed fuzzy Markov switching models, with the classical one, which is the conditionally Gaussian observed Markov hard switching model. And then I'm gonna briefly show the main related works dealing with the same issue or the same problem. And then I'm gonna present the model parameterization, I mean the new incorporated model, what are the different parameters we should define before using this model, and then finally some experimental studies on both synthetic and real-world data sets show the results and the performance of the new model. And then finally I'm going to conclude and present some future works. Some of them actually are currently being under work. So first of all, so the problem, it simply consists in considering that we have 3 random sequences. We have 3 different variables that are evolving over time, which we commonly refer to in data science as a time series. So we have 3 processes, X, Y, and R. And here we have the different measurements from 1 to n. Suppose we have n measurements. So X refers to something we call the hidden states, which is a vector. It's not necessarily a single variable or a single value. It's a vector with a dimension m. It can refer, for example, to the coordinates of a drone. It can refer, for example, to, the different, or the oil price. It can refer to the exchange rate. Any variable or any value that we don't necessarily observe. And we are going to try to detect, or we are going to try to incur or infer this value of hidden state from some observations. And these observations, they are taking their values in another space. And for example, in the example of the drone, if, for example, the coordinates of the drone are unknown, we are going to base our estimation on the observed, on the reported location of a drone. And we're having also an auxiliary process, which we call R, and it stands for regime. We also call it switches or jumps, depending on in the literature. And it's a process, unlike the others, it's not real value, it's a discrete process, which generally takes its value in 1 or 0, which means we are either in the regime 0 or in the regime 1. For example, the drone is flying too low or too high. So the problem associated with this definition is what we call the filtering problem. The filtering problem consists in estimating this hidden or unobserved variable, which is X, from the different observations we have already collected. And generally, when we do this in this context, we do it with a recursive scheme. Recursive scheme means if we want to estimate, for example, X subscript 10, we have to start with X1, then X2, X3, X4, and X5, etc., etc. So which adds more complication and more complexity to the filtering problem. There is a model which has been successfully used in different applications, which we call the conditionally Gaussian linear state space model, CGLSSM for short, in which we assume that this regime process, which is R, is a Markov process. A Markov process means that the current state depends only on the previous one. And we don't take the whole history, we take only the previous value, and the previous value will decide what will be the current value. And also in this model, we assume that the observation conditionally on the regime is also Markov, which means that the hidden state, the current hidden state, it depends only on the previous value and the previous regime only. And also we consider that the regime process is Gaussian and independent conditionally on X and R. So the formulation, we can formulate this CGLSSM as a linear regime. So the current state, which is the current hidden value, and the current observed value, is some matrix multiplied by the previous observation plus some noise. Again, referring to the example of the drone, there could be some noise in the measurement, and we have to model this noise in order to take it into account when we are going to perform the filtering process. So the previous state or the current state is a linear combination of the previous states X and Y, the hidden and the observed. And Wn is what we call the Gaussian noise. We use the W because generally we refer to the noise, if it's Gaussian, we refer to as a white noise. So to simplify the model, the problem with this linear state space model is that there is no known scheme which is tractable, which can be achieved in a reasonable time, especially when the response time is of paramount importance. So we have to relax some hypotheses, we have to add some hypotheses, and the most successful one in terms of applicability is when we consider that the whole process, the triplet process, which means X, Y, and R, is Markov, which means that the current state, the current observation, and the current regime, they depend only on the previous step, not the whole thing. And also to simplify, so this model here, it can be also reflected in this linear when we consider that this A3, this coefficient A3 is 0. So in this case, you are going to have a simple yet yet representing the real application model. And this model is called CGOMSM, which stands for Conditionally Gaussian Observed Markov Switching Model. So just to illustrate this Markovianity and the dependency between the different variables, we in this model, so each, for example, this is the current hidden state, the unknown variable that we are trying to estimate now. It depends from the previous hidden state. It depends from the previous regime, the current regime, the previous observation, and the current observation. And the current observation depends from the previous one, from the current and the previous regime. So as we can see here, that this model, it relies on the fact that we have to consider both regimes in order to infer or to calculate the current state or the current observation. So this model, it allows for a fast and recursive filtering. I mean, it has been proven that we can create an exact and a fast recursive filtering, but it has a major drawback because we have only two states, 0 and 1, which means we have to consider only the extremities of the situation. I mean, for example, if you are dealing with outdoor temperatures, we consider only it's either too low or too high. And the whole range in between, the interval in between, is not considered, which actually means that some information will be lost. For example, we have three examples illustrating this situation. For example, if we are using this model to track a drone in intermittent light and dark conditions, it's not too dark. It's not either very dark or very bright. So there might be some conditions in between. For example, if we are using this model to track pedestrians for surveillance purpose, for example, and we have to take into consideration the context, which is the crowd. The crowd is a measure that cannot be quantified. It's something which is not, it cannot be objectively described. And also for the outdoor air temperature, it's not always very low or very high. It can be moderate temperature. So the solution for this problem is we can, instead of considering a hard and only two switches or two regimes, 0 and 1, we say, okay, we're going to consider the whole range in between. And this creates a new model, which is conditionally Gaussian observed Markov fuzzy switching model. So the related work, so some research works have addressed this problem, but from different standpoints. The main research work that addressed this problem is the discrete time Tagaki-Sugaganu, or TS for short, which has been extensively used for fuzzy control and fault detection research. But the difference between our model or our solution and the solution of TS, the discrete TS, is in our approach, we assume that conditionally to the regimes, the model is pairwise linear, which means that we're going to build step by step the model, and we don't need the whole history or the whole time series to predict or to filter the current state. And the exact calculations for the filter, they are possible in a tractable fashion, up to, of course, some numerical approximations of integrals, because we're going to consider an infinite number of possibilities instead of a finite one. So now we need to define the parameters of the model. We need to find a measure or a rule that will govern the transition or the switch between the regimes. And this is what we call the model parameterization. So the idea here is to find a closed form formula for the probability of transitioning between two different regimes, R1 and R2, and which we commonly call the distribution of the pair R1, R2. So we have here the classical or the hard model of this transition. It's a probability over 0 or 1. So we have only 4 probabilities transitioning from 0 to 1, from 1 to 0, from 0 to 0, or from 1 to 1. When we consider the fuzzy model, we have a probability over an infinite interval, which is the interval 0 and 1. And for this purpose, we have worked out 2 different parameterizations that correspond actually to situations in practice, and we call them FMC1 and FMC2, FMC for fuzzy model. And these 2 representations, these 2 models, they represent different situations. So just from this whole formulation, we just assume that if we want to stay in the same regime, or if we want to force the model to stay in the same regime, we're going to have a probability called alpha. And if we want to switch from the extremities of the regimes, we're going to have another probability beta. So for both models, the difference here lies in the transition between 2 fuzzy switches or 2 intermediary switches. So it's in the FMC1, the higher the difference between two consecutive switches, the higher the probability. And for the other one, for the other model, the transition is constant. So if we are between 2 in a certain interval, we allow the transition only between 2 different intervals. So this is an illustration of how it looks like in an example. So here we fixed the transition. So there is 10% chance of staying in the same switch. So we have here these probabilities here, and we have 0.70 or 7.6% chance to switch from the regime 0 to the regime 1 or vice versa. And also we have this curve here. It shows the probabilities of transitioning between two fuzzy switches. So this is for the FMC1. The FMC2 is a little bit different. As we can see, we have here a probability of staying in the same regime of 15%. And we have here an interval, which is 0.2, which means we allow the model to switch from a regime to another only if this difference is bounded by delta. All right. So another important parameterization we need to define is the distribution of the states. Now we defined how the regimes are working. Now we are going to show how the states X and Y, the hidden and the observed ones, depend on the regimes. So we have here the means, the average of X and Y, depending on the regime. For example, when we are talking about outdoor temperatures, we say, okay, we refer to the low regime as the temperature, for example, between 5 and 10 degrees Celsius. And so the average is 7.5, and high temperatures is around 35 degrees Celsius. So these are the averages. And then here we have the variance and covariance, which means the dependency between two consecutive X's, two consecutive Y's, X and Y and X. So we define this for the extremities of the model, and then we're going to use an interpolation. We're going to calculate the combination or the mixture of these four values using a linear interpolation. So we conducted an experimental study first on synthetic benchmark, in which we simulated a model that corresponds to the hypotheses we assume. So we just simulated different regimes based on the distribution of the pair R1 and R2. And these are the excerpts of the curves generated by this simulation. In the first case here, we have the model in which we allow the transition between very distant switches and the FMC1. And the second one, it corresponds to FMC2, in which we allow the transition only if the difference between two consecutive switches is bounded by a certain variable or certain value. And this is the outcome in terms of estimation of the switches and estimations of the states. So we can notice here that if we are using the hard switch or the hard model, it recognizes only 0 or 1, the state 0 or 1, while the switches can vary in between. And in terms of states, we are having here, okay, I'm gonna make it short. So here we have the estimation of the states. We can see that the fuzzy model, it outperforms the hard one. You see the hard one is trying to cope with the switches between different regimes, but it can recognize only two extremities. We also tried this with this example. So this is the minimum, the MSE, the error with the hard and the fuzzy filter. So you see, when we increase the number of fuzzy levels, the error decreases, and then it becomes constant starting from 5, which means that we can have a model which works well even with a few number of fuzzy models. We also tried this model with an example of estimation of energy power consumption depending on the outdoor temperature, which means basically we are going to try to estimate or to filter the unknown or hidden power consumption from unobserved variable, which is the outdoor air temperature. So this is a plot of the different values. We can see that visually, we also, of course, we conducted a statistical test, and we know that at least visually that there is some link or some dependency between the temperature and the power consumption. So these are the switches that we have estimated. So we see here we have a gradual transition right? But here the number of fuzzy levels we need it for the approximation of the integral. And the final outcome is that with the hard model, this is the error we obtained. With the fuzzy model, which is an improvement of almost 30%. And also for the estimation of the regimes or the switches, we have an improvement of almost 60%. So finally, to conclude, so we created a new model that allows for both fast filtering and smooth regime transition. We created two different parameterizations of the distribution that governs the switch or the transition between two consecutive regimes. The main findings are that the fuzzy model outperforms the classical hard one, either on synthetic datasets or on experimental, on real datasets. And as the future works, and actually we already started, the model can be extended to do smoothing and prediction also in the context of time series forecasting. And it has been applied already in one of our TRC projects in intelligent transportation systems, in which we estimate the traffic state, which is the flow and the speed from a...
Yes, it's an excellent presentation. Yes. Any questions you can write in the chat. As there are no questions, we'll go to the next speaker, Dr. Gohar. Yes, Dr. Gohar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me share the screen first.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Gohar is a very good researcher, award-winning researcher, and he has conducted projects for students which have won international awards. And now today he will present his work on synergetic effects on carbon nanotubes. Yes, welcome, Dr. Gohar.
Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you. Let me thank Deputy Vice Chancellor and the URC Chair and other colleagues for giving me a chance to showcase my research work, which is published in SN Applied Science, Web of Science Journal. So the work is related to synergetic effect of carbon nanotubes, copper and silver nanoparticles as an efficient electrochemical sensor for the trace recognition of amlodipine bisalate drug. This is related to pharmaceutical studies. Now, the outline of my today's presentation is research problem. Trace recognition of amlodipine bisalate drug. Amlodipine bisalate is used alone or together with other medicines to lower hypertension, high blood pressure in adults and children. Now the question is, why trace recognition of this drug in the blood is so important? The possible solutions, there are so many solutions possible and preventions also, but related to my research, one of the possible solutions is the development of highly efficient electrochemical sensors based on advanced nanomaterials for the trace recognition of this drug in blood samples. Now, aim of our research work, what we have done, what we have carried out in this research paper, that is synergetic effect of connection of carbon nanotubes, copper and silver nanoparticles as composite materials, and we have developed a sensor for the trace recognition of amlodipine bisalate drug. Now, before going through these results obtained and the experimental setup, let me first focus on hypertension, high blood pressure. As per WHO, World Health Organization, in 2015, 1 in 4 men and 1 in 5 women had hypertension. 1.13 billion people worldwide have hypertension. Hypertension is a major cause of premature death worldwide. The target of World Health Organization is to reduce prevalence of hypertension by 25% by 2025. Now, when you will, focus in particularly Oman, moreover in Sultanate of Oman, 20 to 27% of the population might be suffering from hypertension. And this study was carried out latest in Muscat region, and it was observed that the majority of people suffering from hypertension were males, which might be due to environmental and genetic factors. And high prevalence was mainly among the older age group of 51 to 60 years. High risk factors of having hypertension was stress and lack of exercise, lavish lifestyle, not dynamic, not versatile. So why trace recognition of this drug in the blood is so important? As a matter of fact, taking amlodipine basal drug, because we have to take it in case the people are suffering from high blood pressure, hypertension, even some, at young age also, some people at a young age are suffering from this, but it has severe side effects. Number one, dizziness, difficult or labored breathing, redness of face, neck, arms, occasionally, upper chest, palpitations, dyspepsia, nausea, very often, blood disorders, development of breasts in men, impotence, and depression, insomnia. Now, there are so many methods which has been reported already. Okay, so number one, gas chromatography, liquid chromatography, high performance thin layer chromatography. But these methods were so expensive, and the labor work was too much, and the accuracy, sensitivity, results, all this, there was some limitations. To overcome these limitations, what researchers are doing now? Just 1 minute. So, sorry. However, the development of electrochemical sensors based on advanced nanomaterials for static recognition in the blood sample has been reported as the best way possible. Because here we are using cyclic voltammetry and electrochemical workstation to carry out to detect the minimum concentration of this drug in the blood sample. Now, what we have done, aim of our work. Aim of our work is, this is all about my research paper. What we have done, I know in the audience there is diversity, there are people from different majors. I will try to make it as simple as possible. What we have done, carbon nanotubes. If you can see in the screen, this green color, this is animation of carbon nanotubes. We took these carbon nanotubes already available in the market. We purchased them. Then we have modified this. We have functionalized these carbon nanotubes by copper nanoparticles and silver nanoparticles. Okay. So after functionalization, when our materials are available, the materials are finally functionalized. Then what we did, we modify the electrode surface. Electrode surface. I'm sure most of the people have seen pH meter, this conductor meter. We have their electrode. But in case of this experimental, we are using electrochemical workstation where we have electrode. So what we are doing, we are depositing this material on the electrode surface. Why we are doing it? To increase the surface area. What is the process of surface area? More the surface area, more will be the possibility of atoms available on the surface. So what does it mean? It means more the number of atoms on the surface, so more number of electrons will be available on the surface. So at the end of the day, it is electrons who are taking part in chemical reactions in all this sensing. Got it? So the point is here, the purpose of doing this work is to increase the surface area, to increase the number of electrons available on the surface. If I take in general, if you see simple material without having nanometer size, the average number of electrons or atoms available on the surface is 10 to the power 3. Now, if we have 10 to the power 3 atoms available on the surface, so you can understand accordingly we have electrons available on the surface of the electrode. However, if we will now deposit the same electrode by advanced nanomaterials like carbon nanotubes, silver nanoparticles, copper nanoparticles, all these composites, so the increase of atoms on the surface increases from 10 to the power 3 to 10 to the power 20, 10 to the power 25. You can imagine now, if you have 10 to the power 20 atoms available on the surface, so correspondingly, it will increase the number of electrons on the surface. So I told you at the end of the day, it is electrons who are responsible for all these potential applications. So when we have modified this electrode, then we have used this modified electrode for trace recognition of this amlodipine bisalate drug, this which is used to reduce blood pressure. This is the chemical formula. This all these formulas. This is the drug which is available in the market. So this is our work with what we have done. After this characterization, now the point is here, our research work is distributed in 3 sections. Number 1, schematic approach. What approach we have to do? As per literature survey, most of the people have used only carbon nanotubes. Why I use with silver and copper? Because to increase the surface area. This is schematic approach. After this, we have gone through synthesis. And synthesis, it is electrochemical method to synthesize these materials. After synthesis of these materials, we had to confirm, are these materials really those materials which we are looking for? So for this, we had to go for characterization. The best way to characterize nanomaterials, the first primarily characterization technique is XRD, powder X-ray diffraction. So from this powder X-ray diffraction, we have confirmed that we have successfully synthesized these materials, and these peaks were, in coherence with our results. Then we have gone through surface, because electrode surface, we have gone through the scanning electron microscopy, field emission scanning electron microscopy, which is giving us, information about the surface morphology of the material. What type of surface it is? Suppose we are claiming that we have deposited silver nanoparticles on the surface. So it is not related, it is not only to claim, we have to confirm it by this field emission scanning electron microscopy. So all these 4 these different structures are confirming that the successful deposition of these materials on the surface was done successfully and positively. Then results and discussion. So what we have done, we have used cyclic voltammetry. Cyclic voltammetry is nowadays one of the advanced technology related to sensitivity of advanced materials, especially biosensors, non-enzymatic glucose sensors, and sensing of vitamin D in the blood, sensing of all these drugs. Now, what we did, this is a cyclic voltammetry result. If you see, there is first one, CPE, carbon paste electrode, then functionalized multi-watt carbon nanotube, carbon paste electrode. Basically, carbon paste electrode is as a template, as a basic electrode. Then we are functionalizing it with multi-watt carbon nanotubes. So multi-watt, if you see in the screen, there is some animation of multi-watt carbon nanotubes. Then we have functionalized this carbon paste electrode by multi-watt carbon nanotube plus copper nanoparticles. In the 4th case, with silver nanoparticles. Okay, so we have got different results. At the end of the this experimental setup, we have confirmed that carbon paste electrodes which are functionalized by multi-watt carbon nanotube plus copper nanoparticles plus silver nanoparticles have given splendid performance for detection of amlodipine bisalate drug in the blood samples. So similarly, from here figure 4, cyclic and adsorptive square wave voltammetry 4.5 10 to the power minus 7 molar amlodipine in 0.05 molar Britton-Robinson buffer pH 10.5 at this A. If you see, there is different curves. A, carbon paste electrode. B, multi-watt carbon nanotube, carbon paste electrode, and with the copper nanoparticles, with the silver nanoparticles, we have, if you see here, applied potential current. Basically, in this characteristic, in this setup in electrochemical workstation, the sensitivity of material, sensitivity of drugs is calculated on the basis of their potential, applied potential, and the current. Because at the end of the day, it is electrons, and repeating again, who are taking part in all these sensitivities. So we have to figure out, is it 1 electron reaction? Is it 2 electron reaction? What is the mechanism of the reaction? How many electrons are taking part in this reaction? So from that, we can calculate which material is showing the best performance for sensitivity of this drug. So applied potential, here it is, if you see B, adsorptive scale voltammogram is a 4.5 10 to the power minus 7 molar amlodipine. Then we have gone through this cyclic voltammograms of 4.5 10 to the minus 7 immunotropin in this buffer. This buffer is alkaline buffer because pH is 10.5. So we have again observed that the material which was deposited by both copper nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles has shown better result than the rest of the material. Because we are doing here comparative study. Simple carbon-based electrode, number one. Number two, multi-watt carbon nanotube with carbon-based electrode, then with copper nanoparticles, then with silver nanoparticles. So the point of doing all these things is to know out of these materials which one is the best one for device making. Suppose if I will register a patent, then honestly speaking, with 4 samples I cannot register. But if I will go through thorough analysis, I will analyze suppose 50 samples by changing the pore size, by changing the aspect ratio, by changing the material characterization. Then I will figure out of 50 samples which one is giving me the best result. What is the reason behind this? Accordingly, I can register patent. I can show them this is my analysis, this is my results. On the basis of that, I am sure this material can be used for device making to analyze the to detect the minimum concentration of this drug in the blood sample. So similarly, we have used here chronocalorimetric response curve obtained in different concentrations to detect to again check the results of our material. After this, what we have done, Newcastle plot observed in presence of 4.5 10 to the power minus 7 molar amlodipine at where B means carbon paste electrode. This is different results, and this different. I am repeating again. We are just trying to figure out of these 4 materials which one is showing the best result. So we again confirm from this result that silver nanoparticle deposited and copper nanoparticle deposited multi-watt carbon nanotube is the best possible material for detecting this drug in the blood samples. Similarly, we have gone through adsorptive scarabia voltammograms of 1 to 9 0.002 micromolar 0.0. Now here we have used different concentrations of this drug. Okay, we have used different concentrations of this drug in the blood sample. Then we will figure out as a calibration curve. So what will be the how much minimum concentration of this drug can be detected in the blood sample. So adsorptive scarabia voltammograms of 1 to this is experimental set of 1 to 9. Okay, so 0.002 micromolar, 0.630 micromolar, 1.20 micromolar. All these different concentrations were analyzed by using our as prepared materials in the buffer pH 10.5 at silver. The inset linear dependence of P current with concentration amlodipine. P current, if you see this is P current and this calibration curve to determine the minimum concentration of this drug which can be detected by this material. This is mechanism behind this. The mechanism, this is amlodipine. This mechanism, there is loss of 2 protons and there is addition. This is 2 electron process. So if 2 protons will lost, definitely it means 1 H will release 1 electron, 2 H will release 2 electron. I have shown red color. These 2 electrons are going. So when we see dehydration, we are seeing dehydrogenation. This process we can say dehydrogenation, removal of hydrogen from the amlodipine. And what is that process? That is called oxidation. So oxidation is taking place, and finally we are getting this material, oxidizing material. From this, actually it is the game of these electrons. These 2 electrons are giving a signal in the electrochemical workstation. Then this mechanism is taking place. Okay, so figure out there are 2 electrons. These 2 electrons are involved, are main partners who are giving a sensitivity of the result. Now, at the end of the day, what we are doing usually as a researchers, we are trying to compare and compete our results, which we have obtained with the reported data. So when we have compared our results with the reported data, we confirm that our results are showing much better. They are much better than the reported work. This is the present work. If you compare, LOD means limit of detection. What is the limit of detection? 5.16 is 10 to the power minus 10 molar. Okay, so this is the limit of detection. This minimum amount of amlodipine bisalate drug can be detected in the blood sample by using the silver copper nanoparticle modified carbon-based electrode. So if I go now to conclusion, silver nanoparticles were successfully deposited on functionalized multi-watt carbon nanotube copper nanoparticle carbon-based electrode via electrocatalytic process. Then the designed electrode exhibits excellent structural features like large electroactive surface area, faster electron transfer rates, predominant electrocatalytic activity, acceptable reproducibility, both in fabrication and procedure, signal determination, and long-term stability. The sensor enhances high efficacy towards determination of a hypertensive drug, amlodipine bisalate. Furthermore, the sensor demonstrated a linear response of this drug in the range 2.0 10 to the power minus 8 molar to 6.3 10 to the power minus 6 molar, and with a low detection limit of 5.1 10 to the power minus 10 molar. In addition, this study can open the way for designing cheap and highly efficient sensors for the analysis of forensic drugs, quality control processes, heavy metal analysis, water quality analysis, as well as future potential applications in this field. So the materials which we have synthesized, they are not only, they cannot be only used to detect the minimum concentration of this drug in the blood sample. However, we can use them in other applications also, food control analysis, forensic drugs, quality control processes, heavy metal analysis in the water.
Yes, Dr. Gohar.
And future potential applications. I'm done. Thank you so much. So besides the results obtained as a researcher, I completely agree with this well-known statement that prevention is better than cure. At the end of the day, it is our responsibility to take care of our health. I'm sure you all agree with me. So now what I will suggest to you, reducing salt intake to less than 5 grams daily, eat more fruit and vegetables, be physically active, don't be lazy on a regular basis, avoid use of tobacco if possible, avoid alcohol consumption if possible, try to decrease, limit the intake of foods high in saturated fats, especially oil, because saturated fats, they are planar structure, they are consumed in the body. If you run, if you do gym, it's not easy to denature these fats saturated. Eliminate or reduce trans fats in the diet, like cheese, paneer. This is all from World Health Organization. Now, this is my ongoing project.
Dr. Gohar, your time is over.
Okay. So, okay, I'm done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening to me. If there is any question, please.
Yes, one quick question.
Yes, yes.
Yes. What's the size of the nanoparticles?
These nanoparticles are 20 to 50 nanometer.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Average size.
Yes, that's good. That was excellent presentation with industrial and medical applications. Now we'll go over to the next speaker, Dr. Awad Al Hassan. He will talk to us about the research nexus and the research engagement in the field of EFL. Yes, Dr. Awad.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Samin, for the introduction. Let just me share my slides, hopefully. If you can see my slide, can you see my slides? Okay. Okay, perfect. Can you see the slides? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Samin, for the introduction. Yes, this is just some insights and findings I'm going to share with you. It's already published, the paper is already published, so it's available. I also provided the link for everyone who's interested to check it out later on. Teacher research engagement towards research pedagogy nexus. Perhaps this is very important area. We all do research, but then the question is, are we really using our research into our teaching, and how can we do that, and how can we reflect our teaching, our research into our teaching. Just structure of the presentation, a little bit of warming up question, not for answering them now, just for reflection. I'll give you just background about the teacher research engagement in EFL, English as a Foreign Language context. Just first things first, this is applicable to, it's not possibly applicable to other disciplines, but at least the focus now is on English as a foreign language teacher practitioners. Hopefully the insights and findings you'll get might be applicable and transferable to other contexts. So defining the term itself, benefits of teacher research engagement, challenges, the research question of the study, methodology, findings, and I'll just close off with some recommendations, hopefully to advance the practice as a professional development model. Why do you think, these are the questions, why do you think teacher research engagement matters? This is just have a look and think about them, not necessarily answering them right now due to time constraints. Reflect on your own experience actually as a researcher, and how do you engage into research activities? Do you have any challenges, any rewards actually when you do research, apart from requirements of appraisal or general professional development? Have you thought about reflecting that into your own classroom practices and teaching, developing your materials and design and all that? And how would you see that in general, like I said, in relation to your teaching and in general and the teaching and learning process? And how can we as teachers transform our research knowledge and findings into practical pedagogical insights in the classroom, tips, insights, materials, whatever. The objectives, like I said, the paper is already published. You can have a look at it in detail, just to shed light on the teacher research engagements as a very important practice, and to raise participants' awareness of the importance of research in relation to professional developments. And it's also highlight, sorry, just a second. It highlights the critical issues related to this engagement, of course, but hopefully the insights we get from it should be hopefully helpful. The paper, like I said, conducted with me and a colleague in the Rostag College of Education, University of Applied Sciences, the newly established University, Applied Sciences and Technology. Recommendation, hopefully, at the end to advance the practice. So teacher research engagement defined and perceived like differently in the literature, but at least what we mean by research engagement, we mean researching, doing research, using research, and reading research, and connect that with your practices. This is an extended definition adopted from Simon Borg, is the leading author in our area in this field. It talks about what it is in general. Like you said, it's a very systematic kind of research you do using whatever qualitative approved in your discipline, quantitative in general, qualitative or mixed method. And then it could be done collaboratively or individually to help you understand actually some aspects of your work and your classroom. Potentially that will lead to improvement in teaching and learning, teaching quality, and possibly improving the institutional in general, like accreditation, visibility, ranking, all that. As you know, research component has become very important in the university ranking and accreditation process and all that. Different terms used for teacher research engagement. Sometimes we call it evidence-based research, teacher research pedagogy dialogue, informed practice, practitioner research, collaborative inquiry, self-study. But the common denominator is that this kind of research is supposed to be reflected in our teaching and pedagogical practices in general in the classroom. Benefits, a number of range of benefits reported in the literature for the research engagement. It facilitates dialogue between researchers and teachers, especially teachers would, if they are not doing research themselves, would benefit from research findings into understanding their practical things in the classroom and advance their professional development in general. It also allows teachers to become reflective. This is very important, critical about lots of things in teaching and learning in the classroom incidents, and offer pedagogical insights to help you move through with your teaching and learning and all that. Understanding, for example, your learners' learning strategies and preferences and all that, so that you can design and help your classes in a way that accessible to students. Enhance teachers' pedagogical decisions with regard to many things related to teaching and learning. Contributes and illuminate the nature of classroom practices. This is very important. This is the link for the paper. Like I said, just if you are interested, you can have a look at it later on. Challenges. Also, this practice is not without challenge. We all know that we have lots of challenges sometimes when it comes to conducting research, let alone reading, using research in the classroom. Non-collaborative nature in research work sometimes, limitation, lack of, both institutional and personal. Lack of awareness sometimes. Some people don't know actually about the importance of research in teaching and learning and in professional development in general. Maybe they disbelief in how research can value of research, lack of motivation, personal motivation, like I said. Institutional factors as well, resources, some they don't have like access to databases, research publication sources. Like I said, this study was conducted in 2 Omani universities. We involved 20, I'll talk about that in the method section, 20 EFL participants. What we mean by EFL, for those who are not familiar with the terms, English as a foreign language teachers, involved in teaching and learning in Omani higher education institutions. Incentives, reward funding, it might not be applicable to all universities, but we do have cases like this. Research question of the study, we just looked at 3 general research questions. How Oman teachers in Omani higher education institutions perceive actually teacher research engagement in relation to CPD, continuing professional development, and to what extent do they engage in research, and what the reasons, if there are any reason, that prevents them from doing research. What could be done to increase the EFL teacher research engagement? Like I said, research engagements perceived as either you do research yourself, you use research findings, you read research findings to reflect that into your teaching, but maybe the ultimate thing is to do it yourself as a practitioner and to involve your students into that. The methodology is a qualitative study, small scale study involving 20 EFL participants. We analyze our data, semi-structured interviews used as the main method of data collection. More details about the method and research design will be found in the paper. But generally, a small scale covering 2 higher education institutions involving only 20 EFL teachers. Possibly future research can involve a lot, can compare and contrast between, for example, humanities and social sciences and STEM, applied sciences, STEM, science, technology, mathematics and engineering fields, or applied sciences in general, as opposed to social sciences, and see how research in general used in enhancing teaching and learning in these different fields of knowledge. Findings, just a quick wrap up here for about the findings. Summarize finding details are found in the paper, of course. Participants actually reportedly talk about research helping them understanding and updating pedagogical knowledge. Actually, it helps them with designing their teaching. A case, for example, one said, I would use case studies, for example, to enhance my teaching and learning. I read something about teaching X or Z, listening, speaking stuff in English, for example, better to inform my design and teaching and all that. Help comparing, contrasting practices across the disciplines in different contexts. It also offers practical tips and insight to addressing lots of incidents and classroom problems as we go through about our teaching. Findings also indicate some challenges, not only benefits, but also there are some challenges when it comes to conducting or reading research. Possibly most of the participants, tend to the 2 things, like doing and reading and using, but a little bit like kind of engaging into conducting research projects. A lack of time to teach, juggling between teaching, admin-related work of teaching, and also at the same time conducting research. This is also lead us when we talk about the recommendation as to how we ease out that. Lack of awareness, some people actually not importance of research itself, importance of research itself as a transformative means for transformative CPD. lack of funding in some institution and research-related incentive, rewards, and all that. Like you can see, some of these factors actually are personal and others are institutional. And lack of motivation, personal motivation, research training. This is a very serious issue in some cases. You know, novice researchers versus seasoned or experienced academics. You know, this mentoring things. I mean, some novice researchers need like most of training into lots of research methods, research design, lots of things. Importance of doing this kind of thing. Lack of access to, you know, publication resources, databases. In some cases, yes, this problem is addressed in somehow, but still not everything is sorted like in a very kind of effective way to have access to lots of various kind of databases and research resources. And lack of research culture, this is a very important issue as well. You know, there's no culture of kind of, oh, we do research is very important, integral part of academic profession and all that. Raising teachers' awareness recommendation. Based on that, we just suggested some ways, hopefully, can be applied to advance this practice as a professional development means. Teachers need to be actually aware of the importance of research as a means of professional development. We need to establish and promote research culture within the higher education institutions and among teachers, like by establishing clusters, research groups, collaborative research projects. All these kind of things will help promote the culture of research and all that. Setting up research-related training sessions, this is very important, very tailor-made, very bespoke, based on needs, analysis of staff. What do they need? It could be even seasoned, experienced researchers might need a little bit of something on a particular kind of model to analyze something on whatever research training, methodologically speaking. It has to be provided, providing sustainable and generous research funding, awards and incentive, and providing access to lots of research databases. Allocating, this is very important, time slots in teaching, timetables. Dufar Invest has done a lot, I guess, in this, as you know, in a way, starting to do that. But I think we need a little bit more actually in different, I'm talking about different institutions to have all that in mind. Allocating time slots for teaching time exclusively for research activities. And also educating for reducing actually teaching loads. But this is again, a controversial issue. How should we do that? Time should be allocated for research. Adequate teaching and administrative load reduction should be offered, especially at least for teachers who are research active, but everyone should have a fair of this fair share. Load reduction, like in general, should be given for teachers who wish to engage into research projects and research activities. And the higher education institution as well should provide systematic, sustainable, actually, not like one and off kind of support to help teachers engage into research project. Institutional policies should be revisited. This is very important. And more policies should be oriented towards research development. Research training, like I said earlier, should be part of the continuing professional development and the staff appraisal, annual appraisal or something. Teachers also should be encouraged and rewarded to incorporate their teaching findings into practical classrooms activities. And this is best, for example, best teaching award could be provided. Good experience, good practice should be shared. A balance, this is very important, between research, teaching, and the other duties should be maintained. And also by a clear statement, actually, of policies and contractual conditions. So teachers are supposed to do this and this and this. But also university could think of recruiting, for example, teaching fellows only without research responsibilities. Maybe others could be recruited as research fellows, just doing lots of research, focusing on research. Others mixing both responsibilities, teaching and research, although some you would argue in some cases teaching and research are inextricably linked, but sometimes maybe in some cases you need to kind of having this in mind. Teaching fellows, fellows only, research fellows only, teaching and research staff. The balance between research and teaching duties, like I said, should be clearly stated in the policy with this note, these are the references. Thank you very much. If you got any question, comments, you are more than welcome.
Hello. Yes.
Hello, we can hear you.
Any questions? Yes. If there are no questions, we'll go over to the next speaker.
May I ask a question, please, if you don't mind?
Can I ask a question, Dr. Samin?
Yes, sure. Yes, sure.
Hello, Dr. Awad. Thank you very much. Very interesting recommendations. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, when we talk about our students, in undergraduate students and postgraduate students, they have some courses about research methodology, especially undergraduate students. And would you please tell us more on how to enhance our students' research skills and research culture in relation to these courses?
Thank you very much, Dr. Musa. But this is actually it's beyond the scope of the presentation.
Exactly,
because I'm focusing on stuff. But,
True, I agree with you.
This is interesting point actually. But we could say, I mean, part of research engagement and research culture is by setting this forum and clusters and research groups, and staff are supposed actually to invite students to attend the seminars and sessions in these groups. Also, students can be part of research projects, not only participants, but could also be involved as doers, co-authors in research projects. But most importantly, how to set up like research group for postgrad students. Staff can come in, also can present in these groups, and that's the only thing I think we could involve our students into activities that actually enhance and broaden their scope into how to conduct research, not only the courses of research methodology and stuff. This is not, but they can do practical things. They can be involved in projects. It could be part of their assessment to come and attend and do small scale projects, supervise in a formative or summative way, depending on the flexibility of the courses. I think that's the only thing to have this kind of culture everywhere, including both staff and the students, especially postgrad students, actually.
Can I have a question, please, if you don't mind?
Based on what? Sorry, this is very short. Sorry, Dr. Awad. Based on the FORUP research and FORUP platform, which can say, which covers the students research, and based on our postgraduate students, okay, and based on other research efforts, I invite research committee to consider the importance to highlight these kind of efforts across the university, because we are doing many different categories of research for our students. So, but unfortunately, we want to highlight their effort and their their results in order to promote research culture, across the university. Thank you, both of you, and sorry for taking.
We are running out of time. I'll take one last question from the chat. How does intersectional and interdisciplinary collaborative research help in instructors' professional development?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again, Dr. Samin? Sorry.
How does interdisciplinary collaborative research help in the instructor's professional development?
It's a very important, I'm talking about research in general, collaborative projects, interdisciplinary projects. I mean, the question is how to initiate that, institutionally or individually. I mean, the question is how to set up a mechanism, not only admin thing, but how researchers could engage. And this is how like I suggested, these research clusters, I think, would allow this kind of interdisciplinarity, and this would involve, like comparing and contrasting. I mean, how X or Z discipline actually involve students or use research findings into their teaching. And this is how it comes through research culture, through collaboration, through clustering all this within an institution. It's all about encouragement, supporting policy, all that. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Awad, for answering all the questions. Now we'll go over to the next speaker, Dr. Yusuf Al-Barami. Yes, Dr. Yusuf.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Yes. Dr. Yusuf will speak on an important topic about the school textbooks under the vision of the National Council of Mathematics of Oman.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Yusuf. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. البحث اللي سيقوم بعرضه الآن هو بعنوان دراسة تحليلية لكتب الرياضيات في مرحلة التعليم الأساسي وفق معايير ال NCTM بسلطنة عمان. هذا البحث هو بحث مشترك قمت فيه أنا مع زميلي الدكتور عبد القادر السيد. وهذا البحث كنا نهدف منه هو دراسة لمناهج الرياضيات في سلطنة عمان بالذات وفي الصف التاسع الأساسي، بحيث نعرف مدى توافر مثل هذه المعايير اللي هي معايير ال NCTM، مدى توافرها في مناهج السلطنة بشكل خاص. طبعا معايير ال NCTM هي معايير عالمية ودولية ويعتمد عليها كثيرا في مراجعة وتقييم الكتب وتطويرها. لذلك كان من الأحرى بنا أن نفكر في مراجعة بعض الكتب، وخاصة اخترنا الصف التاسع لأن الصف التاسع هو يعتبر الصف الذي لم يطبق عليه مناهج الحديثة اللي هي مناهج كامبريدج، وعليه تم عمل تحليل وسنعرض إن شاء الله ما تم في هذه الدراسة. طبعا المنهج الدراسي هو طبعا يعتبر خطوة هامة ومحورية للنهوض بعمليتي التعليم والتعلم وتحسين تحصيل الطلاب. فالمناهج هي العقل المحرك للرؤى والفلسفات والمسيرات التعليمية. فالكتاب المدرسي هو المنهج الذي يسير عليه العملية التعليمية، فكان لابد أن يتم مراجعته، خصوصا نحن في عالم متطور ومتجدد. فكانت إعادة النظر في المناهج وتطويرها يعني أمر يعني حتمي، لابد أنه يكون ضمن أولويات أي دولة تسعى للتطوير والتقدم في مناهجها الدراسية. فكان في عملنا هذا مع الدكتور زميلي الدكتور عبد القادر السيد انه بدأنا نطلع على ما مدى توافر، سؤالنا الرئيسي كان ما مدى توافر معايير ال NCTM في مقرر الرياضيات لكتاب الصف التاسع، واخترنا اللي هو وحدة الهندسة للفصل الدراسي الأول والثاني، وتم تحليل المحتوى وفق ما يلي. مشكلة الدراسة، طبعا قلنا مشكلة الدراسة والتساؤلات اللي هي أهمية الكتاب المدرسي باعتباره ترجمة وظيفية للمناهج وأحد الوسائل الرئيسية لتحقيق عملية التعليم والتعلم. أيضا كثير من الدراسات دعت إلى ضرورة مراجعة المناهج الدراسية ومقارنتها بمعايير ال NCTM اللي هو المجلس القومي لمعلمي الرياضيات، والبحث في مدى توافر هذه المعايير في هذه المناهج الدراسية. وهناك طبعا على مستوى الوطن العربي في كثير من الدراسات قامت في تحليل مناهجها الدراسية ومقارنتها بمناهج ال STM، وهذا أيضا من ضمن ما قمنا فيه نحن في هذا المقرر. كتاب الصف التاسع الأساسي وما بعده من صفوف لم تشهد بعد عملية التطوير التي تقوم بها السلطنة عمان. فالمناهج الرياضيات وفق سلاسل مناهج كامبريدج. طبعا مناهج كامبريدج هي مناهج طبقت من الصفوف الأول الابتدائي أو الأول أساسي إلى الصف الثامن أساسي، والصف التاسع ما زال لم يطبق فيه هذه المناهج الحديثة. فكان الفكرة أنه لماذا لا ندرس هذا المنهج ونرى ما هي المعايير أو مدى توافر هذه المعايير في هذا المقرر، حتى أيضا نستطيع أن نقارن بينها وبين ما سيحدث إن شاء الله مع تغيير المنهج إلى منهج كامبريدج الحديثة. أيضا مشكلة الدراسة، لاحظنا أيضا هناك تدني مستوى أداء طلبة التعليم الأساسي بسلطنة عمان في اختبارات التيمز، حيث بلغ متوسط الطلبة في اختبار تيمز 2007 فيما يتعلق بمحور الهندسة كان 357 نقطة، وبلغ هذا المتوسط في الرياضيات بشكل عام 416 نقطة، وذلك في اختبار أيضا 2018 للتيمز، مقارنة بالمتوسط الدولي اللي هو 500. فكان المؤشر أدنى من ال 500 اللي هو المؤشر الدولي في المقارنة بين مستويات المتعلمين. توجهات وزارة التربية والتعليم بسلطنة عمان بشأن تطوير مناهج الرياضيات وفق سلاسل كامبريدج ومناهج ستيم كأحد المناهج والمداخل الدولية في تعليم الرياضيات، وهذا أيضا من ضمن الأشياء التي دعت إلى أيضا إعادة النظر في مثل هذه المناهج. الشكوى المتكررة من التربويين والمهتمين بتعليم الرياضيات من تدني التحصيل الدراسي في الرياضيات. طبعا احنا المؤشرات الموجودة في نتائج التيمز أظهرت أن هناك في تدني في مستوى تحصيل الطلاب، وظهر المؤشر أنه أقل من المتوسط العام، وهذا يدل على أن هناك في مشكلة. واحد المشكلات التي يعني ربما تكون تم ملاحظتها يعني من خلال دراسات او من خلال نتائج الدراسات الدوليه، ان هذا التدني كان يعني قد يكون ان الطلاب في مستويات العليا ومستويات التفكير العليا كان مستواهم متدني، ولذلك كان بنا ان نفكر في هل هذه المستويات ايضا موجوده، هل المناهج موافقه للمعايير الانسيتيم اللي هي معايير المجلس القومي للمعلمين الرياضيات، ما مدى توافر مثل هذه المعايير في المناهج. كان هذا ايضا من ضمن التساؤلات اللي جعلتنا نفكر في تحليل هذا المحتوى ودراسته. ايضا من خلال الخبره العمليه الطويله للباحثين في مجال الاشراف على التربيه والعمليه دراسه التعليم الاساسي بسلطنه عمان، افتقار محتوى كتاب الرياضات الحالي للعديد من المعايير الدوليه في بناء محتوى المناهج. هذا ايضا يعني ظهر لنا من خلال ايضا الخبره ومن خلال الممارسه العمليه لمتابعه هذه المناهج في ممارستها الاساسيه. ومن هنا ظهر السؤال الرئيسي لهذا البحث اللي هو ما مدى توافر معايير المجلس القومي لمعلمي الرياضيات الNCTM في محتوى كتاب الرياضيات في مرحله التعليم الاساسي في سلطنه عمان. وتم اختيار وحده اللي هي وحده الهندسه بالذات، لانها حسب الدراسات كانت تظهر فيها ان هناك كثير من الملاحظات على هذه الوحده بالذات في المناهج التي حتى الدراسات العمانيه كانت تبرز مثل هذا النقص. فكانت الفكره ان ناخذ هذا المنهج وفي هذه الوحده بالذات. محددات الدراسة سوف تكون تحدد الدراسة في محتوى الهندسة في كتاب الرياضيات للصف التاسع الأساسي بسلطنة عمان للعام الأكاديمي 2018-2019. طبعا هذا كلام قبل تقريبا عام أو عام ونصف من الآن. طبعا من ضمن المحددات أيضا هي معايير المحتوى للمجلس القومي لمعلمي الرياضيات اللي هو الNCTM الصفوف من 9 إلى 12. تم الرجوع إلى معايير المناهج الرياضيات من الصف 9 إلى الصف 12 أيضا لمقارنتها وعمل مقارنة بينها وبين مدى توافرها في الكتاب الصف التاسع للصف في محتوى أو في وحدة الهندسة للفصل الدراسي الأول والثاني. أيضا الأداة التي تستخدم أداة تحليل المحتوى. تحليل المحتوى هذه الأداة استخدمناها في معرفة مدى توافر المعايير، وأيضا كتاب الطالب سيكون هو كتاب الرياضيات الصف التاسع اللي هو من ضمن أيضا المحددات. محتوى الهندسة بكتاب الرياضيات الصف التاسع هو طبعا المحتوى هي أحد الوحدات الدراسية الموجودة والتي هي موجودة في الفصل الدراسي الأول والفصل الدراسي الثاني. معايير المجلس القومي لمعلمين الرياضيات وهو معايير وضع مجموعة من المعايير لكل مرحلة تعليمية في كل مجال من مجالات الرياضيات، توضح أن مدى توافرها ومدى احتياجنا لوجودها. منهجية الدراسة. المنهج الدراسة اعتمدت الدراسة الحالية على المنهج الوصفي التحليلي، وذلك لتحليل محتوى الهندسة بكتاب الرياضيات للصف التاسع الأساسي في سلطنة عمان. ومجتمع الدراسة سيكون هو مجتمع الدراسة وكتاب الرياضيات المدرسي الفصل الدراسي الأول والثاني المقرر على طلبة الصف التاسع بسلطنة عمان في العام الأكاديمي 2018-2019. وعينة الدراسة سوف تشمل عينة الدراسة اللي هي الوحدات الخمسة المتعلقة بالهندسة المتضمنة في كتب الرياضيات في الصف التاسع بسلطنة عمان. ومن خلال التحليل طبعا هناك في 4 معايير. هذه معايير الNCTM. المعيار الأول هو تحليل وخصائص الأشكال الهندسية ثنائية وثلاثية الأبعاد وتنمية تحقيق رياضيات تتعلق بالعلاقات الهندسية. كان هناك 9 مؤشرات لهذا المعيار. وهناك أيضا معيار وصف العلاقات المكانية وتحديد المواقع باستخدام الهندسة والإحداثيات وأنظمة التمثيل الأخرى. هذا المعيار اللي هو في الNCTM. في أيضا 6 مؤشرات. أيضا المعيار الثالث كان التحولات الهندسية وتطبيقاتها واستخدامها باستخدام التساؤلات لتحليل المواقف الرياضيات، وهناك في حوالي 16 مؤشر. استخدام التصورات الذهنية والتفكير البصري والمكاني والنمذجة الهندسية لحل المشكلات، وكان هناك أيضا 12 مؤشر. إذا المجموع المؤشرات الموجودة هناك 43 مؤشر تم مقارنتهم بمنهج رياضيات للصف التاسع لمعرفة مدى توافرها ما هي نسبة توافرها في هذه المناهج. إجراءات التحليل تمت على النحو التالي: يعتمد الباحثان على موضوع الوحدة في تحليل المحتوى والفقرة كوحدة تسجيل. أما فئة التحليل فكانت اللي هي المعايير ومؤشرات الهندسة الصادرة من المجلس القومي لمعلمي الرياضيات. قرأت كل فقرة في كل محور من كتاب الطالب، مع اعتبار أن كل نشاط أو تدريب أو مثال أو مسألة أو فقرة اعتماد الفقرة الصريحة التي تكون تامة المعنى والضمنية التي يمكن اشتقاق المعنى من خلالها ضمن فقرات التحليل. تحديد عدد مرات تكرار كل معيار من المعايير المتعلقة بمحتوى الهندسة. حساب عدد مرات التكرار لكل مؤشر والنسبة المئوية للتكرارات مراعيا عدة اعتبارات. طبعا هذه كلها هي إجراءات اللي تمت في عملية التحليل. نتائج الدراسة: توصلت الدراسة إلى مجموعة من النتائج. المعيار الأول والثاني والثالث والرابع هناك نسبة التكرارات الموجودة، وجدنا المعيار رقم 3 كان يعتبر هو أقل المعايير، أقل نسبته 13%، وهو أقل المعايير تواجدا في هذه المناهج. طبعا المعايير الأخرى موجودة بنسب معينة، ولكن سنتحدث عن كل معيار وسنرى المؤشرات لهذا المعيار. هنا في المعيار رقم 1، هذا المعيار الأول اللي هو تحليل خصائص ومميزات الأشكال الهندسية ثنائية وثلاثية الأبعاد وتنمية حقوق رياضيات تتعلق بالعلاقات الهندسية. هذا المعيار اللي هو فيه ما يقارب 9 مؤشرات. في 9 مؤشرات لاحظنا إنه مؤشر اللي هو اكتشاف العلاقات التشابه والتطابق بين الأجسام وتخمين علاقات التشابه والتطابق كانت هي وأيضا واكتشاف العلاقات. إذا هناك في مجموعة من المؤشرات كانت نسبتها ضعيفة وقد تصل إلى تكرار 1%، وفي هناك 3%. بعض المؤشرات كانت نسبة تواجدها تصل إلى نسبة ضعيفة جدا، وبعضها متوسطة الضعف تواجدها. وربما معيار استخدام العلاقات المثلية لتحديد الأطوال كان هو يعتبر هو وحل مشكلات التطابق والتشابه بين الأجسام ثنائية ثلاثية الأبعاد كان 26%. فكان هذا المؤشرين هم أكثر المؤشرات تواجدا في هذه المناهج. أما البقية فهناك في ضعف واضح في عملية وجود هذه المؤشرات في معيار اللي هو المعيار رقم 1. في المعيار الثاني اللي هو وصف العلاقات المكانية وتحديد المواقع باستخدام الهندسة والإحداثيات وأنظمة التمثيل الأخرى، في هذا المعيار كانت هناك 6 مؤشرات. ال6 مؤشرات لاحظنا انه في مؤشر رقم 2 ومؤشر رقم 3 ومؤشر رقم 4 كانت معدومة، يعني كانت غير موجودة في المناهج الدراسية للصف التاسع. وهناك مؤشرين 2 اللي هو استخدام الإحداثيات وتحليل المواقف الرياضية وحل المشكلات تضمن أجسام ثنائية البعد بالإحداثيات. هذه المؤشرين 2 كانوا هم الأعلى في هذا المعيار. هذا المعيار كان فيه مؤشرين يحملون نسبة عالية، وهناك باقي المؤشرات تقريبا بين ضعيفة وبين معدومة في هذا اللي هو المعيار اللي هو رقم 2 في وحدة الهندسة. المعيار الثالث اللي هو التحويلات الهندسية وتطبيقاتها واستخدام تساؤلات التحليل للمواقف في الرياضيات كان أيضا جمع بين نسب ضعيفة وبين معدومة. هناك 0% لتمثيل التكبير باستخدام الدوال، تمثيل التكبير باستخدام المصفوفات، وكان أيضا تمثيل الانعكاسات باستخدام الدوال، وتمثيل الانعكاسات باستخدام المصفوفات والتخطيطات والإحداثيات والدول. التمثيل هذا المجموعة التمثيل كلها كان 0%، وهذا يدل على أنه هذه المؤشرات هي معدومة الوجود في هذه المناهج. وهناك نسبة متفاوتة، وربما تمثيل الدوران باستخدام التخطيط كان هو الأعلى ما كان ويمثل 59%. وهذه النسبة يعني تبين أن هناك بقية المؤشرات كانت أيضا بين معدومة وبين ضعيفة في هذا المعيار اللي هو معيار التحويلات الهندسية وتطبيقاتها واستخدام التساؤلات لتحليل المواقف في الرياضيات. المعيار رقم 4 والأخير، هذا المعيار رقم 4 اللي هو استخدام التصورات الذهنية والتفكير البصري والمكاني والنمذجة الهندسية لحل المشكلات. هذا المعيار في وحدة الهندسة كان هناك ما يقارب 12 مؤشر. 12 مؤشر، هذه 12 مؤشر في لو لاحظ انه استخدام الشكل المنظور لحل المشكلات كان 71% نسبة التكرارات، كان نسبة عالية جدا في هذا المؤشر. اما بقيه المؤشرات بين المنعدمه وبين الضعيفه، ما عدا قد يكون متوسطه في رسم تمثيلات الاجسام ثلاثيه الابعاد كانت ايضا متوسطه. اما بقيه المؤشرات اللي هو مؤشر رقم 2 والمؤشر رقم 3 والمؤشر رقم 4 و5 و6 كانت ضعيفه جدا، والمؤشر رقم 10 والمؤشر رقم 11 كانت منعدمه وهي 0%. وايضا استخدام افكار هندسيه لحل مشكلات في المجال الاخرى كانت ايضا ضعيفه. ففي المعيار رقم 4 في محور الهندسه، هذا المعيار اللي هو في الان سي تي ام، وجدنا انه هناك في مجموعه من المؤشرات بين ضعيفه وبين منعدمه، وهي معناها انها غير موجوده او انها ضعيفه تواجدها في مقرر رياضيات الصف التاسع الاساسي. مناقشه النتائج وتحليل ومناقشه نتائج الدراسه. يتضح بما سبق نسبة تضمين معايير ومؤشرات المجلس القومي لمعلمين الرياضيات اللي هو الان سي تي ام في محتوى الكتاب الرياضيات للصف التاسع الاساسي كانت ضعيفة لدى بعض المؤشرات وضعيفة جدا، وقد تكون منعدمة لدى معظم المؤشرات. وحيث لوحظ على سبيل المثال افتقار الكتاب الى استخدام الطالب للافكار الهندسية لحل مشكلات في مجال الفن وفي مجال الهندسة المعمارية، واستخدام مهارات التخيل والتفكير والتصور ذهنيا، واستخدام الادوات الهندسية المتنوعة في الرسم والبناء. إذا هناك في مجموعة من المؤشرات بين ضعيفة وبين ضعيفة جدا وبين منعدمة، وهي نسبتها الأكبر في المؤشرات التي كانت في ال NCTM لما قارناها بمنهج الرياضة الصف التاسع. كما أن الكتاب لا يتضمن أي موضوعات عن المصفوفات أو تمثيلات الانعكاس أو الدوران أو التحولات الأخرى، وموضوعات أخرى كثيرة هامة غير موجودة في محتوى الكتاب. وهذه الموضوعات ذكرها المعايير في معايير ال NCTM موجودة كموضوعات مهمة يجب أن يتضمنها منهج الصف التاسع الرياضيات، وهي أيضا غير موجودة في هذا الكتاب. بالرغم من تكدس المحتوى وتركيزه على موضوعات أقل أهمية، يعني هناك موضوعات أقل أهمية وربما أعطيت مساحة كبيرة من التركيز، والموضوعات التي هي محددة في الان سي تي ام كموضوعات مهمة إن يكون تواجدها قد يكون وجودها غير موجود أو منعدمة، يعني قد تكون منعدمة أو قد تكون موجود بشكل بسيط جدا. وتتفق تلك الدراسة، يعني الدراسة اللي قمنا فيها أنا والدكتور عبد القادر، هذه الدراسة تتفق أيضا مع دراسة قام بها الجرداني 2019 ودراسة البسامي 2013 اللي هي أيضا أجرت على مناهج مختلفة في الرياضيات في الصف أظن السابع وفي الصف السادس وفي الصف الخامس. أيضا قام بتحليل المحتوى، ومن خلال تحليل المحتوى وجدوا أن هناك كثير من المؤشرات والمرتبطة بالمعايير كانت أيضا ضعيفة وقد تكون غير موجودة. وهذا يدل على أنه هناك أيضا في بعض المواد الأخرى كانت أيضا في قصد الصفوف الأخرى عندها موجود فيها هذا النقص في المعايير والمؤشرات المرتبطة بالان سي تي ام. وهذا يفسر بشكل واضح تدني مستوى طلبة سلطنة عمان في الاختبارات الدولية، لأن الاختبارات الدولية التي تعد كاختبارات تيمز هي اختبارات دولية، والاختبارات الدولية هي مرتبطة بمعايير ومؤشرات عالمية، وبما أنه هذه المعايير والمؤشرات بعضها غير موجودة في مناهجنا، فمن الطبيعي أن عندما يتقدم الطلبة لاختبارات التيمز يحدث هناك إخفاق لدى الطلبة وحصولهم على درجات أقل. وهذا أيضا وضح من خلال نتائج تيمز 2007 و2015 أنه هناك في تدني في المستوى العام، وما لم نصل إلى المستوى اللي هو المتوسط العام الذي هو 500 نقطة. التوصيات مقترحات الدراسة: تطوير منظومة مناهج الرياضيات بسلطنة عمان، خاصة الكتاب الدراسي بشكل يراعي ويتوافق مع معايير الدولية في تعليم الرياضيات ويراعي فلسفة وطموحات المجتمع العماني. إجراء دراسات تقويمية لمحتوى كتب الرياضيات الصف التاسع الأساسي بسلطنة عمان وفق محاور الجبر والأعداد والعمليات. طبعا الدراسة هذه قامت بدراسة وحدة الهندسة ومقارنتها بمعايير الان سي تي ام. ايضا من ضمن التوصيات انه يتم دراسه نفس المقرر الصف التاسع لكن في محاور اخرى مثل الجبر والاعداد والعمليات عليها، لان ايضا محاور قد تكون لم يتم دراستها حتى الان. اجراء دراسات مقارنه مع العديد من مناهج الرياضيات العالميه او العربيه في محتوى الرياضيات بشكل عام والهندسه بشكل خاص لتحديد جوانب الضعف والقوه في مناهج الرياضيات بسلطنه عمان.
Yes, Dr. Yusuf. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Any questions? Anybody can type in the chat. Yes. So far, there are no questions. So let's go over to the next speaker, Dr. Musa. Yes, Dr. Musa.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me, Dr. Samin?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, but you have to share your screen.
Okay. Already I clicked. Can you close the previous slides? Can you remove Dr. Yusuf's slide?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Yes, Dr. Yusuf. Remove your
Yes.
slides. Yes. Yes, please remove your slides. Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes. Yeah, it looks okay. Yes.
All right.
Yes, Dr. Musa will be talking to us about entrepreneurship in Arabic, a very relevant topic for our students and our staff about entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samin. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف خلق الله أجمعين. حقيقة أنا في البداية أقدم شكري وتقديري لأعضاء اللجنة القائمة على هذا العمل، لجنة البحث العلمي، ومتمثلة في جميع الأعضاء طبعا، وأيضا أشكر زملائي الحاضرين لمتابعة مثل هذه الأوراق التي تقدم في ملتقى اليوم. أشكر الجميع وأتمنى إن شاء الله أن يكون هذا العرض مفيد للجميع، وأرحب بجميع التساؤلات المطروحة من خلال هذا العرض. طبعا هذا الموضوع يتناول إصدار كتاب عن المناهج التربوية في القرن ال21، البناء والتقويم والتطوير. طبعا بمجموعة من الأساتذة في القسم متمثلين في الدكتور عبد القادر، وأيضا دكتور من جامعة عين شمس دكتور محمد سيد، ودكتور يوسف البرعمي طبعا، ويعني دكتور موسى طبعا أنا مشارك معهم في هذا العمل. وتمكنا بحمد الله من إصدار هذا الكتاب، وهذا الكتاب طبعا معنون بالمناهج التربوية في القرن ال21، البناء والتقويم والتطوير. أشكر زملائي المؤلفين لهذا الكتاب على هذا الجهد الرائع، وعلى هذا الجهد إن شاء الله الذي يصب في مصلحة العمل الأكاديمي في السلطنة وخارج السلطنة. طبعا في البداية تأتي أهمية المناهج بشكل عام. يعني في البداية يعني أود أن أعطي مقدمة بسيطة تحضير وتوطئة للعرض. تأتي أهمية المناهج طبعا في قلب العملية التعليمية التعلمية، في قلب العملية التربوية. طبعا أهمية هذه المناهج تأتي في صقل وفي جمع كل المتغيرات وكل العوامل ذات العلاقة بالتعليم والتعلم في منظومة واحدة. طبعا المناهج تختلف باختلاف المدارس الفكرية المصاحبة لتصميم مثل هذه المناهج. حقيقة توجد مدارس فكرية كبيرة جدا ومختلفة تماما، ولكن أتى طرح هذا الكتاب في ظل المتغيرات التي على الساحة الآن، المتغيرات العولمة ومتغيرات شبكة الإنترنت، ومتغيرات أهمية ظهور التفكير الناقد في العملية التعليمية، ومتغيرات lifelong learning skills اللي هي المهارات المصاحبة للتعلم خلال الأمد العمري. أيضا تأتي أهمية المحتويات أيضا حتى في تصميم الآن في احتياجات الطلاب من مجتمعات مختلفة لمجموعة من المهارات، سواء كانت مهارات اجتماعية، سواء كانت مهارات تعليمية، سواء كانت مهارات اقتصادية، سواء كانت يعني تختص بسوق العمل أقصد يعني وإلى آخره. إذن في هذه الحالة يعني فرضت كثير من المتغيرات واقع المحتوى، واقع محتوى مختلف، واقع صياغة أهداف مختلفة، واقع أدوات تقويم مختلفة. إذا عندما نضمن مثل هذه المفاهيم وهذه المهارات في المناهج الحديثة، نأتي إلى أهمية هذه المهارات كمهارات القرن ال21. طبعا هذا الكتاب يتضمن 6 فصول مثل ما هو موضح في هذا الشكل الذي أمامنا. الفصل الأول مفهوم المنهج والمفاهيم ذات الصلة. الفصل الثاني أسس بناء المناهج التربوية. الفصل الثالث منظومة المناهج التربوية. الفصل الرابع تنظيمات المناهج التربوية. الفصل الخامس يختص التقويم التربوي الخاص بطبيعة كل منهج. الفصل السادس أيضا تطوير المناهج التربوية حسب الاحتياجات الخاصة للتعليم. يأتي مكونات الفصل الأول. في البداية قبل أن نتناول مكونات فصول الكتاب، يعني نما إلى ذهني الآن من خلال طرحي لهذا المحتوى ولهذه ملخص الكتاب، نما إلى علمي كون إنه كلنا نؤمن بأهمية وجود المنهج وأهمية تطوير المناهج وتطوير أدوات صياغة المنهج والمحتوى والتقويم والأحداث. إلا أنه من الواضح لا يوجد عند الكثير من المعلمين وضوح تام لمثل هذه المفاهيم حقيقة يعني. والسؤال الذي يطرح نفسه: كيف يستطيع المعلم أن يقف داخل الغرفة الصفية وفي الموقف الصفي في ظل عدم وجود هذه المعرفة المهمة في نجاح العملية التعليمية؟ هذا حقيقة سؤال متروك للجميع للتساؤل والتفكير في هذا السؤال والتفكير في هذه الإجابات. للأسف في مثل هذه المواقف يأتي دور تأهيل المعلم وتنمية معارف المعلم فيما يتعلق بضرورة استيعاب منظومة المنهج التربوي. ولكن زي ما تفضلت أنا في البداية، كثير من المعلمين للأسف لا يمتلكون المعلومات السابقة أو الباك جراوند نوليدج أو السكيما أو النوليدج أو المعرفة ذات العلاقة بهذا المفهوم، وهو مفهوم المناهج التربوية. لماذا؟ لأن مفهوم المناهج التربوية يعني مفهوم مهم جدا، بحيث أن المنهج يغطي كل مجموعة من العوامل، والتي لاحقا سنقف على ذكرها في فصول قادمة. ولكن أتمنى أنا من الجميع بأن ينظر لأهمية المنهج بمنظور قابل للنقاش. والسؤال أيضا الثاني: هل نحن في الوطن العربي أو في الخليج بشكل خاص، هل نحن نتفق في مفهوم المنهج كتطبيق؟ هذا هو السؤال أيضا الذي أيضا يعني جدير بالمناقشة. طبعا الفصل الأول يتكون أولا من مفهوم المنهج لغويا ومفهوم المنهج اصطلاحيا. أيضا يذكر شرح مفصل عن المنهج بمفهومه التقليدي، أيضا شرح مفصل عن المنهج بمفهومه الحديث، أيضا أوجه المقارنة بين الاثنين، بين المنهج التقليدي والمنهج الحديث. وطبعا الجزء السادس من الفصل الأول: هل تعتبر الخبرة أساس بناء المناهج بهذا المفهوم الحديث؟ هذا أيضا ما هو موجود في الفصل الأول. ومكونات الفصل الثاني طبعا أسس بناء المناهج التربوية. المدارس التي ذكرتها في بداية التوطئة لهذا العرض، وهي تعتبر الأساس الفلسفي، سواء كان العقائدي أو الفكري أو الأساس المعرفي أو الأساس النفسي أو الأساس الثقافي. تأتي مثل هذه الأسس تبلور الفكر الخاص الذي يحمله هذا المنهج وطريقة التعلم والتعليم والتقويم، لأن عملية التعليم والتقويم والتعلم والمحتوى كلها تخضع لمثل هذه الأسس، سواء كانت أسس فلسفية أو أسس معرفية أو نفسية أو ثقافية. أيضا يأتي الكتاب في الفصل الثالث بمنظومة المناهج التربوية. أولا مفهوم المنظومة وسماتها وعناصر منظومة المنهج التي تتلخص في الأهداف التعليمية ومحتوى المنهج وطرائق واستراتيجيات التدريس. أيضا يتناول الأنشطة التعليمية ومصادر التعلم والتقويم. تعتبر هذه 6 عوامل خاصة بمنظومة المنهج. وهنا يأتي أهمية فهم طبيعة إعداد المناهج التربوية، لأن إذا فهمنا نحن طبيعة المناهج والعوامل والعوامل المختلفة التي تصيغ منظومة المنهج، يسهل علينا التعامل مع المواقف الصفية المختلفة. إذا أردنا أن نحقق نتائج، إذا أردنا أن يحقق طلابنا نتائج إيجابية في الاستيعاب وفي التحصيل يجب علينا أن نطبق منهج واضح وأن نكون على دراية تامة باحتياجاتنا الخاصة واحتياجات المجتمع واحتياجات الطلاب عند صياغة مثل هذه المناهج. أيضا يأتي الفصل الرابع ويعكس لنا تنظيمات المناهج التربوية في منهج المواد الدراسية المنفصلة، وفي منهج المواد الدراسية المترابطة، وفي المنهج المدمج، وفي منهج المجالات الواسعة، وأيضا منهج الوحدات القائمة على المادة الدراسية، منهج الوحدات القائمة على الخبرة، منهج الخبرة أو النشاط. هنا تأتي مجموعة من المناهج المختلفة التي تتبع آلية معينة في صياغة هذا المنهج، وتتبع فلسفة معينة في صياغة هذه المنهج. وأيضا عند اختيار مثل هذه المناهج المختلفة، سواء كان منهج الخبرة أو منهج الوحدات القائمة على الخبرة، من هنا يأتي تحديد مسبقا ما هي نوع المخرجات التي يطمح للوصول إليها القائمين على التعليم. فنوع المخرجات المتوقعة هي التي تحدد اختيار المنهج. مثال على ذلك، إذا كانت الدولة صناعية مثلا، وهي الصناعة تعتبر الركيزة الأولى لدى هذه الدولة، يأتي هنا تحديد نوعية المخرجات من التعليم. فإذا أردنا نحن نريد مهندسين، نريد صناع، نريد وظائف صناعية مختلفة، إذا يجب المنهج يعكس المحتوى ويعكس الأهداف ويعكس أدوات التقويم التي تساعد، والمحتوى التي تساعد على تحقيق مثل هذه المخرجات المتوقعة من هذا المنهج. إذن المنهج يخضع لاحتياجات الأفراد من التعلم. تأتي مكونات الفصل الخامس في التقويم. ويعتبر التقويم أيضا مفهوم واسع وكبير جدا، تحكم المناهج التقليدية وتحكم المناهج الحديثة وتحكم أدوات وجمع لقياس مخرجات التعلم ولقياس مخرجات المنهج نفسه، مخرجات الدرس نفسه، مخرجات المحتوى نفسه. إذن هنا توجد مجموعة كبيرة جدا من أدوات القياس، قياس التحصيل، سواء كانت هذه الأدوات تقيس التقويم المستمر أو كانت تقيس التقويم الختامي. طبعا يركز هذا الفصل على مفهوم تقويم المنهج والمبررات لتقويم المنهج، نماذج مختلفة لتقويم المنهج، أيضا التقويم وأدواته، أدوات تقويم المنهج، الاتجاهات الحديثة والتطبيقات الحديثة في تقويم المنهج، وخصائص التقويم الجيد، وخطوات تقويم المنهج. يأتي الفصل السادس والأخير طبعا، وأنا أعتذر عن الإطالة، ويعكس تطوير المناهج التربوية. أولا، دواعي تطوير المناهج التربوية. ما هي الأولويات التي تفرض علينا تطوير المناهج؟ هل نحن يعني بإمكاننا أن نشتري مناهج جاهزة تربوية من السوق، أوكي، ونحاول أنه نحن نطبقها ونستخدمها في سياقنا الخاص؟ أعتقد أنه هذه يعني كلام يعني غير مقبول. يأتي تطوير المناهج بناء على الاحتياجات الخاصة للمتعلمين، والاحتياجات الخاصة للدولة نفسها، والاحتياجات الخاصة للمؤسسات التعليمية. ومن هنا يأتي تصميم وتطوير هذه المناهج لموائمتها مع احتياجات الواقع التعليمي. واقع تطوير المناهج التربوية في وقتنا الراهن طبعا ضرورة حتمية. يجب علينا إعادة يعني زيارة هذه المناهج والنظر وتحليل هذه المناهج القائمة حتى تتوائم مع مخرجات المرحلة القادمة. أيضا أسس وشروط عملية تطوير المناهج. توجد مجموعة من الشروط والأسس التي تتناول عملية تطوير المناهج. رابعا، خطوات عملية وتطبيقية لتطوير المناهج التربوية مع أمثلة قائمة على ذلك. طبعا هذه هي طبعا الست الفصول، ومررنا مرور سريع على هذه الست الفصول. طبعا الكتاب غني بالتفاصيل الدقيقة، ولكن الوقت كما تعرفون زملائي الأعزاء لا يعني يسعنا أن نتناول أكثر من ذلك. أشكر الجميع وتحياتي لكم جميعا. شكرا.
Yes, Dr. Musa, thank you very much for speaking on a very important topic of entrepreneurship. I do not see any questions in the chat, and the link has been given for the certificates. So all the participants are requested to follow the link for the certificate. Now I invite Dr. Nasir. He'll be speaking on another very important topic on neurotic perfection. And this is a very serious issue, both with the students and some of the staff also. Yes, welcome, Dr. Nasir. Yes, Dr. Nasir, I can see your screen. Yes. Dr. Nasir, I can't hear you. Dr. Nasir, unmute your mic. Dr. Nasir, we can't hear you.
Dr. Samin, if the problem is still there,
Assalamu
we
alaikum.
can move. Yeah, okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes,
Now is okay?
yes, Dr. Nasir, now you have switched it on. Yes, good.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Dr. Samin, for your efforts. And I want to thank Dr. Professor Asf Gundal for his efforts in organizing this symposium, and Dr. Najm Al-Hassan. شكرا جزيلا لجميع الزملاء في لجنة البحث العلمي في الجامعة يعني والحضور وكل الموجودين من الزملاء أعضاء هيئة التدريس بالجامعة. طبعا الموضوع بتاعنا اللي هعرضه الآن هو عبارة عن بحث، عنوان البحث الكفاءة الإبداعية للذات وتوجهات الهدف كمنبئات بالنزعة للكمالية العصبية لدى طلاب الجامعة المتفوقين أكاديميا. طبعا بسعد في هذا البحث بالاشتراك مع زميل الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد ثابت فضل، أستاذ ورئيس قسم علم النفس بجامعة مدينة السادات بجمهورية مصر العربية، واللي كان يعني اشتغلنا في هذا البحث أكثر من سنتين في تطبيق الأدوات وتحليلها واستخلاص النتائج. يمكن فكرة البحث جت من أنه كتير جدا من الدراسات اللي تناولت الموهوبين والمتفوقين أكاديميا وجدت على الرغم من أنه الصفات والسمات الإيجابية المعرفية الكثيرة جدا اللي يعني يمتلكها المتفوقين أكاديميا، إلا أنه في هناك بعض السمات السلبية كالنزعة إلى الكمالية. دايما الشخص الموهوب والمتفوق دراسيا بيحاول أنه يعمل العمل مش بطريقة عادية، دايما بيحاول أنه هو يعني يتقن هذا العمل ويصل به إلى درجة من الكمال، وده شيء يعني مطلوب وكويس. لكن المشكلة أنه أحيانا بتبقى درجة عالية جدا من العصبية من الكمالية بتصل إلى يعني نوع من السلبية اللي تؤثر على أداء المتفوقين والموهوبين. يعني بيكون عنده خوف شديد جدا من الفشل، عنده رغبة في إتقان العمل يعني بدرجة 100%، والكمال لله سبحانه وتعالى. وبالتالي هذه النزعة إلى الكمالية أو إلى الكمال بطريقة يعني عصبية أو بطريقة مبالغ فيها جدا قد تؤثر على الأداء الأكاديمي للمتفوقين والموهوبين. فبالتالي وجدنا أنه هل العوامل النفسية زي مثلا الكفاءة الإبداعية للذات اللي تحتوي على مجموعة من الأبعاد المختلفة اللي بتقيس شعور الفرد ومدى كفاءته في التعبير الإبداعي عن ذاته وإدراكه للسمات والقدرات التي يمتلكها ونوع الهدف وتوجهات الهدف ومدى تركيزه على الهدف، هل هذه السمات يمكن من خلالها ان احنا نتنبأ بالنزعة الكمالية العصبية عند الموهوبين او متفوقين دراسيا؟ ودي كانت مشكلة الدراسة ويعني مبرر من مبررات الدراسة. طبعا بنقول انه العديد من الدول على مستوى العالم، الدول المتقدمة والدول النامية، اعطت واولت اهتمام كبير جدا بالموهوبين والمتفوقين، وبيعتبروا ان المتفوقين والموهوبين هم يعني الذخر الحقيقي او يعني الثروة الحقيقية لتقدم اي مجتمع من المجتمعات. فهم يعتبروا قادة المستقبل، ويعتبر يعني لهم دور في تقدم ورقي المجتمع والعمل على تطوير المجتمع. والمتفوقين دايما يعني عندهم او الجانب المضيء عندهم هو الصفات المعرفيه او الصفات العقليه والاجتماعيه والوجدانيه، ودي بتميزهم كتير جدا جدا عن اقرانهم العاديين، زي القدره الفائقه على الاستدلال، التفكير المنطقي، الابتكار في الاعمال العقليه، القدره الكبيره جدا على الاستنباط والاستدلال. كثير جدا من المهارات العقليه والعمليات العقليه بتكون يعني متميزه جدا عن اقرانهم العاديين. لكن من خلال اطلاعنا على العديد من الدراسات الأجنبية والدراسات العربية في هذا المجال، وجدنا أنه كتير جدا من الدراسات تحدثت عن وجود نزعة نحو المثالية، نزعة نحو الكمالية، اللي كتير جدا من الأحيان بتكون يعني زائدة عن الحد أو مبالغ فيها بدرجة كبيرة جدا، سواء في علاقاته مع الآخرين أو سواء في يعني أدائه للأعمال الأكاديمية أو أدائه للأساينمنتس أو التكليفات، لدرجه انه احيانا ممكن من كتر انه بيحاول يعيد العمل اكثر من مره وبيحاول انه يصل الى الكمال قد يصل الى الديدلاين ويعدي منه الديدلاين بدون ما يقدم هذا العمل لخوف انه يكون هذا العمل غير مكتمل. وبالتالي اعتبر هنا ان النزعه للكماليه سمه من سمات الطلاب المتفوقين دراسيا، ويعني تكون هدفها الحفاظ على القيمه الذاتيه لديهم. النزعه للكماليه عند المتفوقين لها مجموعه من المكونات، زي السعي نحو الأداء المتكامل والسعي لتفادي الأخطاء وإن ثغرت، وترتبط أيضا بالشعور لدى المتفوقين أكاديميا بالاختلاف والخوف الشديد من ارتكاب الأخطاء والحساسية الشديدة للنقد والإحباط من النقد الذاتي. وقد يصل في بعض الأحيان المتفوق أكاديميا إلى درجة عالية من النزعة الكمالية اللي ممكن تؤثر على مختلف جوانب الحياة الأكاديمية للمتفوقين دراسيا، وتجعل منه أحيانا يعني قد تؤدي إلى الفشل في أداء الأعمال الأكاديمية أو عدم أدائها في الوقت المطلوب. لذلك ارتبطت النزعة الكمالية بمجموعة من السمات والصفات النفسية، وارتبطت بالقلق من الأخطاء وقد تحول دون تحقيق الطالب لأهدافه، نتيجة للخوف الشديد من الشعور بعدم الكفاءة. طبعا برضو من الأشياء اللي ارتبطت بالنزعة الكمالية توجهات الهدف. هل الهدف اللي بيتبناه الموهوب والمتفوق دراسيا، هل الهدف هو بيركز على الإتقان ولا بيركز على الأداء؟ والاثنين مختلفين جدا عن بعض. هل التركيز على الإتقان والتركيز على الأداء هل بيصاحبوا ميل نحو النجاح وبالتالي بيكون عنده إقدام وميل نحو النجاح في العمل، ولا بيصاحبوا خوف من الفشل وبالتالي بيكون عنده إقدام من أداء العمليات العلمية أو التكليفات المطلوبة منه؟ فبالتالي أحيانا كثيرة جدا تكون النزعة الكمالية يعني أنه يضع أهداف غير واقعية والفشل في تحقيق هذه الأهداف على حسب يعني نوع هذه الأهداف. وبالتالي هنا من الأشياء اللي ارتبطت بالنزعة الكمالية هي توجهات الهدف. توجهات الهدف يعني الرغبة أو الهدف تجاه ما يفعله الطالب. هل هو الطالب هنا بيركز على أدائه فقط ولا بيركز على عملية الإتقان؟ وبالتالي الاثنين كل واحدة فيهم ليها تأثير على أدائه وتأثير على نجاحه وتحقيق إنجازات وتحقيق أهداف في حياته. وبالتالي هنا علماء علم النفس بيقسموا توجهات الهدف إلى أهداف تمكن وأهداف أداء. والكثير منهم جدا بيركز على أنه يكون الطالب لديه أهداف التمكن. ليه؟ لأن أهداف التمكن بتحفز الطالب على استخدام أساليب وطرق تكيفية. بيكون لديه الرغبة في المشاركة في نشاطات التحدي. ترتبط أهداف التمكن بنواتج التعلم الإيجابية. يبقى هنا الطالب المتفوق لما يكون عنده رغبة في أنه بيؤدي هذا العمل للتمكن من المهارات والتمكن من أداء هذا العمل، فبالتالي ده بيكون له نواتج وينعكس بشكل إيجابي على نواتج التعلم الإيجابية. لكن الطلاب ذوي أهداف الأداء اللي بيكون عندهم تركيز على أهداف الأداء وليس التركيز على التمكن، فدول بيفضلوا نشاطات عدم التحدي والرغبة في تجنب الأخطاء والميل إلى تقييم الأداء مرجعي المعيار. وبالتالي هنا قد يعني يؤثر ذلك سلبيا على أدائهم. أيضا توجهات الأهداف ترتبط بالسبب المدرك وراء الإنجاز. فأهداف الأداء يعني أهداف الأداء الخاصة بالإقدام أو الإحجام مع توجهات الهدف تمكن أو أداء، كل دي قد تكون سبب في أو لها علاقة بالنزعة نحو الكمالية. كمان وجد أن الموهوبين لديهم خصائص عديدة جدا وفريدة كطلاقة التفكير. عندهم طلاقة في التفكير ومرونة وأصالة، بالإضافة إلى القدرة العالية على الخيال، وكلها تعتبر من المكونات أو من الضروريات أن يكون عندهم تعبير إبداعي عن ذاته، أنه يكون عنده كفاءة ذاتية، كفاءة إبداعية للذات أو فعالية الذات الإبداعية. فبالتالي هنا هل فعالية الذات الإبداعية ممكن تخفف أو تقلل من نزعة الطالب الموهوب المتفوق دراسيا نحو الكمالية العصبية، ولا ممكن تزيد؟ هل طبيعة العلاقة هنا إيجابية ولا سلبية؟ في الحقيقة لما بحثنا في الدراسات العربية والأجنبية اللي تناولت هذه المتغيرات لم نجد يعني دراسات تناولت العلاقة بين هذه المتغيرات، ولم نجد دراسات تنبؤية إنه يمكن التنبؤ من خلال توجهات الهدف ومن خلال كفاءة الذات الإبداعية إنه نقدر نتنبأ من خلالها بنزعة الطالب الموهوب بالكمالية العصبية. ودي كانت تمثل بالنسبة لنا يعني مشكلة الدراسة، عدم وجود دراسات تناولت هذا المتغير، وبالإضافة إلى طبيعة العلاقة الارتباطية اللي ممكن تكون موجودة بين هذه المتغيرات. أسئلة الدراسة: ما طبيعة العلاقة الارتباطية؟ يعني في هذا المجال ربطنا المشكلة بثلاث أسئلة أساسية. السؤال الأول حبينا من خلاله نتعرف على طبيعة العلاقة الارتباطية بين النزعة إلى الكمالية العصبية وتوجهات الهدف لدى طلاب الجامعة المتفوقين دراسيا. الهدف الثاني: ما طبيعة العلاقة الارتباطية بين النزعة الكمالية العصبية والكفاءة الإبداعية للذات لدى طلاب الجامعة المتفوقين دراسيا. وهل طبيعة العلاقة دي نقدر من خلالها كمان نتنبأ ب أو نعمل معادلة انحدار نقدر من خلالها نتنبأ بدرجة الطالب في النزعة للكمالية العصبية من درجاته على توجهات الهدف أو من خلال درجاته على الكفاءة الإبداعية للذات؟ دي كانت أيضا تمثل السؤال الثالث من أسئلة الدراسة. أهداف الدراسة يمكن كان عندنا 4 أهداف رئيسية للدراسة. كان الهدف الأول إعداد مقياس للنزعة الكمالية العصبيه لدى المتفوقين دراسيا، انه نتيجه لانه يعني عدم وجود يعني مقاييس تناولت هذا الجانب ومطبقه على فئه طلاب الجامعه بشكل كبير جدا، فكان يعني رغبنا انه اعداد مقياس للكماليه العصبيه لدى الطلاب المتفوقين دراسيا، والتعرف على طبيعه العلاقه بين هذه المتغيرات والتنبؤ بالكماليه العصبيه من خلال توجهات الهدف وكفاءه الذات الابداعيه. مصطلحات الدراسه، الكماليه العصبيه او النزعه الى الكماليه العصبيه هي عباره عن ميل قهري للطالب، ان الطالب المتفوق بيكون عنده ميل قهري نحو الانجاز الكامل، عايز يؤدي العمل المطلوب منه، سواء كان تكليف سواء كان عمل او اختبار او اي تكليف يطلب منه، عايز يؤديه بشكل كامل، والتطلع الى احراز مستويات عاليه من الاداء وبشكل مبالغ فيه. يعني نقول انه كويس جدا لما يكون عنده رغبه انه يعمل العمل بشكل جيد ويحرز مستويات عاليه من الاداء بشكل جيد، ده شيء كويس جدا ومطلوب. لكن احيانا تصل الى درجه ومستويات عاليه جدا مبالغ فيها، وبالتالي هنا بيتحول الكلام ده الى عبء على الطالب المتفوق دراسيا، وقد يعيق لديه بعض يعني العمليات العقليه او المعرفيه ويؤثر على تحصيله الاكاديمي. توجهات الهدف هي عباره عن نمط متكامل من المعتقدات والانفعالات التي تؤثر في انتاج السلوك، عباره عن معتقدات وانفعالات بيحملها الطالب ممكن تؤثر في سلوكه وتؤدي الى يعني او تنشط عندما يتبنى الطالب هدفا بعينه وتعبر عن نفسها بطرق ومختلفه زي الاندماج او المشاركه او الاستجابه او الانشطه التي تتطلب دافعيه الانجاز. ويعني توجهات الهدف الكثير من العلماء قسموها الى نموذج رباعي اللي بيتكلم على انه الهدف التمكن اقدام، وهدف التمكن احجام، وهدف الاداء اقدام، وهدف الاداء يعني احجام. فدي نموذج رباعي تبنى من خلاله انواع توجهات الهدف. اما كفاءه الذات الابداعيه فهي عباره عن المعتقدات التي يمتلكها الطالب حول قدراته الابداعيه، والتي تشمل معتقدات حول تفكيره الابداعي، وده التعريف ده تعريف ابوت 2010. اما المتفوقين دراسيا، العينه المستهدفه من الدراسه فكانوا عباره عن الطلاب المتميزون عن اقرانهم والحاصلون على معدل تراكمي اعلى من 90% او 90% فاعلى في الدراسه من خلال نتائجهم في السنه الماضيه. احنا خدنا طلاب الفرقه الثالثه في جامعه مدينه السادات، والطلاب دول كان المعيار من المعايير التحديد ليهم انه يكونوا حاصلين على معدل تراكمي 90% فاكثر، الى جانب انه طبقنا عليهم اختبار ستانفورد بنيه للذكاء، وخدنا الطلاب اللي هم حاصلين على الارباعي الاعلى في مقياس ستانفورد بنيه للذكاء. وبالتالي ده كان يعني محددات تحديد العينه اللي هم المتفوقين دراسيا. مجتمع الدراسه، تمثل مجتمع الدراسه في جميع الطلاب المتفوقين اكاديميا. يعني كان المستهدف او المجتمع المستهدف هو عباره عن كل طلاب الجامعه المتفوقين اكاديميا بجامعه مدينه السادات بجمهوريه مصر العربيه، والحاصلين على معدل تراكمي 90% فاكثر. من خلال المجتمع ده احنا اخترنا كليتين عن طريق القرعه، تمثلت في كليه التربيه وكليه كليتين من كليات الجامعه، ثم يعني طبقنا عليهم مقياس ستانفورد بنيه للذكاء وخدنا اعلى ارباعي منهم، وبالتالي كانت العينه النهائيه حوالي 215 طالبا، تتراوح اعمارهم ما بين 20 الى 21 و36 من 100، بمتوسط عمري بلغ 20.9. طبعا كان هناك مجموعه من الاجراءات اللي من خلالها اخترنا العينه. ادوات الدراسه، استخدمنا 4 ادوات رئيسيه في الدراسه. المقياس الاول هو مقياس النزعه للكماليه العصبيه، طبعا ده من اعداد الباحثين، وتم من خلاله اتباع يعني الطرق العلميه لاعداد المقاييس من الاطلاع على الدراسات السابقه، ثم بعد ذلك تجميع عبارات المقياس وعرضه على المحكمين، ثم بعد ذلك عملنا تحليل عملي استكشافي exploratory factor analysis، ونتج هذا التحليل العملي عن 4 عوامل رئيسيه من المقياس، تمثلت في المغالاه في مستويات الاداء، قلق الاخطاء والحساسيه المفرطه والشك في الاداء ولوم ونقد الذات. ثم بعد ذلك بعد التحليل العملي تم ايضا يعني حساب ثبات المقياس من خلال استخدام ألفا كرومباخ وإعادة التطبيق، وتم عمل صدق للمقياس مرة أخرى من خلال صدق المحك. استخدامنا أيضا من الأدوات اللي استخدمناها هو مقياس توجهات الهدف، وده مقياس أجنبي من إعداد إليوت وماك جريجور سنة 2001، ترجمة ربيع رشوان سنة 2006، وده تم أيضا التحقق من صدقه وثباته على عينة البحث. أيضا قائمة كفاءة الذات الإبداعية، وده أيضا مقياس أجنبي من إعداد أبوت 2010، وقام الباحثين بترجمته واتباع الطرق العلمية في عملية الترجمة من خلال الاستعانة بمتخصصين في اللغة الإنجليزية أيضا، والباحثين في تخصصهما في الإرشاد النفسي، وتم مراجعته أكثر من مرة. وأيضا استخدمنا مقياس ستانفورد دوبينيه الصورة الخامسة، واللي بيقيس العديد من العمليات العقلية والعمليات المعرفية، حوالي 15 قدرة فرعية بيقيسها مقياس ستانفورد دوبينيه للذكاء. وكان الهدف من مقياس ستانفورد دوبينيه للذكاء هنا انه نعمل اختيار وتحديد للعينه. نتائج الدراسه، نتائج السؤال الاول او التساؤل الاول من الدراسه، طبعا استخدمنا بعض الاساليب الاحصائيه زي معامل الارتباط والمتوسطات الحسابيه، ومن خلال التحليل الاحصائي وجدنا انه توجد علاقه ارتباطيه موجبه وداله احصائيا عند مستوى دلاله 1/100 بين الدرجه الكليه للنزعه للكماليه العصبيه وتوجهات الهدف لدى طلاب الجامعه. كما وجد علاقه ارتباطيه سالبه بين الدرجه الكليه للنزعه الكماليه وتوجه الاتقان اقدام، وكذلك الدرجه الكليه العصبيه وتوجه الاتقان احجام، بينما كانت هناك علاقه ارتباطيه موجبه بين الدرجه الكليه للكماليه العصبيه وتوجه الاداء اقدام، وكذلك الدرجه الكليه وتوجه الاداء احجام. نتيجه السؤال الثاني اللي كان العلاقه الارتباطيه بين النزعه الكماليه العصبيه والكفاءه الذاتيه الابداع من خلال استخدام معامل الارتباط بيرسون، وجد أن هناك علاقة ارتباطية موجبة بين الكفاءة، علاقة ارتباطية سالبة بين الكفاءة الإبداعية للذات وبين النزعة للكمالية العصبية. بعد كده استخدمنا تحليل الانحدار بطريقة الخطوات المتدرجة، وتم من خلاله التعرف على نسبة إسهام كل من توجهات الهدف والكفاءة الإبداعية للذات في التنبؤ. ده 1 مينت دكتور، 1 مينت. ومن خلال التحليل الانحدار وجد ان توجهات الهدف تسهم بحوالي 12% من التنبؤ بالكماليه العصبيه، وتسهم في تفسير حوالي 12% من الاختلاف بين الطلاب المتفوقين في النزعه للكماليه، بينما كفاءه الذات الابداعيه وجد انها تسهم بنسبه 18% من الاختلاف بين الطلاب المتفوقين دراسيا في النزعه للكماليه العصبيه. وبالتالي من خلال هذه النتائج قدرنا نعمل معادله الانحدار للتنبؤ بالكماليه العصبيه. التوصيات الدراسه، طبعا من خلال نتائج الدراسه تم الوصول الى او صياغه عدد من التوصيات، اهمها اعداد برامج ارشاديه لخفض الكماليه العصبيه وتحسين الكفاءه الابداعيه للذات لدى الطلاب الجامعه المتفوقين دراسيا، الاهتمام بمساعده الطلاب المتفوقين دراسيا على تحسين توجهات الهدف للاتقان وليس الاداء، والتوسع في تهيئه مواقف التعلم التي تؤكد على توجهات الهدف من اجل التمكن والاتقان على حساب توجهات الهدف للاداء، التاكيد على دور المعتقدات المتعلم بامكاناته وقدراته الابداعيه في توجيه نشاطه المعرفي. وشكرا جزيلا جدا دكتور سمين. Thank you very much دكتور سمين and thank you very much for listening. شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Nasir. There are no questions in the chat. I would like to thank all the 6 speakers of the session number 1, which we have just completed. 6 excellent speakers and their 6 very good and timely presentations. Now I invite Dr. Luna Fadat to proceed with the second session. Thank you very much.
Yes. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to present my colleague, Dr. Salim Al-Khairi. He is assistant professor at the College of Law, Public Department. His paper is on the administrative judiciary monitoring the annual performance grievances of the public servant in Oman. دكتور سالم الكثيري، الأستاذ المساعد في قسم القانون العام في كلية الحقوق. عنوان بحثه كان عن مدى رقابة القضاء الإداري على تظلمات الأداء السنوي للموظف العام. تفضل دكتور سالم، المايك لإلك، ومعك تقريبا حوالي يعني بين 15 و 20 دقيقة إذا ممكن تلتزم بالوقت. تفضل دكتور سالم.
مرحبا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحية، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى أهله وصحبه أجمعين. في بدء أولا أشكر زملائي الذين سبقوني، وأيضا بالمقابل أستاذتي التي قدمتني، ولعلي أن أقول لزملائي إني لم أعمل تحضيرا أو باوربوينت، ولكنه سأشرح حسب ما نستطيع أن نشرح مدى رقابة القضاء الإداري على التظلم أو التقييم السنوي للموظف العام. وأنتم يا زملاء الأكرام معروف بالنسبة للموظف العام أساسه هو بيقوم بوظيفة عامة، وبالتالي الشخص المعني وعام لا يستطيع أن يعمل بمفرده إلا من خلال الشخص الطبيعي. والشخص الطبيعي هو ذلك الإنسان الذي يمكن أن يكون في موطن القوة وموطن الضعف في آن واحد. وبالتالي التقييم السنوي أو التقييم السنوي للأعمال هي عبارة عن مرآة لاكتشاف موطن الضعف أو الإيجابيات التي يقدمها الفرد. من خلال هذا البحث حاولنا قدر المستطاع تسليط الضوء فيما يتعلق بعملية التظلمات الإدارية، ولكن أخذناه عن طريق بحثين أو عن طريق مبحثين. مبحث الأول تناولنا فيه كيفية تعريف الموظف العام من حيث كمفهوم، ومن ثم أيضا تناولنا أيضا الوظيفة العامة، وحاولنا أن نختصر من عملية المفهوم الوظيفة العامة باعتبار ركزنا على مدى التظلمات الإدارية التي يمكن أن يتعرض لها الموظف من خلال مسيرته الوظيفية خلال الفترة التي بيقوم فيها العمل الموجود. وكل شخص مهما كان طبيعته لابد وأن يريد المزيد من الإنتاج والعمل، والمؤسسة الذي بيعمل لديها أيضا هي بحاجة لإنتاجه وسلوكه القويم، وأيضا بالمقابل. ولكن سبحان رب العالمين لكل إنسان يمكن أن يكون في هناك من الفتوى التهاوى بين الضعف وأيضا القوة. وبالتالي عندما يأتي هذا التقويم السنوي للموظف قد يتعرض الموظف من خلاله إلى شيء معين. نأتي إلى عملية المفهوم أخذناه من الناحية الطبيعية على معظم تقريبا بالمفهوم الإسلامي باعتباره إنسان مسلم يقوم بواجب الوظيفي وفقا الآيتين الكريمتين 58 و 59 من سورة النساء. والثاني أيضا بالمقابل على اعتبار أن الموظف هذا يقوم أولا كدوره كفرد مؤتمن على وظيفته، ومن ثم أيضا بالمقابل بيقوم أيضا كمسؤول عن المجتمع ومفترض منه الرقي والعمل والصالح العمل. ثم أخذنا أيضا مفهومه في الوظيفة العامة في فرنسا باعتباره ما قبل القرن التاسع عشر كان الموظف العام ينتقل وظيفته بالوراثة والشراء، ومن ثم تطورت بعد القرن التاسع عشر إلا أن أصبحت مهنة متميزة فيما يتعلق بهذه الوظيفة، ومن ثم تميز. ثم أخذنا أيضا عدة تعاريف موجودة في مصر، وبالتالي كل تعريف وضعناه عن المفهوم الموظف العام أيضا أيدناه بمبدأ قضائي أو حكم قضائيا حتى نأكد ما هو موجود في البحث. ثم أيضا أخذنا تناول ما يتعلق بما عرفوا فيه المشرع العماني التي هي محور دراستنا، وبالتالي كل مفهوم موجود أو تعريف أيضا زكيناه بحكم قضائي أو مبدأ قضائي حتى يسند البحث مكانه الطبيعي. بالتالي بعد ذلك أيضا بعد هذه التقييم اعتبرنا أن المفهوم الوظيفة العامة هي الواجبات التي تناط بالشخص ومؤهلاته وقدراته التي بيدير فيها الأعمال. نأتي إلى عملية مفهوم عملية الموظف العام. أحيانا ربما يتعرض إلى عملية أداء سنوي ضعيف، وعندما يتعرض إلى أداء سنوي ضعيف يمكن أن يحال من خلال هذا إلى اللجان الإدارية باعتباره أيضا عرضة لعملية الانتقاد أو توجيه اللوم. وبالتالي مفهومنا فيما يتعلق بالموظف على اعتبار أن هذا الموظف بيؤدي أعمال وربما يكون في موطن ضعف، يفترض أن يكون هذا الموظف أساسا عندما دخل الإدارة أن تقوم بتأهيله وتدريبه وسلخه، وإن وجهت إليه الانتقاد أن يكون باب الانتقاد من أجل رفع من مستواه وإعادته إلى ذلك الموظف القيم الذي يمكن أن يكون له من المردودية والأعمال الفعالة التي يقوم عليها. ومن ثم أيضا يجب أن لا يكون هناك أيضا تشفي ما يتعلق بعملية تقويم هذا الموظف أو الانتقام منه أو الغلو منه. ومن ثم والحمد لله نجد أن المشرع العماني أحاط الموظف العام بالعديد من المواد القانونية التي تعطي دوره فيما يتعلق فيه باعتباره تحميه عندما يواجه مثل هذا الخطر، وكونه هذا الموظف قادر على أن يؤدي أعمال بشكل دقيق وسليم. ومن ثم إذا ما كان هناك من الأعمال التي يمكن أن يؤدي شكل معين من الأعمال التي يمكن أن يقدمها أو يتعرض إليها، فنجد أن المشرع حاط له مجموعة من اللجان. ثم إذا لم يرقى فيما يتعلق أو شاف هناك حيف أو تظلم لابد أن يرجع إلى السلطة الرئاسية ثم إلى السلطة الإدارية، ومن ثم إن لم يقتنع هذا يمكنه أن يرفع إلى القضاء. ومطلوب من الإدارة عندما يوصل إلى عملية القضاء عملية. إذن المبحث الأول كان هو عملية المفهوم، وأيضا بالمقابل تعرضنا لأكثر مما يعادل 23 مادة التي تويد هذا الطرح والعمل موجود وتحدد سلوكيات الفرد وحتى عملية توظيفه، وأيضا عندما يتعرض لأي شكل من أشكال. ثم أيضا بالمقابل أيدناها بأحكام قضائية وتعريف بما يتعلق عندما يكون مرتبط. أضيف لذلك ربما يكون الموظف يفترض أن يحصل على ممتاز أو جيد جدا أو مقبول أو ضعيف، ففي هذا الحال يفترض من الإدارة أن تطلع وأن يتوفر لديه ما يدافع عن نفسه، وفي نفس الوقت أن يكون أيضا لديه من القدرة للرد على الإدارة بما لديه. لربما يكون السلوك من الإدارة ذاتها، وإذا كانت الإدارة ذاتها هي التي أو جانب انتقام جانب معين حتى يبرر ما لديه من الأعمال التي يمكن أن يطرحها. أيضا أخذ هذا في المبحث الثاني، أخذنا ما يتعلق فيه بالتطبيقات القضائية، أبرزنا المواد القانونية التي تحمي الموظف والواجبات التي يجب أن يقوم فيها، ثم أيضا الأعمال التي ربما يتعرض منها، وإذا ما وصل إلى المسألة الإدارية سواء كان من حيث التقييم أو لظرف معين يمكنه أيضا أن يقوم بأعمال معينة موجودة وتوجيه. الهدف من عملية التقويم ليس من أجل إرداد الموظف أو اللوم عليه، وإنما إعادة هذا الموظف وتقييمه وإعادة سلوكه إلى أن يكون السلوك الحسن الذي يمكن أن يقوم عليه. ثم أيدنا هذا ما يتعلق فيه بالأحكام القضائية، وأخذنا التطبيقات القانونية ثم أيضا الأحكام القضائية عن طريق محكمة القضاء الإداري، وأيدنا في نهاية الأمر ما يتعلق بالموظف العام من بدايته، لأن هدفنا الأساسي هو رفع من قيمة الموظف، وإذا ما تعرض لأي شكل من أشكال هو كيفية أن يحصل تأديب بدون انتقام أو التقلع أو التشفه منه. الثالث الشيء بالمقابل عندما يشعر أن الموظف ارتكب خطأ أن يعرف ما هو الخطأ الذي وقع فيه، ومن ثم برزت له من الوقت حتى يدافع عن نفسه. وأيضا عندما يتعرض سواء كان عملية التعيين ثم أيضا الإدارة سببت قرارها ويصبح هو فعلا حتى يعود إلى صواب والطبيعي كإنسان وصل إلى هذا من خلال الأحكام القضائية. وصلنا إلى عملية استنتاجات ما يتعلق بهذا على أن المشرع العماني أبرز من الحماية الكبيرة فيما يتعلق بالموظف العام، ونحن نتطلع إلى المزيد باعتبار أن الإدارة دائما متطورة والأعمال الاقتصادية والاجتماعية متغيرة، وإذا ما كانت هذه الأمور صالحة في اليوم قد تتغير، وبالتالي أيضا نطالب على أساس مزيد من الحماية القانون مع التطور العصر والتكنولوجيا ما يتعلق بالموظف العام. ثم خلصنا على أن الإجادة والإشادة بما تحقق لهذا الموظف، وبالتالي يجب أن لا يكون عملية مثلا عملية تأديب الموظف العام هو التشفي أو غلو، وإنما طرح المسألة من أجل إعادته إلى الصواب. خلصنا فيما يتعلق بهذا إلى 5 أشياء موجودة كتوصيات ما يتعلق فيها، وهي عملية التركيز على التدريب والتأهيل، ثم التركيز على النزاهة الإدارية فيما يتعلق بعملية الموظف، ثم التركيز على تكريم المجتهدين ووضعهم في المكان الصحيح، سواء كان تكريمهم من الناحية المعنوية أو من الناحية أيضا المادية حتى يرفع من قدره ومكانته وإزادة الإنتاج. أيضا طالبنا على أساس التركيز على الابتعاد عن المحسوبية فيما يتعلق بعملية التوظيف، وأيضا بالمسألة الإدارية حتى يصبح الموظف ذات قيمة، وإذا ما كان هناك كيفية تقييمه ووضعه إلى مكانه. وبالتركيز باعتبار أن الإنسان هو محور كل عمل إداري سواء كان عام أو خاص، وبالتالي العناية فيه واجبة لكل مؤسسة كانت عام أو خاصة. أيضا في الخلاص أيضا ركزنا على أهمية نقل وتدوير الموظف، باعتبار أن الموظف إن بقى وخاصة في المسألة الإدارية أكثر من 3 أو 4 سنوات لن يعطي أكثر مما كان موجود عنده من الماضي، وبالتالي يفترض أن يكون. فإذا كان هذا المدير ناجحا على سبيل المثال يمكن أن ينجح في إدارة أخرى، وبالتالي يترك الفرصة لمكان آخر حتى يتغير فيه، باعتبار أن عملية إثراء وإنتاج فيما يتعلق. هذا ما توصلني إليه من خلاص، وأنا استسمحكم زملائي باعتباري لم أحضر ولكن أخذت بصورة عامة. إن كان هناك من الأسئلة التي يمكن أن تطرحوها فأنا على تم الاستعداد للرد لأي جانب فيما يتعلق بهذا البحث بالكامل.
شكرا دكتور سالم، وشكرا لالتزامك بالوقت. إذا في أي سؤال ممكن توجهوه لدكتور سالم الكثيري حول ورقته. في أي سؤال؟ Dr. Samin, I think there's no questions for Dr. Salim.
If there is anything I am present here, we can.
Do you have any questions regarding the paper? Okay. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Samin, I think there's no questions for Dr. Salim, so the session is over. And thank you very much for your time and listening. شكرا دكتور سالم.
شكرا لكم جميعا، واعتذر منكم لعدم تقديم البروجراف مكتوب.
Okay, Dr. Hamdoun. Yes, Dr. Hamdoun.
So, hi everyone. Is the voice clear, Dr. Luna?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Dr. Luna, for giving me the floor, and it's a pleasure also to participate to this second symposium. And for our college, CCBA, today we have three presentations from our colleagues, Dr. Omar Iqbal, Dr. Goksal, and finally, Dr. Faris Shuberi. And I want also to thank all the attendees and all the participants for investing their time in this panel. So I will now give the floor to Dr. Omar Iqbal, who will present his book about accounting of firms and companies, and it's written in Arabic language. So, Dr. Omar, are you hearing me? Dr. Omar Iqbal. So, Dr. Omar Iqbal, the floor is yours. Maybe Dr. Omar Iqbal has internet connection problem because we are not hearing him. So, Prof. Gondal, you are hearing Dr. Omar Iqbal?
No, I cannot hear.
There is a problem with the internet or what?
No, there is no problem with the internet. There is some problem in his setting because, yeah, mic is now on. So I think, I don't know what's problem. If someone can go in his office and can check, it's better because many people, they are waiting for him.
Yes, just 1 second.
You can take the second, Dr. Hamdoun. You can take the second.
Okay. I think he muted himself. Yani he has a problem. I don't know. I will. Dr. Goksal, are you here?
Yes. Yes,
Dr.
I am here.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Goksal, the floor is yours. So you can.
Okay.
You can start your presentation. So we'll start with Dr. Goksal Akar from our Department of Finance and Economics, and he will present his article entitled "The Impact of Discretionary Accruals on Corporate Investment Decisions," evidence from GCC countries. The floor is yours, Dr. Goksel.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining to my presentation. Just, I want to ask, how can I share the PowerPoint, please? I want to share PowerPoint.
But Dr. Goksel, try to share it as you are using to teach, yani. Isn't it, Prof. Gondan?
Yeah, share screen.
Share screen.
He can share.
Okay, I saw it. Yeah, now okay.
Yes. You can share screen as.
Okay, now I think you can see it, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So go ahead, Dr.
Okay. So I'm going to make a presentation about one of our last papers with my colleague, Dr. İlker. It's about the effect of discretionary accruals on companies' investment decisions, long-term investment decisions. And in this study, we focused on companies from GCC countries. So earnings management or manipulation of financial information may affect companies' investment decisions. Firms who wants to make capital expenditure, they tend to manipulate earnings in many ways to get them some advantages. And the purpose of this article is to examine whether there is a relationship between the level of earnings management and corporate investment decisions. Earnings management is the use of several tools, including accruals, to misreport the profit or loss figures for a variety of purposes. These purposes can change on different managerial motives. Sometimes it can be to reduce cost of debt. Sometimes it can have to increase share price, but there are many motives about it. Also, these motives can lead manipulation and earnings in either upward or downward position. And also management can exercise such manipulations to take advantage for capital investment decisions. So in this presentation, firstly, I'll give some brief insights about literature review. Then we are going to speak about data methodology and research design. Then at the end, we are going to conclude with results, discussion, and findings. First, I'm going to focus on earnings management literature. When we look at earnings management literature, we see accrual basis earnings management literature is important and significant effect on the whole literature. Jones make a very important impact on this literature in 1991, and he took accruals as a function. She took accruals as a function of revenues and total assets. Also, Deschaux et al. Has reassessed Jones model, and they added change in receivables to the Jones model, and this is also very important effect in the literature, and we call this model, Deschaux model, as modified Jones model. And in the early 2000s, Qatari et al. Also have established a milestone in the literature, and they added return on asset to the model, bad effect of extreme performances companies to be assessed as manipulating companies. So it was also very famous model in accrual literature. On the other side, some scholars have taken real activities earnings management tools, and as a leading pioneering article, we see in 2008 Cohen's work, and he worked on real activity earnings management in Sarbanes-Oxley era. But when we look at general literature, we see earnings management relationship, any other concept, tend to use more accrual-based earning management models. And what's the relationship between earnings management and investment decisions? Here we see two important works. Biddle and Hillary conducted a multi-country study hypothesizing that higher accounting quality reduces information asymmetry between managers and creditors, and that results in firms' enhancement in investment efficiency. Here, if there is high accounting quality, it means there is low manipulation. So reports quality and decision efficiency, corporate decision efficiency are parallel. Zhang, on the other side, has examined investment and earnings management relationship from a different perspective using a large data set, and he saw that accruals are strongly co-vary with investment in fixed assets. So he saw a strong relation between accruals and investment decisions. When we look at data, we focused on 6 GCC companies, and we took listed production companies in these countries. And because of lacking data and some extreme values, we eliminated some companies, and at the end, our companies, and we have 6 years dimension from 7 years, 7 years dimension from 2009 to 2015. And we collected the data from Thomson Reuters financial database. Of model for this study. Firstly, we tried to estimate in earnings management. In the second stage, we focused on the relationship between earnings management and investment decisions. And to estimate potential earnings management practice, we used Coterie model, which has been found in 2005. I mean, we used an accrual-based model. And additionally, we added some control variables to the model to eliminate country differences, because we had companies from 6 countries, and to reduce the variance causing from, or to control the variance causing from countries, we used dummies. However, we used macroeconomic indicator dummies for each country and year. Instead of 1 zeros, we took dummies for each year. Also, it reflects as economic change for each country. In the model, we firstly estimated total accruals, and we took it as the difference between income before extraordinary items and operating cash flow. So total accruals are income before extraordinary items minus operating cash flows. Then we estimated accruals from the equation which has been firstly applied in Coterie model. here we estimate accrual as a function of total assets, change in revenues minus change in receivables divided to total assets, property, plant, and equipment divided to total assets, and also return on asset divided to return on asset. This way, we try to control many variables which can has an effect on accruals. Then, because our data has time and cross-section units, we used panel data, and depending on our tests, we had chosen a random effects model to estimate the accruals. And after generating estimated accruals, we take the difference as if this difference is high, total accrual minus estimated accrual, if this difference is high, we can assume that it is more likely that companies are misreporting. Companies are manipulating their earnings. After this first phase, in the second level, in the second stage, we constructed models including this difference, and also we also added some other independent variables to estimate two dependent variables. These two dependent variables are total asset investment, capital expenditure, and property, plant, and equipment capital expenditure. So in the model, we have earnings management indicator, debt ratio, Tobin skew, sales growth, and asset size of the company, and also country-specific macroeconomic indicators as independent variables. And we separately tested the effect of these independent variables to two dependent variables, which were capital expenditure on total assets and capital expenditure on property, plant, and equipment. However, we also tested this earnings management practice took place in the same year of investment decision, or 1 year after investment decision, sorry, 1 year before investment decision, or 1 year, 2 years before investment decision. Because if companies, we assume that if companies have an investment decision, they can get prepared for this investment decision in earlier years. So that we also had 3 different time horizons. So these are the models, 6 models. As you see, you will see 3 times PPE is dependent variable, and 3 times total asset is dependent variable. Why 3 times? Because we see the effect in the same year, 1 year before and 2 years before, for both methods, for both dependent variables. And when we come to the results and discussion, our results in estimating accruals in the first stage have satisfactory partial and overall significances. Then, after using this regression, we gathered numbers of difference, and we noticed that the mean reported accruals were negative. This fact may result from either prudent accounting policies or the tendency of companies to report less earnings in order to avoid taxation. Also, companies may want earnings and get a tax advantage or shelter prior to or during capital expenditures, because they would have a burden of cash outflows during the acquisition and setups of tangibles. When we look at second stage of our research, we found that if we take PPE as dependent variable, only in the same year earnings management practices have significant effect on property, plant, and equipment. However, preceding years, preceding 1 or 2 years differences do not have any significant effect. Total asset results also have similar patterns with PPE results, okay. The models which take total asset as dependent variable, all earnings management variables for different time dimensions fail to have significant effect on dependent variables. Further, earnings management indicator has lower significance compared to that of that relation between PPE and DIF. The reason for this may be PPE, property, plant, and equipment, is more sensitive to investment decisions. However, total assets have many other accounts which are not affected from investment decisions. The timing differences among models also reveal that explanatory powers and overall significances of models increase as the data has shorter periods. In 7-year period, R square, which means goodness of fit, and overall significances are not remarkably high when we compare it with 6 and 5-year models. And additionally, we observed that using PPE as an indicator of investment decisions of companies provide more precise results than using total asset. To conclude, in spite of weak differences, weak evidence, we can hardly rule manipulations to provide an advantage for their investment decisions. Here you can find the references for the presentation, and questions are welcome.
So thank you, Dr. Göksel, for your presentation. So if someone has a question.
Thank you very much.
Please, if you have a question, please ask Dr. Göksel. Okay. Now I will give the floor to, I will cede the floor to Dr. Omar Tawfiq. Dr. Omar Tawfiq, who will present his book about accounting of companies, written with Dr. Osama Abdul Manam Abdul Jabbar and our colleague Dr. Zarruq Athman Muhammad. So the floor is yours, Dr. Omar. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you for attendance this presentation. Today, inshallah, I talk about my book, محاسبة الشركات الأصول النظرية والتطبيقية. تم كتابة هذا الكتاب بمساعدة زملائي الدكتور أسامة عبد المنعم من جامعة جرش والدكتور زروق عثمان محمد زميلي في جامعة ظفار. هذا الكتاب غطى 8 فصول. الفصل الأول تناول مقدمة عن محاسبة الشركات. هذا أيضا تضمن تعريف الشركات وأنواع الشركات وإجراءات تأسيس الشركات وخصائص شركات الأشخاص. بما أن الكتاب يركز على شركات الأشخاص، فتم تناول إجراءات تأسيس الشركة، إجراءات تأسيس شركات الأشخاص. في شركات الأشخاص عندنا نوعين من الشركات، هي شركات التضامن أو 3 أنواع: شركات التضامن وشركات التوصية البسيطة وشركات المحاصة. تم تناول إجراءات تأسيس هذه الشركات وإجراءات إعداد القوائم المالية وتصفية الشركات بشكل مفصل. الفصل الثاني من الكتاب هو بدأ مع إجراءات تأسيس sorry, I will change the screen. عموما الفصل الثاني تناول إجراءات شركات التضامن. غطينا في هذا الشابتر كيفية إجراءات تأسيس شركات التضامن وطرق تقديم رأس مال الشركاء المتضامنين. تناولنا كل الطرق الخاصة بتقديم رأس مال الشركاء، وهي كيفية تقديم إذا كان الشركاء قدم رأس مال نقدي، وفي هذه الحالة راح رأس المال يحسب كاملة بدون أي زيادة أو نقص. الحالة الثانية تناولناها هي إجراءات تأسيس أو العفو إجراءات تقديم الشريك لأصول عينية. في هذه الحالة راح يتم تقييم هذه الأصول على أساس القيمة السوقية، ومن ثم يتم تسجيل الأصول الصافية للشريك. وفي حالة وجود أي زيادة أو نقص في حصة الشريك المقدم بعد تقييم هذه الأصول يتم سحب هذه الزيادة نقدا أو دفع الفرق نقدا أو بأي إجراء آخر يتفق عليه الشركاء. تناولنا أيضا الطريقة الثالثة لتقديم رأس المال، وهي تقديم رأس المال ميزانية محل تجاري. في هذه الحالة الشريك يقدم مثل هذه الحالة الشريك يقدم ميزانية محله التجاري بكل ما تتضمنه من أصول وخصوم، ويتم تقييم هذه الأصول والخصوم على ضوء القيمة السوقية لها. بعد ذلك يتم تسجيل الأصول والخصوم حسب ما اتفق عليه الشركاء وحسب القيمة السوقية لهذه الخصوم والأصول. في الفصل الثالث تناولنا الحسابات المتعلقة بحقوق والتزامات الشركاء في شركات التضامن. أول حساب تم تناوله في هذا الفصل هو الحسابات الشخصية للشركاء. في شركات التضامن هنالك حسابات شخصية للشركاء. من حق الشركاء أن يسحبون من الشركة أموال استنادا إلى عقد الشركة. في حالة اتفاق الشركاء في عقد الشركة على السماح للشركاء بسحب أموال من الشركة، في هذه الحالة يفتح لكل شريك حساب جاري تسجل فيه كافة المسحوبات التي يسحبها الشريك وأي حقوق أخرى تترتب للشريك، مثل فوائد رأس المال إذا اتفق الشركاء على توزيع على احتساب فائدة على رأس المال، وكذلك أي التزامات أخرى تترتب على الشريك مثل فوائد المسحوبات. الشركاء في شركات التضامن يتفقون في أغلب الأحيان على احتساب فائدة على المسحوبات بسبب أن الشركاء لكي لا يغالب الشركاء في هذه المسحوبات، بحيث تكون المسحوبات في حدود معينة يتم احتساب فائدة على هذه المسحوبات. كذلك عقد الشركة من الممكن أن ينص احتساب فائدة على رؤوس أموال الشركاء لتحقيق العدالة بين الشركاء، خاصة في حالة أن رؤوس أموال الشركاء كانت غير متساوية. يتم احتساب فائدة على رؤوس الأموال تحسب في نهاية السنة المالية وتخصم قبل توزيع الأرباح والخسائر على الشركاء. أيضا تناولنا في هذا الفصل القروض الخاصة بالشركاء، سواء كانت قروض ممنوحة من الشركاء للشركة أو قروض ممنوحة من الشركة للشركاء. وفي الحالتين سواء كانت القروض من الشركاء للشركة أو من الشركة للشركاء يتم احتساب فائدة على هذه القروض. في حالة القروض المقدمة من الشركاء للشركة، في مثل هذه الحالة الشركة إذا احتاجت إلى الأموال ولم تستطع زيادة رأس المال لأي سبب من الأسباب، عدم وجود أموال كافية لدى الشركاء، عدم تفضيل أو حاجة الشركة للأموال لفترة زمنية قصيرة، فمن الممكن أن تلجأ الشركة إلى الاقتراض. وبدلا من الاقتراض من المؤسسات المالية أو البنوك، من الممكن أن تقترض الشركة من الشركاء، وفي هذه الحالة يتم احتساب فائدة للشريك عن هذا القرض تضاف إلى حسابه الجاري. والعكس ممكن أيضا إذا كانت لدى الشركة أموال فائضة عن الحاجة، خصوصا بالنسبة للشركات اللي يكون نشاطها موسمي، فمن الممكن الشركة تستثمر هذه الأموال. وأحد طرق الاستثمار هو ممكن منح قروض للشركاء إذا في حالة كان هنالك أي من الشركاء يحتاج إلى أموال إضافية لأعماله أو لأموره الخاصة مقابل فائدة تخصم من الحساب الجاري للشركاء. النقطة الأخرى فيما يتعلق بالحسابات المتعلقة بالشركاء هي رواتب الشركاء. في شركات التضامن، في شركة التضامن حصرا، من الممكن أن يمنح راتب للشريك إذا كان الشريك يتولى عمل إداري بالإضافة إلى مساهمته في رأس المال. هذا الراتب يعطى ليس لكل الشركاء، وإنما لشركاء محددين الذين يقومون بأعمال إدارية أو أعمال إضافية في داخل الشركة. النقطة الأخرى اللي تم تناولها في هذا الفصل أيضا هو مكافأة الشركاء. في بعض الأحيان لا تمنح الشركة رواتب للشركاء، وإنما تمنحهم مكافأة مقابل الجهد المبذول في داخل الشركة. هذه المكافأة من الممكن أن تكون نسبة يتفق عليها الشركاء، ومن الممكن أن تكون من الربح قبل احتساب المكافأة أو بعد احتساب المكافأة. في الفصل الرابع تناولنا القوائم المالية وتوزيع الأرباح والخسائر في شركات التضامن. تم تناول القوائم الرئيسية للشركات التضامن، وهي قائمة الدخل اللي تبين صافي الربح والخسارة، اللي من أهم أهدافها هي بيان صافي الربح أو الخسارة المتحقق خلال فترة زمنية معينة. غالبا ما تكون هذه الفترة هي سنة زمنية أو سنة مالية واحدة، تبدأ في 1/1 وتنتهي في 31/12. على أساس قائمة الدخل ونتيجة النشاط المتحققة من قائمة الدخل يتم إعداد حساب توزيع الأرباح والخسائر. حساب توزيع الأرباح والخسائر يبين كيفية توزيع الأرباح والخسائر بين الشركاء مع الأخذ بنظر الاعتبار الحسابات الشخصية للشركاء. يعني ما يدخل في حساب توزيع الأرباح والخسائر هو صافي الربح أو الخسارة المتحققة خلال السنة، مع إضافة رواتب الشركاء تظهر في حساب توزيع الأرباح والخسائر، مكافأة الشركاء تظهر في توزيع الأرباح والخسائر، فوائد المسحوبات أيضا تظهر في توزيع الأرباح والخسائر، صافي المبلغ المتبقي من كل هذه الحسابات أو من كل هذه الأنشطة تبين صافي الربح القابل للتوزيع بين الشركاء. يوزع هذا الربح حسب اتفاق الشركاء. اتفاق الشركاء في عقد الشركة، من الممكن أن يوزع على أساس رأس المال، من الممكن أن يوزع بالتساوي، من الممكن أن يوزع حسب نسبة يتفق عليه الشركاء. في العموم طريقة توزيع الأرباح والخسائر تعتمد على عقد الشركة وما اتفق عليه الشركاء في العقد. بعد قائمة توزيع الأرباح والخسائر يتم إعداد قائمة المركز المالي التي تبين الوضع المالي للشركة في نهاية الفترة الزمنية التي هي السنة المالية. في قائمة المركز المالي تظهر أصول الشركة الموجودة في نهاية السنة والالتزامات المترتبة على الأصول، وكذلك صافي الأصول أو رأس المال. أيضا تناولنا في هذا الفصل بشيء من التفصيل طرق توزيع الأرباح والخسائر، وحسب ما ذكرت أنه طرق توزيع الأرباح والخسائر تختلف حسب اتفاق الشركاء. من الممكن أن يكون التوزيع بالتساوي أو التوزيع حسب نسبة رأس المال أو حسب نسبة معينة يتفق عليها الشركاء. الفصل الخامس تناول التغير في عقد الشركة، أي زيادة أو تخفيض رأس المال. تناول أولا زيادة رأس المال الشركة. في هذه الحالة عندنا نوعين من الزيادة. هنالك زيادة حقيقية لرأس المال. الزيادة الحقيقية معناها دخول أموال إضافية إلى الشركة، دخول أموال إضافية أو دخول استثمارات إضافية إلى الشركة. في هذه الحالة يتم زيادة رأس المال عن طريق تقديم الشركاء لأموال إضافية للشركة. بعد أخذ موافقة مسجل الشركات يتم زيادة رأس المال وتوزيع مبلغ الزيادة على الشركاء. وفي هذه الحالة يقوم كل شريك بدفع مبلغ الزيادة نقدا أو عينا، بشرط أن يقدم أصول إلى الشركة، سواء كانت أصول نقدية أو أصول عينية. الطريقة الثانية لزيادة رأس المال هي الزيادة الإسمية لرأس المال. في الزيادة الإسمية لا توجد أموال إضافية تدخل إلى الشركة، أو في هذه الحالة لا تدخل أموال إضافية إلى الشركة، وإنما تبقى الأموال النقد أو الأصول الموجودة في الشركة نفسها، ولكن يتم تحويل بعض الحسابات إلى رأس المال. على سبيل المثال تحويل مثلا الأرباح المحتجزة إلى رأس المال. في هذه الحالة لا توجد هنالك أموال إضافية يتم إدخالها إلى الشركة، وإنما هو مجرد نقل مبلغ من حساب إلى حساب آخر. النقطة الثانية هي تخفيض رأس المال. أيضا بالتخفيض هنالك عندنا التخفيض الحقيقي لرأس المال. في هذه الحالة معناه أن الشركة تقرر تخفيض رأس المال، وبعد أخذ الموافقات الخاصة من قبل مسجل الشركات يتم سحب مبلغ التخفيض من قبل الشركاء، أو في بعض الأحيان من الممكن أن يستخدم هذا المبلغ في تغطية الحسابات المدينة للشركاء. التخفيض الثاني لرأس المال هو التخفيض الإسمي لرأس المال. في هذه الحالة أيضا لا يتم خروج أموال من الشركة، وإنما تسوية بعض الحسابات في رأس المال، مثل إطفاء الخسائر المتراكمة في رأس المال. وبالتالي فإن الخسارة سوف تخفض رأس المال، ولكن لا يتم دفع أي مبالغ إلى الشركاء. الفصل السادس تناول التغير في ملكية الشركة، معناه انضمام وانسحاب شريك من شركة التضامن. تم تناول انضمام شريك أو أكثر إلى شركة التضامن مع أخذ صور الانضمام. الانضمام من الممكن أن يكون بحالتين: الانضمام بطريقة شراء حصة من الشركاء القدماء. في هذه الحالة لا يتم أو لا يتغير عدد الشركاء الموجودين في الشركة، وإنما ينسحب شريك ومقابل هذا الشريك ينضم شريك آخر، أو يتنازل أحد الشركاء أو أكثر عن حصته، جزء من حصته في رأس المال إلى الشريك المنضم. في حالة الانضمام في هذه الحالة مثل ما ذكرت لا يوجد أي زيادة في رأس مال الشركة، ولا توجد أي زيادة في عدد لا توجد أي زيادة في رأس المال، ولكن من الممكن يحصل زيادة في عدد الشركاء في حالة تنازل الشركاء أو أحد الشركاء لجزء من حصته في رأس المال إلى شريك آخر، بينما في حالة انسحاب شريك وانضمام شريك آخر لا يتغير رأس المال ولا يتغير عدد الشركاء. الانضمام بالاستثمار في هذه الحالة ينضم شريك جديد مقابل استثمار أموال جديدة في الشركة. طبعا في شركات التضامن حصرا لا ينضم أي شريك إلا بموافقة الشركاء القدامى مع الالتزام بالحد الأعلى للشركاء. في شركات التضامن عندنا حد أعلى للشركاء يجب أن لا يتجاوز المؤسسين أو الشركاء الموجودين في الشركة. الحد الأعلى في معظم القوانين في الدول العربية هو 20 شريك. انسحاب شريك من الشركة التضامن من الممكن أن يكون بنفس الطريقة اللي تكلمنا عنها بالانضمام، أنه انسحاب شريك مقابل بيع حصته لأحد الشركاء أو بيع حصته إلى شريك آخر من خارج الشركة. الانسحاب الشريك من الممكن أن يكون ببيع حصته لأحد الشركاء الموجودين في الشركة أو ببيع حصته لشريك جديد ينضم إلى الشركة بشرط موافقة الشركاء القدماء على انضمام الشريك الجديد. في حالة عدم الموافقة يجب أن يوافق أحد الشركاء أو يوافق على كل الشركاء على شراء حصة الشريك المنسحب. الحالة الثانية استلام الشريك، انسحاب الشريك واستلام حقوقه من أموال الشركة. في هذه الحالة سوف يتم تخفيض رأس مال الشركة مقابل الأموال التي سحبها الشريك. وفي حالة رغبة الشركاء عدم تخفيض رأس المال، في مثل هذه الحالة يكون الشركاء المتبقين مسؤولين عن دفع الأموال إلى الشريك المنسحب. الفصل السابع تناول تصفية الشركة. في حالة أدنى الحالات اللي تصفى فيها الشركة، يا إما انقضاء الشركة أو فسخ عقد الشركة. انقضاء الشركة معناه أن الشركاء خلاص يتفقون على إنهاء الشركة، وهذا إلى عدة أسباب. يا إما أن الغرض الأساسي اللي انشأت من عنده الشركة انتفى وبالتالي لا يوجد أي حاجة لوجود هذه الشركة، أو أن الشركة تواجه بعض المشاكل القانونية وصدور أمر من المحكمة بتصفية الشركة، وبالتالي في هذه الحالة تصبح التصفية أمر إجباري على الشركة وليس أمر اختياري. فسخ عقد الشركة في مثل هذه الحالة من الممكن أن يفسخ عقد الشركة أيضا لأسباب مختلفة، مثل وصول خسائر الشركة إلى أكثر من 75%، وفي هذه الحالة يجب أن تفسخ الشركة أو تصفى الشركة لأنها خسائرها أصبحت أكثر من 3/4 رأس المال. وهذا ما ينص عليه قانون الشركات في أغلب البلدان، أنه إذا تجاوزت الخسارة 75% من رأس المال أو أكثر، ففي هذه الحالة يجب أن يتم تصفية الشركة. في كلا الحالتين هنالك مجموعة من الإجراءات التي يجب اتباعها لتصفية الشركة. النقطة الأولى هي تعيين مصفي. واجبات المصفي هو البدء بإجراءات عملية التصفية، ومن ثم بيع أو تصفية الشركة وبيع أصول الشركة وسداد الديون المترتبة على الشركة. عند سداد الديون هنالك عندنا أولويات في سداد الديون. لا يجب سداد الديون اعتباطا، وإنما يجب حدد القانون أولويات للأشخاص أو الجهات التي تستلم الديون أولا. أول هذه الجهات هم الموظفين في داخل الشركة. إذن المصفي عند بيع الأصول يتولى أولا سداد حقوق الموظفين أو الحقوق المترتبة للموظفين على الشركة. بعد ذلك تأتي حقوق الجهات الحكومية في المرتبة الثانية. إذا كانت هنالك أي ضرائب مترتبة على الشركة فيجب تسديدها قبل تسديد الديون للجهات الخارجية. بعد ذلك تأتي الجهات الدائنة أو أصحاب الديون من خارج الشركة اللي هم الدائنون، البنوك إذا كانت هنالك قروض للشركة. إذا كانت هنالك قروض للشركة فيتم تسديدها. أنواع التصفية عندنا التصفية الإجبارية والتصفية الاختيارية. الفصل الأخير تناول شركات التوصية البسيطة اللي هي فيها تختلف عن شركات التضامن، إنه يكون فيها أشخاص متضامنين وشخص موصي، الشخص أو شريك موصي. الشريك الموصي تكون مسؤوليته محددة بمقدار مساهمته في رأس المال، ومسؤول عن ديون الشركة بمقدار مساهمته في رأس المال، ولا يترتب عليه أي شيء خارج رأس ماله. بينما الشركاء المتضامنون يسؤولون عن ديون الشركة بكافة بأموالهم الخاصة وأموالهم في الشركة. الحسابات المتعلقة بالشريك الموصي، من حق الشريك الموصي أن يأخذ أموال من الشركة، ولكن في أغلب الأحيان يتم إلزام الشريك الموصي بحد أعلى لهذه المسحوبات. غالبا ما تكون يجب أن لا تتجاوز الأرباح المتوقعة أو الأرباح المتحققة. آخر نقطة تم تناولها هي تصفية شركات التوصية البسيطة، وإجراءات التصفية لا تختلف عن شركات التضامن، هي نفس الإجراءات. يجب تحديد مصفي يتولى عملية التصفية وتسديد الديون حسب الأولويات التي ذكرناها في شركات التضامن. شكرا لكم. Thank you for everyone attendance this presentation. If you have any question, I am ready to answer any question. Thank you for all. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you, Dr. Omar Tawfiq, for presenting your book about the accounting of firms. So if there is any question for Dr. Omar. Okay, very nice. So now it's an honor to cede the floor to Dr. Faris Shuberi, the chair of the Department of Finance and Economics, and he will present his article entitled Analysis of the Financial Model of the ICT Price Basket on Financial Development, Indicators of GCC Countries. The floor is yours, Dr. Faris. Please start your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Hamdoun. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Hamdoun, chair of the CRC in our college, CCBA, and also thank you for Dr. Muhammad Asif Gundal, chair of URC, and all members in this committee for to give me this opportunity to present my paper in this second online symposium. My title is Analysis of Financial Model of the ICT Price Basket on Financial Development Indicators of GCC Countries. This paper published in the journal, the Review of Social Network Strategies. This journal is in Springer Publisher, also in Web of Science Index. I submitted this paper in 1st of April 2019 and published 1st of April also 2020. So the introduction, the information communication technology is one of the most important factor need to develop the societies. As you know, the ICT price basket is a start from 2008 for fixed telephone, mobile cellular, and fixed broadband internet services. So the purpose of ICT price basket here is to control the costs of ICT that affect and determine the extent to which individuals and companies can engage in such services. ICT infrastructures play an important role in obtaining access and use of available service and ability of government or companies to afford this cost. The use of ICT sector has affected on a price level as low prices reflected an increase the access and use of these services. These prices will reflect on competition, of course, in the market, which bring saving in economy and increase economies of scale. It also increases the level of economic freedom and competition, which is reflected in low price. Now, what is the problem of this study? The prices of ICT services are determined by a number of factors that measure the level of competition, size of market, cost of services provisions, and level of profit margin. Also, in recent trends in this area have shown that the tax of this sector can determine the competition and affect the profits of sectors. Customer also satisfaction is an important factor with ICT services as critical to development of all industrials and the pursuit of sustainable business development. Most countries are currently seeking sustainable development of their economies and financial sectors. As you know, sustainable sectors are defined as government strategy of how to develop economic sectors in a changing environment and limited natural resources. Now, what is the objective of this paper? The main objective of building the ICT price basket is to measure the ability to pay cost of these services in order to take the decision in the sustainable financial development and inform policy decisions. It is a central sector for development for all economic sectors, and these costs can be compared with the costs of other countries to determine the competitive position and see how to reduce the cost of ICT by taking advantage of competitive strength. Sustainability at individual level means taking advantage of their accumulated experience and focusing on supply chain in a way that reduces cost, facilitates use of technology, and makes environment friendly to them and quickly recycles the production cycle during the year. Similarly, sustainability in corporate sector also contributes to building a strong society that leads economic and financial sectors toward continuous growth and improved turnover. Now, what is the importance of this study or the contribution? Is analysis of financial impact after calculating price basket of ICT and their impact on financial development indicators. These prices are shown as a percentage of income generated per capita and not as absolute value. This is because explain an affordability of ICT services in a country. This study is an empirical study in nature and applied in 6 GCC countries, and applying panel corrected standard error as estimator and also fixed and random effect and the generalized method of movement GMM method for the period of 2008 till 2016. The data of 4 independent variables were collected from International Telecommunication Union report, while the data for dependent and control variable were collected from the World Development Indicators. This is the formula or equations of fixed telephone and mobile and also fixed broadband. And as you see here, ICT is accumulated for all these items or variables as the equation. Our empirical work started with performing the PCSE panel corrected standard error estimators. This method is appropriate for a panel that has a time dimension that is longer than a cross dimension. Also, the key advantage of panel corrected standard error is to allow the error in the model to be corrected. Also, the serial correlation also allow to error term to be heterostatistic. As mentioned earlier, the most common issues in the panel data are heterogeneity and endogeneity issues. To overcome these problems, or first problem, heterogeneity, we use fixed and random effect. And based on the Haussmann test, we will select the best estimator. As you see here, fixed and random is subject to Haussmann test specifications. So the null hypothesis of the Haussmann test is that the random effect here in this model is appropriate. And to overcome the endogeneity problem, we will use GMM here. This study estimates the following model, where FDE, financial development indicator in country, we will measure by STTV referred to the stock traded total value as a percentage of GDP, and MC referred to market capitalization of listed domestic companies, as a percentage of GDP, and DC referred to the domestic credit provided by the financial sector as a percentage of GDP. ICT, as I told before about the equation how to calculate the ICT, but here also we conduct the control variables such as inflation to GDP deflator, and also GDP, which per capita, and gross domestic saving as a percentage of GDP. What about the results here? This study applied BCSE estimations. The results show that 1% increase in the ICT price case about 11 percentage decreases in MC in the GCC economies. The second point, this negative impact was even higher in domestic credit. Why? Because fell by about 22% when the ICT prices rose by 1%. While the ICT price had a significant and positive effect on the stock market traded value here. The second estimator here, we re-estimated the model by performing the fixed and random effect models, which confirm the same results of BCSE estimator. The results provided significant evidence on the negative relationship between the ICT price basket and financial development, MC and DC, market capitalization and domestic credit. The ICT basket price helped improve the financial development in the GCC economies when the stock market value traded was used. Other GMM measures were also tested. The results of GMM here, that the ICT price basket decreased the MC by about 10% when increased by 1%. This negatively effect was smaller on the DC, which decreased by 4.29% when the ICT rose by 1%. But the same signals here between all the estimators. Our results also was robust, as surgeon tests accepted the null hypothesis that over-identifying restriction were valid. Meanwhile, ICT had a positive and insignificant effect on STTV based on the GMM estimator. The findings of this study show that ICT price basket adoption was the main driver of financial growth in the GCC countries for the period 2008 till 2016. Indeed, the negative impact of the ICT price basket on the financial development as measured by DC and MC revealed that the GCC countries in our sample confirm the rational behavior here of their customers, and the ICT price basket had an adverse reaction on financial growth. Why? The ICT price basket corresponded positively to stock value traded in the financial market, which explains that the presence of other factors contributed to the impact of this positive relationship. These results and interpretations are consistent with the current study results and demonstrate that the use of broadband is a major factor contributing to economic and financial growth. Based on these findings and explanations, the GCC countries have taken many measures to improve the telecommunications sector. In recent years, also, the GCC countries have been diversifying their economies to avoid a future crisis, especially in oil prices, which is their main sources of revenue of the country, of most of countries. The GCC countries also are trying to conduct business successfully by developing a skills local labor force to develop these local skills. The GCC countries expand their objectives to create a strong link between government institutions and industrial sectors, such as education and technological sector. So the present study recommends here that the local institution adopt a statistical policy on the use of ICT as a digital reference in which to develop additional policies. The creation of infrastructure is essential to create an appropriate climate for ICT innovations. Also, the government should make enough budget available to finance communication operations and continuous technology development as a basic requirements for sustainable development. In the future study, inshallah, maybe can introduce some social and environmental variables which may consider as important factor and also indicators for sustainable development that can affect an economic and financial growth. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Fares, for your presentation of your article. It was really interesting to discover this analysis of the financial model of the ICT price basket on financial development indicators in the region, the GCC region. Now, if there is any questions or question time now, if there is any question, please don't hesitate. Dr. Fares will have the pleasure to answer your questions. Okay, maybe there is no questions. There are no questions. So now I want to ask Dr. Najm.
Thank you, Dr. Hamdoun.
Yes, Dr. Najm, the floor is yours. So thanks to all of you, all the URC members, all the panel contributors from all the colleges and also the URC members and Prof. Muhammad Asif. Thank you, everyone. And I cede the floor to Dr. Najm. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamdoun. So we are now entering in session number 4 for this symposium. And in this session, there are 6 presenters. So I would like to ask Dr. Omar to please present your talk. So as we are running short of time, so I will just ask him to directly start the presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Omar.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Najmul Hassan, for the introduction. So I just have question. Can all of you see my screen? Right?
Yes, we can see, Doctor.
Okay. So welcome everyone. Good afternoon. The title of my presentation today is Exploring and Optimizing Partitioning of Large Designs for Multi-FPGA based Prototyping. First of all, let's have a quick look at the outline of the presentation. In this presentation, on the next slide, of course, I'm going to discuss the background of my work that I'm going to present here today, the motivation, the problem statement. Next, basically, I'll be discussing a detailed overview of multi-FPGA prototyping flow. In multi-FPGA prototyping flow, there are many complex steps. But in this particular work, which is published, we are focusing on the partitioning part of multi-FPGA prototyping flow. And in that partitioning part, we are exploring 2 partitioning approaches. One is the hierarchical partitioning approach, and the other is multi-level partitioning approach. So after the overview of multi-FPGA prototyping flow, I'll be particularly focusing on the partitioning problem that we addressed in this work. Later on, I'm going to discuss the results which we obtained for this particular work, and I'm going to conclude with some discussion on the future work. So first of all, the background of the work or the problem motivation. So all of us are living in a digital world, and modern day digital systems, they are very, very compute intensive, and they are enormously complex. Their computation power, I mean, just to give you a perspective, it is so huge of modern day digital systems that they can even outperform the supercomputers of a few decades, of a couple of decades back. right? And at the same time, the modern digital systems, they have a very shorter life cycle, and there is an increased pressure on the designers and on the researchers to bring out new products as soon as possible. So there is an increasing pressure of time to market on the designers as well. So designing a new digital system, it takes roughly, for a team of designers or for a group of designers, if they are working on the design of new digital system, it takes normally around a year or a year and a half. And on the part of the company, it costs company somewhere between few $100,000 to, in some cases, a few $1,000,000 as well. And while a group of designers, they are working on the design of a new digital system, uh, almost 70% of their time is basically spent on the verification of the design under consideration, and more than 70% of the effort, engineering effort, is also spent on the verification of digital systems. Why? Because of the fact that if an engineering team designs a malfunctioning design, it's going to cost the company hundreds of millions of dollars. So just to avoid that, in this given context, the pre-silicon verification of digital systems, it becomes extremely important. Using pre-silicon verification, basically, the group of designers, they can verify whether the design that they are in the process of designing, before the fabrication of the design, they can verify actually it is going to work or not once it is fabricated, once it comes out of the fab. So, I mean, there are many pre-silicon verification techniques which are extensively used by the various companies, but among them, three verification techniques are more commonly used. One is simulation, the other is emulation, and the third one is FPGA-based prototyping. Today, I'm not going to discuss on the pros and cons of these three verification techniques. Let's just, I mean, for the moment, focus on FPGA-based prototyping. And it is like unique among the three pre-silicon verification techniques because of two features. One is when we are going to verify a design with the help of FPGA-based prototyping, it gives the cycle accurate and bit accurate behavior of the design. And the second one is it gives the designers the real world interfacing and testing experience. So this basically brings us to multi-FPGA based prototyping because of the fact that the designs, as I explained before, they are very complex in nature. And when we want to prototype them on FPGAs, they cannot be implemented on a single FPGA. So in order to attain the prototyping objective, basically the design has to be prototyped either on multiple FPGAs, which are like spread over multiple boards, or they are implemented on multiple FPGAs, which are on a single board. So that basically brings us to the problem of multi-FPGA prototyping, right? So in multi-FPGA prototyping, this is, you can see flow which is normally followed in multi-FPGA prototyping. It starts with the benchmark generation, the design that we want to prototype on this board over here. So it starts with the generation of the benchmark. Normally benchmarks, they are multi-processor system on chip architectures, MPSOCs. Once we have the design in this work, basically we use MPSOCs, which are generated by the open source design space exploration tool. Once we have the design is next logically synthesized or logically optimized, where the description, the hardware description of the design is basically converted into the logic gates or the resources of the target architecture. After the logic synthesis, the design is basically partitioned. We need partitioning because of the fact that there are going to be multiple FPGAs on which the design is going to be implemented. So we need to partition the design into multiple parts according to the number of FPGAs on the target FPGA board. So for the moment, I'm skipping the detail on this partitioning approaches because that's what I'm going to focus on it in next couple of slides. But once the partitioning of the design is done, the routing of the design is performed, because in routing, basically the design is represented as a hypergraph. And in that hypergraph, we have a set of vertices and edges. And those that in using that particular hypergraph, the nets of the design, they are routed from the source to the destination with the help of a pathfinder routing algorithm. After the routing of the design is done, we have the netlist of all the netlist and netlists of the design, which are then given to the vendor specific synthesis, placement, and routing tools. And those tools, they generate the bit streams of the design, as you can see over here. And these bit streams are finally loaded onto the multi-FPGA board, where final in-circuit verification of the design can be performed and the prototyping of the FPGA is completed. So this is basically a comprehensive overview of the various steps that we have to follow normally in the prototyping flow of a multi-FPGA prototyping platform. So as I said before, that I'll not be discussing all of them in detail. So my focus will be on the partitioning problem. Now, when we want to partition a design, this is basically a very simple explanation of a partitioning problem, which is shown on this slide right now. Let's say we have a design that we want to partition into two partitions, because let's say the target FPGA board has two FPGAs only. So while we are partitioning the design, there are two fundamental constraints that we have to follow, or that we have to satisfy. The first constraint is that the logic capacity of the design target architecture should be satisfied. And the second thing is that number of cut nets, they should be as small as possible. Now, these two constraints basically make the partitioning problem an NP-hard problem, right? So when we want to partition a design, basically, as you can see, this was the initial state or initial partition that I had. And after partitioning, I tried to satisfy the logic capacity constraint of the target FPGA architecture while minimizing the number of cut nets. So in order to solve this problem, we explore and optimize two approaches in this work. The first one is the hierarchical partitioning approach. The flow of the hierarchical partitioning approach that we use in this work, you can see right now on the right side of this slide. So when we basically perform the logic synthesis of a design, for that we use an open source tool, Verific. It is a parsing tool that basically gives the complete information about the whole interconnect architecture of the design under consideration. So once the design is logically synthesized, we know the complete interconnect details of the design under consideration. And based on those details, we also have the information about the number of partitions of the target architecture, as well as the logic capacity of the target FPGA architecture. So based on this information, this particular flow or this particular algorithm, it chooses the n instances, and it checks whether they are assigned to some partition or not. If they are unassigned, the flow basically partitions where the instances can go. And this basically decision is based on the connectivity of the instances. If the instances, they are they can go, if they are too big for the target, if they are they can fit in the target partition, they are assigned to the target partition, and it comes back and it chooses n instances again. However, if the n instances, they are too big for the target partition, the instances, they are broken, okay? And the algorithm, it gets to the lower level of the interconnect, and then it repeats the same procedure again. And this whole procedure keeps going on and on until all the partitions, all the instances, they are assigned to one partition or the other. Now, in this approach, basically, we use a top-down partitioning approach. We start from the top of the from the top level of the design under consideration, and then we go to the lower levels slowly, step by step, only if the instances under consideration, they do not satisfy the logic requirement of the target architecture, right? So the second partitioning approach that we consider in this work or explore in this work is the multi-level partitioning approach. The concept of multi-level partitioning approach is shown over here. So contrary to the hierarchical approach, in this approach, we use multi-level clustering and refinement. So in order to perform clustering, the instances of a design, they are represented as a hypergraph, as you can see over here. And over multiple iterations of clustering, the number of clusters, they are reduced. The number of instances in a cluster, they are reduced. The instances, they are merged, and the merging is basically based on the connection or the connectivity between different instances. And once only a few dozen clusters are left, then the refinement procedure is performed. And in the refinement procedure, the objective is always to satisfy two requirements. The first one is do not violate the logic capacity of the target architecture. And the second one is that do not violate or reduce the number of cut nets or keep the number of cut nets as small as possible. Now, based on these two partitioning approaches, we implemented the flow that I discussed at the start of this presentation, and we computed the number of cut nets both for hierarchical and multi-level partitioning approach. For mono, we have 14 benchmarks. 5 of them, they are monocluster benchmarks, and remaining 9 of them, they are multi-cluster benchmarks. And our experimentation showed us that for monocluster benchmarks, the multi-level partitioning approach was 7.5% better in terms of cut nets, whereas for multi-cluster benchmarks, the hierarchical partitioning approach was 12% better on average. Next, we computed the multiplexing ratio, both for like hierarchical and multi-level partitioning approaches. And normally we compute the multiplexing ratio after the routing step of the prototyping flow. And the results show that of multi-level partitioning approach, it gives 12.5% better results as compared to hierarchical approach for monocluster benchmarks. And hierarchical approach gives 13% better mux ratio results for multi-cluster benchmarks. Finally, we compute the frequency, the execution speed of the target architecture, and the results that we observed for the multiplexing ratio, exactly similar results, they are replicated or they are achieved for the frequency results as well. And last but not least, we determine the execution time of the two partitioning approaches. And on average, for monocluster benchmarks, the hierarchical approach gives 25% better results. It is 25% faster. Whereas for hierarchical or multi-cluster benchmarks, the hierarchical partitioning approach is 68% faster. And the reason for these results are that hierarchical partitioning approach uses a top-down partitioning approach that enables it to quickly achieve the result in a limited time. So the conclusion of this presentation, in this work, we have explored two partitioning approaches for multi-FPGA prototyping. We have observed and we have seen that hierarchical partitioning approach is inherently good at exploiting the hierarchical interconnects, which are normally there in the designs under consideration, whereas multi-level partitioning approach is good at refining smaller and non-hierarchical designs. On average, our results show that multi-level approach gives 12.5% better frequency results for monocluster benchmarks, and hierarchical approach gives on average 13% better frequency results for multi-cluster benchmarks. And last but not the least result, hierarchical approach on average 60% faster in terms of execution time as compared to multi-level partitioning approach. So this brings me to the end of this presentation. If you people have any questions, I guess we can take one or two questions, and then I will pass the floor to Dr. Furqan. So any questions, please?
Thank you, Dr. Umar. So I will invite Dr. Furqan for presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Najam.
Dr. Furqan Ahmed from Mechanical
Yes.
Engineering Department.
Can you see the screen? Dr. Najam, is it okay?
Yes, sir, we can see your PPT and please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Thank you, all of you, Dr. Najam and Dr. Asif Gondal and DVC arranging this symposium. So the title of my presentation is Hygroscopic Effect on Impact Response of Composite Material. So if we know that the composite material is become very common these days, and during their service life, they are under different impact. So if they absorb some water, composite, and then there is impact, so then the overall behavior is changed. And if we have a different sequence like unidirectional, cross-ply or quasi-isotropic, even so then they behave totally different. So today I will talk about the hygroscopic effect, water absorption effect on the impact response of composite material. Okay, so the contents of my presentation, first I will give some introduction about composite material, then explain of the objective of my presentation, and then I will show the experiment setup and result and discussion, and finally I will conclude my presentation. So composite material have high specific stiffness and strength. So now they are gaining much of the intention of the different company due to their less density and high specific strength. So if we compare the composite, especially CFRP, that is carbon fiber composite, it has less density and its strength is almost half of the steel. But when we go for the specific strength, so that is a strength divided by density, so it has a noticeable value compared to all other conventional material like alloys, steel, and all other. So that's why they are gaining a lot of attention in different industry. So if I can show you, especially in aerospace industry, so this is the outer body of the Boeing 787. Almost 50% you can see here of the outer body is consist of the composite material. And similar in other Boeing or Airbus or different aerospace industries gaining lot of attention. And in sports industry, automobile industry, wind turbine, this drones, and also in the oil and gas industry, composite is taking the place of the conventional material. So that's why it's so important. So during this service life, they absorb water, especially like this aeroplane. It has different variation of the temperature and humidity whenever they take off. So then from room temperature, they go up to the minus 30 to minus 35 or 40 centigrade, and then their humidity also changes, so their behavior is changed. If they absorb some water, after that there's some strike, let's suppose there is a bird strike, so then their behavior or strength will be completely different. So this is the main objective which I want to study, and I will show you some results regarding that. Okay, so the objective of my presentation is, first I want to analyze the behavior of two different sequence, unidirectional and cross-ply. So unidirectional means all of the fiber in all layers in the one directional, or cross-ply, they are 0-90 combination. So if we have different sequence, they will show the different behavior under impact loading. So this is the first objective which I want to analyze. And then if they absorb the different percentage of moisture content, so what will be their behavior? So, and I also will show you some result regarding the damage analysis. If they absorb water and then under impact loading, what kind of damage will be created? So experimentation. So we use the Torre T800 3990 material. So carbon fiber is T800 and epoxy is 3900. So this 3990 epoxy is the toughest epoxy and it has a glass transition temperature around 177 centigrade. So we take the tape and then we lay up according to our desired sequence, like 0, 0, and this make the unidirectional, and then 0, 90 combination. So total number of layers are 8. Then the stack it in this sequence, then put in the vacuum chamber and give the curing circle, and finally we got a large panel, and then we cut this panel into the desired dimension, and the dimension of the plate is 125 mm into 125, and this thickness of the plate was 1.5 mm. So after that, preparing the sample. So to compare the hygroscopic effect, so 3 different like percentages were selected for moisture content. 0% is, you can say, is fully dry one, then 1% and fully saturated. For unidirectional, you can say fully saturation position is 1.42, and for the cross ply is 1.3. So this is a graph which explains about how the water was absorbed by both of the specimen. If we can see the blue line for the unidirectional as the fiber in one direction only, so they can absorb water more quickly compared to the any other sequence like cross ply or quasi-isotropic. So we can see here the green line is for the cross ply. So cross ply absorb the water and even reach to the saturated point, but compared to this unidirectional, their absorption rate is very low. So these are the different immersion time. If we check the immersion time for fully saturated specimen, it's for unidirection is 12,611, and for the cross ply it's 15,383. So to reach the saturated point, the quasi-isotropic cross ply take more time compared to the unidirectional one. So experiment setup, we use this drop tower machine, and the unidirectional is symmetric one, and cross ply is the antisymmetric. This is the property of the one single lamina, longitude 142 gigapascal, and transfer is 7.79. So these are the conditions for the experimentation, like plate length is 125 mm, plate height 125 mm, plate thickness 1.5, number of layers 8, impactor radius which we use to impact the plates is 6.5 mm, and weight is 3.4, and overall impact energy which we use for this study is 23.62 joule. So as this energy value is not very high, so we can say this is a low velocity impact. It's not like hyper or high velocity impact test. So this is a graphical abstract of the overall this study. Prepare the sample, then prepare the plate, and the dry one tested, and for hydrothermal put in the water at 80 centigrade. So why we use 80 centigrade? To just accelerate the water absorption phenomena. So this is a graph for this one, and after that we got result and did the analysis. So this is the normal cross-linking of the epoxy. If we have the epoxy and harden, if we give the pure cycle, so finally we get a polymer change. So we get the polymer change, but if we have the fully dry sample, it shows that it has very good van der Waals forces and hydrogen bonding and other forces. But whenever we put the epoxy in the water, so water molecule is very small compared to the epoxy one, so it can move easily inside this polymer chain, then take the place. And when the water molecule come inside this polymer chain, so overall it's expand the volume of this epoxy and weaken the van der Waals forces, and even make the polar forces with the other molecule. So overall, it changed the behavior of epoxy from, you can say, from brittle to ductile one. So these are the SEM analysis. If we can see for unidirectional, and this is a epoxy and carbon fiber. So they have very good bonding, interfacial bonding. But if we put the sample in the water, so as I told you before, overall epoxy size or volume increase. So when our epoxy expand, so there is a interfacial debonding between the epoxy and the carbon fiber. So same thing we observe for the cross ply. So it's a very smooth bonding between this polymer epoxy and fiber, but when we put in the water, so there is the degradation of the interfacial bonding. So from SEM images, we got nice result which can explain this debonding behavior due to the water absorption. So then we did the damage analysis. We, I show you just for fully dry one and fully saturated. If you can see for the this unidirectional one, the overall damage on the front size or back size for the dry sample is less compared to the fully saturated one, because the unidirectional mainly strength is dependent upon the epoxy strength. So when our epoxy become weak due to the moisture, so then it can create more damage whenever it's impacted. So the same thing we analyze through C-scan, and you can see the damage in the dry one is less compared to the fully saturated one. So they are basically the three main delamination or fiber breakage and matrix cracking phenomena under impact loading. So then same thing we observe for the cross ply. So you can see here in the C-scan image, very less damage is occur on the front face and small delamination on the back. But when we go for the fully saturated one, the large dent is created on the front face, and on the back face, the lot of delamination was occur. So overall, lot of fiber breakage, matrix cracking will also happen more for the saturated one compared to the dry sample. Then we record this time force data during the experiment. So if you see for unidirectional one, the overall peak is more compared to the saturated. As we can see, the peak value or impact resistance is more for the dry sample compared to 1% moisture content or fully saturated one. So overall resistance is decreased for the unidirectional one. But if we go for the cross ply, so cross ply for fully dry, 1% and saturated, they show almost close peak value. But when the sample was fully saturated and become more like the ductile one, so it can bend more. So due to the large bending, so there was the delamination as I showed you before, so occur. So that's why there is a lot of undulation, or you can say vibration in the plate. So after that, lot of bend. So then finally it's also rebound. So if we compare both of the sample, if we say stacking sequence effect, so the unidirectional is easy to break under impact loading, and if we apply the same loading to cross ply, so it shows more resistance compared to the unidirectional sample. So then we calculate the impact velocity and displacement. You can see the initial velocity was 3.4 meter per second. So all velocity curves start from that point. So for the fully dry, the impactor move, and when it's become fully saturated, so the less velocity means it can, you can say it's move easily, more easily compared to the dry one. And for the cross ply sample, here is the, if it's become 0 and then become negative velocity, it means impactor is hit and then rebound. And less rebound is we found for the fully saturated one. So same thing we can observe for if we draw this time displacement curve. So here, this curve going back for time displacement, it means the impactor is rebounding. But for the fully this unidirectional ones, there is no rebound as the impactor perforated through the plate. So there is a continued displacement for the impactor. So if we draw the impactor displacement or force curve, so we can see there is no folding of the curve. So it means impactor is moved directly perforated from the plate. But for the cross ply, if we compare these two results, so there is a folding of the curve. So this folding of the curve represent impactor cannot penetrate or perforate through the plate. It's just hit and it's going to go back. So, and if we draw the energy curve from this data, so this part of it show the rebounding, and it means it has some elastic energy. So that's why it's repelled back or sent back the impactor, and other one is the plus this damage energy. So the overall damage energy is less for cross ply compared to the unidirectional. So if I conclude overall this one, so water absorption behavior, if we analyze the unidirectional absorb water more quickly compared to the cross ply, and there is a effect of moisture absorption on the impact resistance. The peak force value decreased for the unidirectional one, and for the cross ply it's stable. There is no much effect, but when cross ply become fully saturated, so it was like more due to more deflection, there was a sharp drop we observed. So overall damage increased for the fully saturated sample compared to the dry sample. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much, all of you. If you have any question, kindly let me know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Furqan. So is there any question? I think there's no question, and time is also finished for your presentation. Dr. Furqan, thank you so much. Now, the next presenter is Dr. Muhammad Sharik Ahmad Khan. So over to you, Dr. Sharik.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Dr. Najm, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear, and your slides are shared. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Muhammad Sharik Khan from the Department of Chemical Engineering. I would like to first thank the organizers, Dr. Najm, Dr. Asif Gondal, Dr. Sayyid Ahsan Jamil, and the other people in organizing this online symposium. Thank you for providing us this platform. So without further ado, let me begin my presentation. The title of my presentation is Energy Savings Through Efficient Boil-off Gas Prediction in a Full Containment Type LNG Storage Tank. And you can see this screen, and here this is the Oman LNG terminal, where Oman exports LNG from their from the liquefaction unit with the help of marine carrier to different places. So you see in this picture, we see these very, very big tanks. And if you come close to these tanks, they are really of huge size. To give you a perspective, they can effectively stack up to 2 Airbus A380 on top of each other, and there are still some space left. So they are huge tanks, and they can contain as much as 260,000 meter cube of LNG. And they are designed to tolerate extremely low cryogenic temperatures and to keep the LNG safe until the next batch of shipment. But the problem with these tanks are when the LNG is stored into these tanks, ambient heat leaks into the tank, causes the LNG, which is the liquefied natural gas to vaporize. And when the natural gas is vaporized, you see it can either be flared, which is the losses, or it can be recompressed back to the recompressed and reliquefied back to the tank again, which causes a lot of energy consumption. So keeping this in mind, I did this study to minimize the boil of gas prediction from these tanks to make this LNG regasification and liquefaction facility more energy efficient. So as a motivation, I would like to tell about natural gas value chain. You know, natural gas is the cleanest fossil fuel, and it is regarded as the bridge fuel to the renewable future. And it finds application in many places like feedstock for manufacturing industry, household heating and cooling, and obviously electricity and transportation sectors. So with these applications, the growth of natural gas are very strong, and the predictions says as much as 60% increase will happen during the period of 2015 to 2030. So the demand of natural gas is very strong, but the problem with the natural gas is it is found in the remote locations. And to bring the natural gas from remote locations to the world market requires either pipeline transportation or the liquefaction of natural gas, or liquefying the natural gas, so that it occupies a small space as much as 600 times a smaller space. So in this picture, you can see the natural gas value chain starting from the oil gas well. When the gas obtained from the gas well, it's sent to the separation of impurities, and then it's sent to the processing unit where the natural gas is cleansed of impurities like non-hydrocarbon gases, acid gases, mercury, and water, and many other impurities. Once the natural gas is cleansed, it is sent to the transmission section of this value chain, where the natural gas is go to the compression station, odorant, and so on, and sent to the natural gas company, which can either send natural gas to the end users in the pipeline or choose to liquefy the gas in the form of LNG and do the batch shipment. So when the natural gas is liquefied, when the natural gas is liquefied, it requires a lot of energy. And while transportation and during storage, heat leak into the LNG storage tank causes this energy to go away in the form of boil of gas. So in this research, I'm focusing on this part of the value chain where the natural gas is stored, and to make the just by doing some correction here, it will somehow improve the efficiency of this whole natural gas value chain. So natural gas is liquefied, and when it is liquefied, its volume decreases. Once the natural gas is liquefied, it is sent through the marine carrier to different places, and these marine carriers, when they bring the natural gas in the form of LNG, is stored in the LNG storage tank, from where the natural gas is continually and as required sent to the pipeline or to the customers as needed, right? Because this LNG carrier brings a lot of natural gas, a lot of LNG, which cannot be used at once. So to keep the natural gas safe until the next shipment come, it is stored in the LNG storage tank. And as I already mentioned, the problem with these tanks are no matter how much thickness of insulation we apply around these tanks, heat always find its way to seep into this tank and into this LNG that causes the boil of gas generation, which is the natural gas or the liquefied natural gas converted into boil of gas. Now to handle these boil of gas, we can either compress it, and compression are very energy intensive, or we can flare it, which is also loss of energy, or we can compress the gas or the boil of gas to the recondenser pressure, from where it is recondensed back to the LNG and then sent to the pipeline. So this is as a background, and these are my research objectives. I did the rigorous heat leak modeling in the LNG storage tank to predict the boil of gas through the corrected heat leak modeling, and then use that corrected heat leak model to find optimum recirculation rate into the regasification terminal and find the boil off rate based on the corrected boil of gas prediction that based on the corrected heat leak modeling, and finally try to see the effect of boil off rate on BOG predictions. So this is the LNG storage tank, and to do the heat leak modeling in the tank, there are a lot of information that are not available at once, and we have to collect from many places. So I collected those information like the insulation thickness, what types of insulation, what is the material of construction of the tank, what is the thickness of concrete, what is at the bottom, because this heat leaks from all the directions into the tank, from the top, from side, and from the bottom. And from the side, there are two different places, one at the where the BOG is there, and the other one is LNG. So after collecting all that information, I try to put that information in the commercial process plant simulator, but found that there are some challenges. We can not do the regress heat leak modeling in the commercial simulator, like heat transfer area is only available for the side, and there is no way I can assign heat transfer into the commercial simulator module of the tank from top and the bottom. So to do that, we found some analytical way where the heat can also be incorporated from the top and the bottom of the tank, and this confirms that the boil of gas predictions were correct. So after putting all those pieces into places in the commercial simulator, now the model was developed, and to validate the model that this is going to give a correct predictions, I selected a model that was based on first principle of the LNG terminal, and selected three parameters: boil of gas, vapor temperature, and liquid temperature for the model validation. And fortunately, those corrections were within the agreement, and we can use that model for further analysis. So after the corrected model was developed, the corrected model was used to get the heat leak, corrected heat leak model into the tank, and we found that and the vendor, the LNG storage tank that were built using a vendor supplied value of BOR for boil of gas BOG calculations, and that found to be the incorrect approach, because the boil of gas or the BOR is a variable that depends on the liquid level on the tank. But what was given was that BOR is a static value, and that found to be incorrect after the simulation studies. And that the corrected storage tank corrected heat leak model for the BOG or further used to find the minimum recirculation in the LNG storage tank, and found that at low recirculation, ambient heat leak in the tank dominates the BOG generation, and at higher recirculation rate in tank pump contribute to the BOG generation. And these are the confirmation that that give us about the pipe heat leak variation and the recirculation temperature variation with the recirculation rate. And after doing all these things, we found that the lowest recirculation that prevents the two-phase was the best operating policy for the recirculation rate in the LNG terminal. We further did a few more studies where we keep the LNG storage tank closed from the top and try to see when the tank will reach to the design pressure or the flare limit. If the liquid level in the tank is 25%, the tank reaches to the flare limit in 2 days. But if the liquid level in the tank is at 75%, then the reaching to the flare limit can be significantly delayed until 10 days. So it is like when a planned shutdown or unplanned shutdown take place in a LNG terminal, then having higher liquid level in the tank can save the LNG from being flared. So yes, those are the findings, and I can conclude my presentation as a total heat leak in the tank is essentially remains constant. However, the variation of heat takes place within the vapor and the liquid that causes the BOR to change. So the BOR strongly depends on the liquid level in the tank, and the distribution in vapor and liquid changes the BOR. At low liquid level, BOG is underpredicted using BOR. At high liquid level, BOG is overpredicted using BOR. So yes, these are the conclusions of my presentation. And thank you for listening. If you have any question, yes, please go ahead. I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharik, for a nice presentation. So is there any question? Dr. Sharik, your research is also applicable to LPG?
LPG is liquefied petroleum gas, and my research is about LNG. And you see, to liquefy LPG and LNG, there are different temperatures.
So
like LNG is liquefied at minus 160 degrees centigrade, while LPG, which is mostly propane and butane, is liquefied at different temperatures. So to liquefying LPG, we require less energy compared to LNG. Yes. So what was
okay, so it is also the process is same, or is it different?
Of course, the process is same, but storing LPG, you do not require that a very bulky tank, because it is like it has a higher boiling point compared to the LNG, which is the natural gas or methane, mostly methane.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharik. So
welcome.
I think there is no other questions, so we can proceed to the next presenter. Our next presenter for this session is Dr. Almana. He's from Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and his title of
Assalamu alaikum. Do you hear me, Dr. Najm?
Walaikum assalam. Yes, sir, I can hear you, and your slides are also visible here. So please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Najm. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Najm, Dr. Asif, and Dr. Said for organizing this seminar. In this presentation, I am going to talk about the economic analysis of standalone and grid-connected PV system, especially in the far region or in Salalah. This region really is characterized by high solar potential. Then we can produce electrical energy from solar energy using PV panels. And we have two choices. We can install the grid-connected PV systems or the off-grid, colored off-grid, colored tie grid, or we can install the standalone or off-grid PV system. And each configuration has some advantages and some disadvantages. Then people are wondering about the efficiency of each configuration, the standalone or the grid-connected rooftop photovoltaic system that they will install. Then we conducted this research. The objectives of this research are to analyze the efficiency of the standalone and grid-connected rooftop photovoltaic system and determine the cost and the return from each project. We have used the software Homer to run simulation and compare the results. The outline of this presentation are as follows. In the first part, I will talk about the photovoltaic electricity potential in Oman. In the second part, I will show you the design and the results of the design of the standalone PV system. In the third part, I will show you the optimization results of the grid-connected PV system and I will finish with experimental results comparison and conclusion. Let's start with these results obtained from the software SolarGIS. In the first figure, we have the global horizontal radiation distribution along 1 year. You can see that the global horizontal radiation varies between 5 and 7 kilowatt-hour per meter square per day, with a clearness index varying between 0.55 and 0.75. Also, the daily temperature in this region varies between 20 and 30 degrees. As the output of the PV system depends to the global horizontal radiation, the clearness index, and the daily temperature, then the results presented here show a high potential of photovoltaic energy in Oman. Again, this distribution of long-term PV output shows that the PV output varies in the region of Salela or in Dhofar varies between 5.8 and 6.2 kilowatt-hour per kilowatt peak daily, and varies between 2,118 and 2,264 kilowatt-hour per kilowatt peak yearly. That means if we install 1 kilowatt peak of PV system, it will produce 6.2 kilowatt-hour of electrical energy per day and 2,264 approximately per year. Then both results obtained from SolarGIS and Global Solar Atlas show that this region is characterized with high potential PV. Again, here the PV specific output in kilowatt-hour per kilowatt peak per day given by the software SolarGIS is 5.39 kilowatt-hour. Then the specific photovoltaic power output per year is about 1,968 kilowatt-hour per kilowatt peak. Now, regarding the standalone PV system simulation model, as I said, we have used the software Homer. Then for the standalone PV system, we have to select our PV system. We have to use some battery or storage system. This battery will be charged during the sunny hours or during the day, and they will provide electricity to the load during the night or cloudy days. We have to use inverter because usually our loads is AC. However, the PV system and the battery, they provide DC power. We have considered this load variation. The load variation shows that the average consumption per hour and day are about 1.12 kilowatt hour and 26.9 kilowatt hour respectively. Now, to determine the cost of the standalone system, we have first of all to take a look at the price of the battery and the PV module. The price of the lithium-ion battery used for the storage of electricity provided by PV panels decreases from 1,200 euro per kilowatt in the year 2010 to less than 200 euro per kilowatt hour in the year 2018. And we estimate that this price will decrease in next years. Again, for the PV module price, it decreases from about 100 euro per watt peak to in the year 1975 to less than 1 euro per watt peak in the year 2016. Then sure, this will affect the cost of the standalone PV systems. Now, regarding the results obtained with the software Homer. First of all, as I said, we have to define the price of the PV panel given in euro per watt peak, the rated capacity, and the lifetime operation and maintenance cost. For the battery also, we have to define some parameters. And again, for the inverter, we have just to fix the price per watt DC. The obtained results from the optimization conducted using Homer software gave the following results. For the PV panel, we need a total capacity of 13 kilowatt peak. This will produce about 25 megawatt hour per year, with a total capacity cost, capital cost for the PV system about 9,450 euro. The capital cost of the battery is 6,600 euro, and for the inverter, the size required is 3 kilowatts and the capital cost is 600 euro. Now, regarding the cost of the project, the net project cost is 30,319 euro with an initial cost of investment of about 16,000 euro, and the cost of energy in this case is about 0.239 euro per kilowatt hour. Here, the distribution of the different cost of the projects. For the battery, the cost represents 40% of the total cost of the project. The PV panels represents 57% of the total cost, and the inverters represent only 4% of the total cost. Now, for the grid connected system, this configuration does not require battery for the storage of electrical energy. Indeed, the PV system will produce electricity during the sunny hours, and the power grid or the network will provide the required electricity during the cloudy days and nights. For the grid parameters, we suppose that the grid power price is about 0.59 euro per kilowatt hour, including the installation and cables and tolls. The grid sellback price is about 0.1 euro per kilowatt hour. The total energy purchased from the network or the power grid is about 9,818 kilowatt hour per year to provide the required power to the load. The net project cost over 25 years is about 74,000 euro. When we install the PV system, we have obtained the following results. The PV panels required are about 21 kilowatt peak. This allows to produce 38 megawatt hour per year of electrical energy from solar energy, with a capital cost of 14,464 euro. The size of the inverter required in this case is 6 kilowatts with a price of, this is the inverter mean output, it's 2.37 kilowatts. The net project cost of the project is 24,489 euro with initial cost of investment about 20,464 euro. The cost of energy is decreased to 0.073 euro per kilowatt hour. The energy purchased from the power grid is 5 megawatt hour, and the energy sold to the grid is 16 megawatt hour per year, with a renewable energy fraction of 80.2%. At the Far University in the co-house, they have installed 3.8 kilowatt peak on the rooftop of this eco house. We tried to calculate and to measure the energy produced by these installed PV panels. We found that the measured energy for 1 year is 5,420 kilowatt hour. The calculated energy using the software is 7,052 kilowatt hour. The efficiency calculated using the output power divided by the global radiation multiplied by the area of 3.8 kilowatt peak. We have obtained 12.2% efficiency for the installed PV system. However, the calculated efficiency using the software is about 15.7%. In conclusion, in this research work, the comparison between two systems using PV panels is presented and discussed through detailed economic analysis using the Homer software. The economic efficiency of PV projects depends on the price of electricity provided by the power companies and the price of PV panels and batteries. The comparison of the power grid, the standalone, and the grid-connected PV system shows the following results. The grid-connected PV system has the lowest cost of energy and the lowest net project cost. Also, the grid-connected PV system has the greater initial cost of investment. Indeed, the initial investment cost depends on the price of installed PV panels and inverters. On the other hand, the cost of energy decreases considerably when using PV system to produce electrical energy. Then we recommend to install more PV panels to produce and sell high quantity of electrical energy to the power grid, and this according to the regulation and requirements of electricity company like the Far Power Company. We recommend also to install more PV panels. Indeed, this will increase the incomes from the top PV systems. Thank you, and that's it for this presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Almana. So is there any question? So Doctor, what do you think that, what are the other parameters they can be optimized to make the efficiency higher than the mean, closer to the calculated one?
Yes, Dr. Najm.
The efficiency here you shown the measured and the calculated. So there is a difference. So can we minimize it further by doing something?
Yeah, usually the measured efficiency is different to the calculated efficiency. Indeed, the software cannot consider the dust and the other climatic conditions. For this reason, we obtain a different value of the efficiency.
Okay, so what do you expect that the future cost, it will go down further for the solar PV panels?
That the price and the cost of the batteries and PV panels will decrease next few years, and this will encourage people to install a PV system, grid connected or standalone. The cost now, or the total cost of the standalone PV system still expensive because the price of the batteries required to install this type of systems. However, if the price will decrease in next years, then people will be encouraged and motivated to install a more even standalone PV system to produce electrical energy.
Okay. So the main limitation is the battery price.
Yes, for the standalone, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Almana, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So our next presenter is Dr. Wajidullah. He is working at Hozang University of Science and Technology, China. He has more than 85 papers, journal papers, and he has an accumulative impact factor of more than 350, and he has more than 2,300 citations. So today he is and pharmaceutical sector. So thank you, Dr. Wajid, for being with us. So the floor is yours. Dr. Wajid, are you there? We can see your PPTs. Just unmute.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, Dr. Wajid,
Yeah.
we can hear
Oh,
you.
okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Wajid, right away from China. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Mazhar and all the audience for giving, and the respected chair for giving me this opportunity to present my work in this online symposium. My work, as you described, is about the development of bacterial cellulose-based functional materials for pharmaceutical. To talk about my work, first of all, I would like to talk about my university. The university name is Hua Chong University of Science and Technology. This university was established in 1952. Initially, it was named as HIT, Hua Chong Institute of Technology, and it was renamed as Hua Chong University of Science and Technology, abbreviated as HUST, in 1988. Actually, we have a much green area in our university that is spread about at 5.3 square kilometers. So it is also called Forest University in China. This university is also actually ranked among the first-class universities or first-class disciplines in China by the Ministry of Science and Ministry of Education in 2017. Then briefly talk about my city, Wuhan. Maybe you are all well aware of this city, Wuhan. You have heard a lot about this city, Wuhan, due to the recent outbreak of coronavirus since last year. Briefly, I should tell you that Wuhan is a very, very big city. You can compare, if you can compare with some other cities, like, for example, Paris, it is 80 times bigger than Paris, 12 times bigger than Singapore, and 11 times bigger than New York, and 4 times bigger than Tokyo. You can imagine how big Wuhan is. Also, it is called the city of universities and colleges. There are about 98 universities, well-renowned universities, among which one is our University HUST and also Wuhan University, that are ranked among the top most universities in China as well as around the world. Okay, then I should briefly talk about my research group. We are working under the supervision of Professor Guang Yang, who is a full professor. And also we have different research groups within our main group. Like we are working about the controllable biofabrication based on microbes. This is one research group. The other group is working on nanobacterial cellulose functionalization, and another group on nanobacterial cellulose composite development. And we are also working on supramolecular chemistry. And one research group is developing polymer nanomedicine and carriers. So these are the different researchers who are working with us. You can see from their pictures, there are many foreigners as well as the Chinese. So we have a combination of, like we have about students from more than 20 nationals. Okay, coming to my work. We are mainly working on bacterial cellulose, and I will talk about it in detail, what is bacterial cellulose, and different things about that bacterial cellulose, and then coming to the applications, specifically in biomedical, pharmaceutical, and environment field. Okay, first of all, bacterial cellulose, it is actually a natural biopolymer that is produced by okay, I should use my pointer. That is produced by acetic acid bacteria. Actually, this polymer is produced inside the bacteria cells, and then it moves out from the cell into the medium where it is accumulated in the form of a hydrogel, which is actually a fibrous network. This is just a stepwise presentation of how these small fibers accumulate and make a large hydrogel. And this is just a scale-wise presentation, like as I said, it is produced inside the cell, and then they gradually form the larger molecules. Like if you can see on the scale of starting from 1 angstrom up to 10 millimeter. Then I should tell you that we can obtain this material in the form of mats, and we can also make it dry in the form of powder. As I said before, it is a fibrous network. If you compare the properties of this cellulose obtained from bacteria and compare with the plant cellulose, it has some unique and interesting properties. For example, physical property, it is the highest form of cellulose that we obtained. It has high water holding capacity, slow water release rate, high. It is highly porous and transparent in nature. It has good mechanical strength, crystallinity, and thermal stability. And from biological perspective, it is biocompatible, biodegradable, and possesses 3D fiber structure. This is a complex pathway that used through this pathway, bacteria cells can produce bacterial cellulose. So this is the main pathway. This is the 4-step process. Beside this 4-step process, there are some other pathways, like if you are a biochemist, you should be well aware of this, like this ED pathway, pentose phosphate pathway, and TCA cycle. So these pathways are also interlinked with the main pathway and produce the bacterial cellulose. Beside the cellulose synthesis, there are some other side byproducts which are usually produced by the microbial cell during the synthesis process. If we talk about the properties of bacterial cellulose, it has some interesting intrinsic properties, like, as I mentioned before, it is highly pure and non-toxic, moldable, and it has chemical stability. These are just the intrinsic properties. But beside that, we can modify these basic properties and tune them in a desired way. For example, we can make it suitable for cell adhesion, for biocompatibility, and we can enhance the optical transparency, the tensile strength, thermal stability, and so on. Also, we can impart some additional properties to it, like, for example, antibacterial activity, antifungal, antiviral, antioxidant, catalytic properties for environment application, of course, and biosensing, electrical conductivity, and magnetic properties as well. So these are the properties which can be imparted to the pristine BC. However, there are a few limitations associated with it. For example, it has low yield. It has it produces byproducts during its synthesis. There is a risk of contamination and some other, you can see from the image. So we are actually focusing on to overcome some of these limitations and to develop some advanced BCP scaffold for various applications. So actually, the research at 3-bio, actually I didn't explain what is 3-bio. 3-bio means biomaterials, biofabrication, and biomacromolecules. So we took the first 3-letter bio from these 3 different terms, and we make it a 3-bio. So our research group name is actually 3-bio. So we are working in different directions at the 3-bio group. We are developing functional material. We are using the cell-free system for production of bacterial cellulose. We are using the genetic engineering strategies to develop engineered strains. We are carrying out the 3D printing strategies. We are also doing the biofabrication strategies by using different microbes as the templates. We are developing all the structured hydrogels for various biomedical and pharmaceutical applications. And the last one, that is, we are developing using the LDH. We are developing the LDH-based hybrid material for environment application. This is the most recent study that we have started in our group. Okay, coming to the first part, we are developing functional material for transparent wound dressings. For example, you can see that after installation, the optical transparency of BC has been successfully enhanced. Actually, these are just different results for cell study, for optical transparency, and for antibacterial activity. I will not go into details to explain all of them because of time limitation. But importantly, as I said, after installation, the optical transparency has been successfully enhanced. And these optically transparent material can be used in the cosmetics, like, for example, facial mask and transparent wound dressings. We are also developing the wound dressing for skin burns. This is one study carried out with the natural product curcumin, which is actually antibacterial, anti-inflammatory agent, and has good biological properties. So from animal studies, we saw some interesting results for the wound healing in the animal model. So this was also another important aspect of this. We are also developing the bacterial cellulose drug delivery systems. For example, in one study, we just carried out the polymerization of bacterial cellulose fibers to develop the a sandwich structure of bacterial cellulose with aniline. This structure was quite interesting, and it shows some good drug release properties when we applied the electric field stimulation and the different pH and voltage. So it showed a controlled drug release from the sandwich structure, which could thus be used as a drug delivery system. We also developed biosensors using the bacterial cells with some conductive material, for example, polyaniline and carbon nanotubes. In another study that was just a recent one published in Biosensor and Bioelectronics, in this study, we actually used the bacterial cellulose as a matrix for the immobilization of bacteriophages and use bacteriophages as the biorecognition elements for the detection of some bacteria which are usually toxic, which are usually harmful and cause different diseases. So this was another interesting study. This is another study that is actually going on, and we have developed the bacterial cellulose composite with reduced caffeine oxide and silver. This is also a very interesting study, and so far we have achieved some good results for this. We are also using the bacterial cellulose-based scaffolds with ketosan, for example, for the diagnosis of ovarian cancer. This study was also very interesting, and we achieved some good results for biocompatibility and some physical-mechanical properties. And it successfully detected the it can be used for ovarian cancer detection in vitro. We already carried out, but in vivo we are planning to do it in future. Also, we are developing the bacterial cellulose composite with anti-cancer drug. This is one anti-cancer drug that we actually produced in our lab through the interaction of two bacteria, a bacterial and a fungal strain, Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Candida albicans. Through their interaction, they produce the cancer drug. This, you can see this red color pigment is actually a drug that is produced by the bacteria and fungal. So these are the results for this study for example, for thermal stability and chemical studies and some biological studies. So actually, this drug was showing some good activity when it was used against the some cancer cells. Okay, coming to the second part, we are using the BC, and we are not only working using BC, but we are actually developing strategies to produce BC. So this is one strategy where we use develop the cell-free approach to develop a strategy for bacterial cellulose production. This study was quite interesting, and it shows some good results. We also developed composite by using this strategy with different antibacterial materials, which showed some good activities. Also, we are developing using the genetic engineering strategies to develop different functional materials. For example, we can control the BC production at molecular level, at gene level, and also, for example, this is one study where we have developed like a hybrid cellulose producing plant. Like the cellulose is the same, which is produced by microbial cells, but it is produced through the plants. So this is actually a different strategy, and also we are using this strategy to produce BC-based block copolymer. So actually, we are producing the BC combined with the drug through the microbial cells. So this is another good approach that we have developed. Also, we are using the 3D printing approaches. We have a variety of printers at our lab, for example, extrusion printing, droplet printing, and some other one. So we are using these printers for printing of bacterial cells with functional materials. So we are using a variety of polymers, for example, natural polymer, a variety of synthetic polymers, also some metallic nanoparticles, and also, of course, the microbial polysaccharides. So this one is actually the main focus. We are mainly focusing on this one to use different microbial polysaccharides for the printing of scaffolds. So far, we have carried, this is another important thing from 3D printing perspective. We have developed a cryogenic approach that is actually carried out at ultra low temperature of -80°C. We are aiming to control the hydration, degradation, and cross-linking mechanism and the cell adhesion mechanical properties and viscoelasticity of the printing solution. So we achieved some good results for the scaffold printing with good properties. For example, in this study, we used the bacterial cellulose with gelatin and hydroxyapatite for the printing of scaffold for bone tissue engineering application. It gives us very interesting results. Like you can see, the scaffolds are quite porous. They can easily support the cell growth and adhesion. and 3D growth for the which can easily the cells can easily penetrate within the matrix. Okay, these are just a few of the results that I can show here. Another study, we actually carried out the 3D printing of microbial cells. This is also very interesting study. We can directly print the microbial cells using the 3D printing approach. So these are just, you can see the cells are very uniformly distributed on the matrix. Okay, also we are doing some surface modification of bacterial cells for pattern production of bacterial cellulose. This is also very interesting. We can see we have controlled the movement by using the magnetic stimulus. So you can see we have achieved well-aligned structure on the top surface, which is usually we can see from the cross section, but we also make it possible on the top. Also, we are using the bacterial cellulose for the development of some functional hydrogels. Like you can see, we are using different polymer system here and different stimulus. For example, electrical stimulation and some other to get aligned fiber structure and some other properties. Okay, for the second part, that is actually the environment application. Actually, as I mentioned, bacterial cellulose has very good chemical property in the sense that it has 3 hydroxyl groups. So they can easily be modified with the different functional groups. I have shown some of them here to develop different composites with polymer, nanomaterial, nanoparticle, where BC can act as a matrix and both as a reinforcement material. One such approach is we are developing the composite of BC with the layer double hydroxide, that is called LDH. We call it LDH, which is actually a lamellar crystal with positively charged host layers bonded with charge balancing ions. These, from images, you can see that these charges are present inside these layers and can be tuned by with a variety of cation and interlayer anions. For example, if we develop the bacterial cellulose with LDH with metallic nanoparticles, so we can have some interesting properties, like for example, high surface area, porosity, structure, and chemical stability, and a redox circulation center. Here, the LDH can provide some interesting properties like excellent chemical stability, intact morphology, and some interesting physical-mechanical properties for a variety of metal ions. At the same time, BC will provide excellent porosity and uniformly distributed active site, that is OH groups, which can be easily substituted or modified with different functional groups. And thus, we can have good mechanical properties, and we can establish an unobstructed pathway for electron shuttling. Okay, so we can use these LDH for a variety of applications. For example, adsorption of different kinds of organic and inorganic contaminants, like a few of them are listed here, as well as for catalysis of organic aquatic contaminants. Also, we can develop by a sensor and use them for the drug delivery applications. So as a whole, application of BC-based composites have already been reported for a few of them, a few of the things, like for example, as development of the membrane filter, air filter, and some more. These are just developed through the conventional way. We are actually aiming to develop such kind of material by using by developing the hybrids of BC with LDH and apply them for all these applications, because we believe that the composite of BC with LDH could be much better than those developed to the conventional way. So this was all about my work, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of the people who have been greatly contributing to my work and my career. My professor during my postdoc, Professor Yang, my PhD supervisor, of course, Dr. Mazhar, my colleague and friend and like a brother, and some other professors like Professor Chang and Professor Raven from Russia and Professor McCarthy from UK, and some funding organization and my research group. You can see in the picture. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wajid, for your excellent presentation. So is there any question?
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Dr. Wajid, thank you so much for a really very nice presentation. Being in the same field, I really loved the achievement that you have received throughout in different parts of bacterial cellulose. Just considering the current situation, I have a very quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Basically, two main questions. When you talk about the cell-free system, for
Yes.
BC production, because commonly we are using cell system. So you are using cell-free system. Is this has some advantages over the cellular system? I mean, why we are shifting from cellular system to cell-free system? Because I can feel that maybe it can affect the productivity or production. This is one question. Second is that now you talked about the application of bacterial cellulose, and recently one of the application which I saw is and also I know that it is about the facial mask, and currently like whole world is wearing facial masks. So China being a very developed countries, I want to know, is there any approach for commercializing BC to develop this type of facial mask, because it's transparent also, it can be used for developing transparent type of mask. So is there, we are like, we know that it is possible, but is there, if it is in your knowledge, is there any approach for developing facial mask from BC which can be used in current situation of pandemic?
Okay, right. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mazza, for your nice questions. Coming to your first question of using the cell-free system instead of the cell system, yeah, there are many advantages that the cell-free system offers compared to the cell system. For example, in the cell system, you need to provide a complex of medium that is usually a very expensive one. But in a cell-free system, you just need to provide the carbon source. This is one advantage. You don't need to provide the nitrogen sources or any other sources for the growth of microbials. So just provide the carbon source, and the enzymes present in the cell-free system will directly convert the substrate into the product. This is one advantage. The other advantage is that because, as I mentioned, we don't have the cells here. You need some nutrients here for the growth. So we just need to provide the carbon. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is another advantage, that usually the growth, the productivity or the yield is very high. And there is another advantage, that because the cell-free system is outside the cell, so we can easily control it. And there are many more advantages. And coming to your second question about the commercialization of BC-based facial mask, yes, this is really commercialized already. We are currently working in collaboration with 2 companies in China. Here in China, one is located in Beijing, who is producing the BC-based functional different food products. So we are working with them. And the other company is based in Hainan, that is actually ranked among the top 10 BC producing companies. So they are actually developing different facial masks. They are actually using the facial mask as a support matrix for different kinds of cosmetic products. So they are actually developing these based function like commercialized facial masks, and these are already available in the market. In fact, they just sometimes give to our lab and for trial purpose, and some students are using, and the results are very convincing one. In fact, we are working with them, and some of the basic work we do in our lab, but for the rest, they are doing there in the company.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wajid. So I have one question.
Yeah,
so, is there any research going on biosensors to detect the COVID?
Yes,
yeah.
a lot of research is going on to develop different kinds of biosensors.
So what kind of exactly the materials they are using, or compounds they are using?
Actually, because you know that COVID is a virus, so of course there will be antibodies or antigen. They will be using antibodies or antigen as the biorecognition element. Those will be specific for the epitopes those are present on the surface of virus. So those are actually based according to the like it's like a lock and key model. So those should be specific to the those epitopes present on the virus surface. So mostly like those are the antigen or antibodies based sensors. Yeah, but there is one future aspects of using the bacterial cellulose for the not virus detection, but actually people are thinking that if we can control the pore size of bacterial cellulose, we can use the bacterial cellulose based masks, which could prevent the flow of virus through them. So this could be very useful filter, and these could be washable, these could be used for many times, because BC is hydrophilic in nature, so water cannot harm it. In fact, water is useful for it. So this is one future aspect of using bacterial cellulose for developing masks, which could be helpful for coronavirus control.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wajid. So thanks so much for joining us this evening, and
thank
have
you
a
so much.
wonderful rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hope see you sometime in Oman. Yeah, thank you.
Inshallah, see you soon.
Inshallah.
Thank you so much. So now we are heading towards our last presentation, and this presentation is by Dr. Atiya Fatima, and she is working in chemical engineering department here at Dhofar University. So Dr. Fatima.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Yes, we can hear.
Okay.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Najam. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Wasi for giving me this opportunity to present this work in front of you all. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Atiya Fatma, and I'm working as a research associate with Dr. Wasi Ahmad in Department of Chemical Engineering. And today I'm going to deliver a presentation on the topic entitled Synthesis of Silver Nanoparticles, Decorated Polymetaminophenol Nanofibers, and their application in a non-enzymatic glucose biosensor. So as the name itself suggests, the study was aimed to develop glucose biosensor. So it is directly related to diabetes. So let's have a quick insight into the etiology of the disease. Diabetes, as you all know, is a metabolic disease, and it is characterized by the enhanced blood glucose levels inside the human blood, and it leads to serious damages to heart, blood vessels, causing kidney failure, blindness and all. According to a recent WHO report, it has been found that approximately 422 million people worldwide are affected by diabetes, and most of them reside in low and middle income countries. Also, it is found that it has been found that around 1.6 million deaths occur each year due to diabetes alone. So this high morbidity of diabetes can be managed by monitoring and controlling the glucose of blood sugar level or glucose level inside the blood. Although there are several techniques which are available and they have been explored for diagnosing diabetes mellitus, but this amperometric glucose sensors has proved to be the most promising tool, as they are fast and accurate, and they provide stable monitoring of the glucose level inside the human bloodstream, and they account for approximately 85% of the whole biosensor market. So actually these amperometric glucose sensor work by estimating interstitial glucose levels inside the human blood by measuring an electrical current which is generated by oxidation of glucose. Generally, these biosensors are of two types, in non-enzymatic and enzymatic. So this study was basically based to develop a non-enzymatic biosensor. Now coming to the basis of the hypothesis of this study, and ideally a glucose sensor should have a sensor electrode material which is fast, and should have efficient electron transferability and should possess good electrocatalytic efficiency. So through literature, it has been found that there are several conducting polymers, among which polymetaminophenol is one of the most promising candidates for glucose sensing applications. Actually, these polymers have free phenolic OH groups inside their backbone chain, and they produce an active site for interacting with target glucose molecules, and thus they have better glucose sensing performances. Moreover, these polymeric chains can form a strong coordination bond with the various metallic ions, which further increases their efficacy. So in this study, polymetaminophenol nanofibrous composite incorporated with silver nanoparticles was synthesized, and it was subsequently explored for the catalytic efficiency and electrochemical glucose sensing abilities. So for this, different spectroscopic analysis and morphological analysis were performed to characterize the synthesized nanofilms. And in our studies was found that these nanocomposites possess remarkable electrochemical glucose sensing behavior. Now coming to the synthetic strategy, this study was designed to make a nanofibrous film containing silver nanoparticles. So this synthesis was achieved in two steps. First was the fabrication of nanofibers. Second was incorporation of silver nanoparticles. So for the fabrication of nanofibers, metaminophenol was taken as a starting material. This metaminophenol was dissolved in 1 molar aqueous HCl solution, and to it Triton X was added. Actually, Triton X is a surfactant. It was just added to increase the hydrophilicity of the nanofibers. Now this solution was put under stirring for 15 to 20 minutes, and then ammonium persulfate was added to this solution. Ammonium persulfate here acts as oxidizing agent, and it is just to prevent the renucleation or to achieve the linear growth of nanofibers. So this solution mixture mixture were further stirred for 1 hour, and as the reaction started to occur, which was visible by the change in color of the reaction solution, sodium hypochlorite was added to the solution. So it was further stirred for 15 to 20 minutes, and then this solution was stored at 4 degrees centigrade without any disturbance. After 1 or 2 hours, this solution was filtered through Teflon membrane, and this yielding a nanofibrous powder. Then it was further washed 2-3 times with deionized water, and this was heated at 60 degrees centigrade to yield a nanofibrous powder. For the second step, that was to incorporate the silver nanoparticles onto the nanofibrous membrane. These nanofibers were dissolved in anhydrous DMSO. It was vigorously stirred for 15 to 20 minutes, and then to it this aqueous silver nitrate solution was added. This reaction mixture was further stirred for 1 hour, maintaining reaction temperature at 160 degrees centigrade under continuous flow of nitrogen. After 1 hour, this reaction mixture was allowed to get cooled up to room temperature, and then it was casted onto a clean glass plate, and with subsequent evaporation of solvent, nanofibrous film was obtained. This film was further washed with deionized water and kept for characterization. Now coming to the characterization part, first we needed to analyze the different constituents which were present in the nanofibrous film. For this, Raman analysis was done, and as it can be seen from figure 1A, that this figure 1A represents the Raman spectra of these pristine nanofibrous film, and another one incorporated with similar nanoparticles. As it is clearly evident from these two spectra, there is not much difference between the bands, except for the increase in intensity in this film, or there is slightly shift of bands, that's called blue shift, and this is due to the electrostatic interaction of this polymeric chain with silver nanoparticles. Now, second part was to establish the presence of silver nanoparticles inside the nanofibrous film. For this, XRD studies were done, and which is depicted in the figure 1B. Here we can see the XRD patterns of pristine nanofibrous film, and another one incorporated the silver nanoparticles. Now, as we can clearly see that there are three peaks, and this corresponds to the crystallization planes for the composites which are present, constituents which are present inside the nanofibrous film. While this one, which is our targeted film, it contains combination pattern of this crystal planes of nanofibers, as well as crystal planes corresponding to the silver nanoparticles. So from here we can infer that silver nanoparticles were formed and were incorporated onto the nanofibers. Now, to further confirm the presence of silver nanoparticles, this XPS studies were done. So here we can see that figure 2A depicts the survey scan of XPS spectrum of the synthesized nanofilms. Here we can see that there are corresponding peaks for the representative elements: oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, and silver. And the figure inside depicts the atomic this percentage composition of different elements which are present inside the nanocomposite films. Now, coming to the second part, this is the high resolution spectrum, and here we can see that there are two clear bands which depicts the different spin orbital state of silver, and these bands are separated by These bands are separated by 6.02 electron volt, and this is the characteristics of silver nanoparticle. So from here we can confirm that silver nanoparticles were formed and were successfully incorporated onto the nanocomposite films. So now, next step, we needed to determine the nanoparticle structure or nanofibril structure of the synthesized film. So figure 3A depicts the nanofibril structure of the synthesized film. Here we can see there are fibers, and while figure B, C, D represents the this crystal structure of silver nanoparticles. And we can see there are some irregularities, and this may be due to the agglomeration of silver nanoparticles. So this same analysis confirmed our synthesized composite films were of nano scale. Okay, now to confirm the electrochemical efficiency of this synthesized nanofilms, CV analysis was done, and here we can see that here in figure 4A, there are three spectra, one for the standard glucose potential and two for the this synthesized film in the presence and absence of glucose. it can be clearly seen from the graph, this green one, that this bare glucose electrode doesn't show any current response. So it can be, and it depicts the absence of any electroactive species. While here it can be seen that there is a shift in the peak, oxidation peak of this nanofilms in presence of glucose, and this signifies the electrocatalytic activity of the synthesized nanofilms towards the glucose. So further, figure 4b represents the CV curves of the synthesized nanofilms with increasing glucose concentration. So as it is clearly evident from this graph that both cathodic and anodic current potential increases with increasing glucose concentration, and this signifies that with increasing glucose there is more increased electro-oxidation of glucose. So coming to the next part, this CV curve depicts the curve of CV curve of synthesized nanocomposites electrodes in presence of glucose with various scan rates. So as it can be seen that with increasing scan rates, current value increases. And the inset of the graph shows the dependence of anodic peak current on the scan rate. Okay, coming to the next part. This part this is the oxidation current. This graph shows the increase in oxidation current with glucose concentration from and this is and the inset of the figure depicts the fitted curve based on the Line-Weaver-Burk equation. From this graph we were able to detect the sensitivity and detection limit of the synthesized nanofilms, and these values are given in the conclusion section. So, to determine the electrocatalytic activities of the synthesized nanofilms, amperometric analysis was done. So, here it can be seen from figure 7a that as soon as the glucose is introduced to the medium, immediately the current response increases, and subsequently it decreases to a steady state within few seconds. So, from this it can be inferred that the synthesized nanofilms have a great sensitivity towards detection of glucose. Next was to determine the selectivity of the synthesized this nanocomposite towards glucose in presence of other interfering agents, and this is a very important parameter while synthesizing any sensor material. So this graph depicts the sensitivity, as it can be seen that as soon as glucose is introduced into the medium, current response immediately reaches to significant level, and as intermediate addition of these certain interfering compounds like ascorbic acid, uric acid, dopamine, fructose, lactose and sucrose, which are generally present inside human blood serum and food, there is negligible deviation from the graph. So it can be concluded that this synthesized nanofilms are selective towards glucose detection in presence of other interfering compounds. So to conclude, we can say that we have synthesized enzyme-free glucose sensor by using polyaminophenol nanofibers incorporated with silver nanoparticles, and our XPS and XRD results confirm the formation of silver nanoparticles through thermochemical reduction of silver ions. And it has been found that these nanocomposites possess excellent electrocatalytic response towards glucose, and a good electrical conductivity, large surface area, and good catalytic activity. From our studies, it was found that these nanocomposites can selectively sense glucose presence in presence of other interfering agents such as uric acid, dopamine, etc. And this indicates that these nanocomposites could be potentially, they have the potential to be used as glucose detection in food and human blood serum. Moreover, these nanocomposites demonstrated a very low detection limit of 0.062 micromole with high sensitivity. So these results from our study demonstrate that these nanocomposites have potential for the development of non-zymatic glucose biosensors in future. So that would be all for this presentation, and thank you all for listening and your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atia, for your nice presentation. So is there any question? Okay, so I have one question from
Sure.
Dr. Atia.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
In the market, so many glucose sensing equipments are available, or sensors are available. So is there still room to improve it, or they are very established?
Yes, as it has, we have seen that some are lacking in sensitivity, some are lacking the higher. Actually, what we found in our study that it has the lowest detection limit. Means it can detect glucose at lowest level from so many which has earlier been reported in literature, and selectivity is another parameter. So still there is a lot of scope to develop new kind of biosens, glucose sensors.
And they are also using same kind of material, or the material is somewhat different? For example,
actually they all of them are following different approach. Ours was to incorporate with the sensor with the nanoparticles, and there are so many approaches they can meet.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's the last presentation. So Professor Asif, if you are there and you want to say some closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Najam. Excellent work. So again, I would like to thank everyone for participating in this second competition, and special thanks to one of our external speaker, Dr. Wajid. So I'm really very happy to see your talk, and I hope we will see you inshallah in our next symposium also. So thank you very much, and that's all for this symposium. Have a nice weekend. Assalamu alaikum.